is the play. I actually have one, but a lot of people don't. Your first place is home. Your second place is work. Your third place is for a lot of people going to be church. But a lot less people attend church in today's age. I'm one of them. But something like that, where you got maybe it's a gym, maybe it's a bar that you hang out at, or whatever. A lot of people are lacking that, and it's not because people don't want that. It's because of macro scale changes that weren't designed to do that. It's NIMBYs, it's districting laws, it's result of like all these different factors, and then you also have social media, for example. When did we all decide as a society that, you know what, I don't like all this interacting in person stuff. I'd rather argue with my uncle that I haven't seen for 12 years about some political topic on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Nobody consciously decided that we wanted to do these things. It's just that the technology progressed in a way and the money made sense in a way where this is kind of what happened. Same thing with transhumanism, all of these things. So my point is, we're already seeing this unfold, and I think we have to be cognizant of that. We can't just say, oh well, the human spirit is irreplaceable. Well, of course it is. We're humans. Our human will and what makes us human is incredibly important to us. But what we are dealing with is a system that is, sure, it's operated by people, but it is, in a sense, greater than the sum of all parts. We're talking about macroeconomic and macro socioeconomic systems that are unfeeling. They don't have agendas per se. This is just shit manifesting away. So I think that what I get what you're saying, and I agree, and I want to feel that way, but it's hard for me to feel that way when I see this trajectory that we're on.
So, Dwight, and I appreciate that. So, to give you a little perspective, so I've been going to a men's fellowship since I was 16. One Saturday or one Sunday a month. So I was 16 years old. In person. Last Sunday we had 4,000 men show up. In person. On a regular basis. There's a lot of communities going on that put down their cell phones and really get in life. When my children come over, my daughter's an attorney, my son's a mechanical engineer, we put all technology in a box in our house. We talk about family, and we talk about life. And we have a connection with God that we personally believe that for us is bigger than any form of technology. And we have this thing in our home that my wife always says, we believe in AI. Is almighty intelligence. So we'll let the other intelligence follow that. Artificial comes after actual intelligence, almighty intelligence. We teach our grandbabies this. But we're communicating that because I think the communication that we have as a family is more important than what we have with things. Because I think that AI is a thing. Is a tool. And I think, like you said, we're not consciously making decisions where we should be making these decisions, where we're choosing life over things that are causing us to number one, separate ourselves from each other, causing us to not be critical thinkers, not be innovators and passionate and engaging. I love these things. Like when Andy and I go back and forth, man, and I was in real life, we've been doing the same thing. Sean, the same thing. I think American over there in Chicago, I think if we all met up, I think our experience would be completely different. We'll have a wonderful time together. Or we'll learn clarity over agreement. And to me, I think, I don't want to miss out on this. I'm 61 years old, guys, and I don't want to miss out. I see so many young people today that have no interpersonal skills. They can't even talk. People got degrees. My wife says people got degrees but no temperature. They study something but they can't talk to anybody. It's just pretty sad. So Dwight, you're correct. I hope that we can get back to some level of balance, some level of, and I like what Summer said in the chat, I know where my help comes from. Definitely not from AI, guys. I always ask people this question.
on this one for a second too, and I appreciate the conversation because I think this is extremely important. Here's one that we're going through right now. Remember cutting cable? Remember how cable was so damn expensive? We had to cut cable. We started streaming. Now look what's happening in streaming. We're paying as much as we were paying for cable now because you got Hulu, we got a Paramount Plus, we got Netflix. You're paying 20 for ChatGPT or 30 for Grok. You got all these different services that those aren't streaming. Those are AIs, but if you think about all these now things that cost 20 here, 30 there, 5 there, $2 there. Look at all the streaming. And the thing that concerns me, and it's very, I think Black Mirror is a really, it's the twilight zone of today. And if you look at this, think about when you do get that new leg or that Neuralink, and what that subscription service today. They talk about subscription service. Wait till they do subscription service. Oh, you get all these amenities with your service when you have it implanted. But if you can't pay the bill, then you're going to get that with the commercials infused in it. It's not too far off if you really think about it, right? It gives you an option to have commercials free, or you pay a little bit more. Look at Amazon Prime, right? You think you're going to get to see anything? Like, oh, I'm going to watch this movie. Oh no, that's going to cost you $2.99. Wait a second, I have Amazon Prime. I can't see it. Cutting the cable, cutting the cord, and now the streaming services, that's happening right now. And what everyone should be looking at is how the same kind of analogy and focus is exactly what we're going to be walking into in the next level. We have to stay on top of the technology so we understand it. If you don't stay on top of it, you get behind, you get confused. We have family members that just don't get it, any of it. They're kind of almost in a way blessed because they're not going to just see and deal with things that we're going to have to deal with as we get older. I'm just short of 48 as well, so this is sort of getting older and seeing all this. I've always found it important to stay on top of tech, and I'm semi-tech nerdy, but I've met a few people that actually are developers in AI, and now it's over my head, and I'm still trying to stay on top of it. It's coming out so quick that you don't have a chance to catch up, understand it, or deal with it, and then before you know it, you run over and you're taken over.
Hey, Sean, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When was the last time you've been out to the ocean?
Oh, I live near it. It's cold as hell. That's the only reason why I don't go to it. But I used to have an office that was like literally 13 steps away from the ocean. But I'm about 10 minutes away. I see the ocean. Fairly regularly.
You think it, but when was the last time you've been out to it?
Been in it? Oh, no, for a while. It's too empty.
Okay, no, I understand. The reason why I say this, because everything you said is true. I got it. But this is a conscious decision that each person will have to make for their own life. We either going to be the expression of who we are, because see, I believe getting outside is important. I tell young people all the time, this now, you are not free to move about the country. You're not free to move about every place. And you know what I've learned from the lockdown? That you guys know that the biggest business that came out of the lockdown is door-to-door services. Did you guys know that? There are more people dropping off stuff at people's doorsteps now than anything else, which is crazy. We've gone back to nothing new under the sun. People are ringing people's doorbells, knocking. I see people putting door hangers on people's doors. Why? Because I think that the human element, Sean, has become so much into the screen. All we do is get these screens and swipe to left, swipe to right, swipe to this, swipe to that, versus just going out. And if you get a chance, go look at my post. My handle's everywhere the same, Edward Leno with 827. Or on X, on YouTube, on Facebook, the same. My wife and I, last Sunday, went to the ocean in Newport Beach. We just took beautiful pictures. We do this every weekend. That's one thing that we do. We like each other, we talk to each other, and it's just fun. But the biggest part for me is this: getting outside, looking around. Too many people today, and I talk to young people here in California on a regular basis, and I ask, when was the last time you've been to the ocean? When was the last time you had a picnic? Just go out, put on a blanket, and just have a picnic. Guys, we're so much into the technology that we forget the people around us. Like I tell people all the time, there's more abundance in your life, but you're not even recognizing it. I land.
I'm hoping that like this will, at least to some extent, result in that. Although I think like the trajectory right now is not good, in my opinion. I can see a situation where it actually enables us to connect with each other in ways that we couldn't before. And I know like for a lot of people, Anthony's example of like, oh, we're gonna have to be socialists, like that sounds extreme to a lot of people because that does sound extreme to people. It's kind of crazy. What I can kind of see, which is related, but not related. Well, if we're not all doing these menial ass jobs, you know what I'm saying? Like if we get rid of the factory work, nobody wants to like fucking likes working in the factory. If we get rid of the burger flipper, nobody likes flipping fucking burgers. If we're doing things, if we are freeing ourselves up to do things that have more meaning and preferably have more human connection and we're connecting with each other more, that could actually be a positive. It's just, you know, we see how the world out. You know what I'm saying? We see how things tend to.
Dwight, I got it. Dwight. Everything you said is true. But Shane just said in the chat, okay? Because we're talking about stuff of substance and actually spending time with your loved ones and taking your children out and going outside and the grocery, people leave. Because it's not drama, guys. There's no drama. There's real life going on. It's just funny that when you have a conversation about responsibility and just enjoying the abundance that's in life, listen, like I tell people that work in our organization, hey, thanks for showing up today. Thanks for being on time. That's a good thing. I mean, guys, just showing up is a good thing. I don't know why we don't see these beautiful things that we have versus all this other stuff that people want to define themselves by. That I'm an AI technician, I got this going, I'm an AI engineer, I'm a computer nerd. Okay, that's great. But who are you? Who are you? What we do to make a living is not who we are, guys. We retire from that. You have to ask yourself the question. Look in the mirror today and ask yourself the question. Who am I? Do not be defined by technology. Be defined, not this is Edward, guys. Be defined by the one who created you. Because there's an image that some of us don't believe. And you know what? I respect those who don't. It's okay. I got customers that buy it, and they all know this. I don't care who you are. One thing I will never do, I don't judge people. I don't do that. I have no right to do it. Okay? What I do is make observations, but at the same time, I'm going to show kindness no matter who you are. You don't have to believe what I believe, but I'm going to show you respect regardless. And I hope that at some point, each one of you, I have the privilege of meeting you in person. Because we're real communicators. I'm going to tell my grandbabies, words are 7% of communication. Tone is 38%. Body language is 55% of communication. Why do audio apps die? Because we don't get to see the real intention of that body language, of what people are really communicating. It's really, really sad.
So many examples of comfort and convenience, and that seems to be what the culture's become. People want comfort and convenience, and they want the delivery service to their door rather than having to get outside and go and pick it up for themselves. Even our TVs, even the high-end TVs now don't even have an on-off button. It's the remote control that has that. If your remote control doesn't work, well, then you can't even use your TV. I mean, there's so many different examples. I mean, electric vehicles, the dependency on all electric. Guess what? Even gas depends on an electric gas pump now. So it doesn't even matter if you have a gas or an electric. You to the point where they just own everything. They can turn it off on you. I say they, I'm talking about the government, whoever that entity is. We're basically starting to lose control. We used to have phones where we could actually take a battery out and put a new battery in. Now we have to plug our phone in. We can't have a few, like 5 batteries, right? Just take one out, put another battery in, door. Phone, no, not anymore. And even when your phone's off, they're still connected and pinging to satellites where you can be found. The possible elimination or threat of currency and cash going all digital, and how that could just be shut off if whoever they are, you can represent that with any way you want to take it, shutting it off because they don't want like what you're saying anymore, the control over us and how much we're allowing that control to be taken over. Or just say back in the day when you ran your own farm, your own setting, whatever you want to call it, growing your own things, not relying on any technology at all. You start your own fires, etc., etc. You were independent. You didn't have there's no control over that. You could do that without there was nothing that could prevent you from using those things. Now everything we use is completely dependent. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves. I mean, in California, for example, where I live, had no electricity for 7 days. Can you imagine the mayhem?
Yeah, I can imagine the mayhem, but no, I like to see that happen, Sean. You know,
That would be a true purge. That would be a true purge.
It wouldn't be a
Shut off
purge.
for 2 weeks.
No, it wouldn't be a purge. No, it wouldn't be a purge. This is so funny. I don't know why all of us miss out on the reality of life. Guys, it was like before electricity. There was like before the telephone. There was like before the internet. Guys, we done this. We are the ones who created what we have. And I tell my children all the time. My son's 40, my daughter's 34. Hey, before you guys got all this stuff, we done this stuff. The human person, the spirit of the human, has gone through all kinds of pioneers, going from east to west coast. They're getting across the pioneers of gold, California gold rush. All these things are happening, and we've adapted. But the difference is back then, we had more family time. We, like put in the chat, we respected each other. We respect each other's boundaries. What's happening now is people don't respect themselves. Both men and women, we don't respect ourselves anymore. So we just let anybody do anything to us. We let anybody in our home that we don't really know. We let people convince our children that they're not boys and girls, and we let people cut them up and do all this craziness for them. I mean, just listen to what we've come to because man has decided that they can control other men or other women. It's just completely nonsensical. And Sean, that's why I say that at some point we gotta get outside. Let me say it again, we gotta get outside. People gotta go and talk to somebody else. Go to the library. Go somewhere you're gonna meet some people. Talk to somebody. I mean, listen, I do this on purpose, guys. I'm going to the supermarket on purpose. And they all of me. They're shocked. People in California shocked. And so they're looking at me, I'm crazy. I said, yeah, I'm just saying, it's a nice day. It's a good day. It's my value. It's crazy. And I say, hey, why? I talked to two 18-year-old people on Monday. 18-year-olds. I just wanted to find out how their day was going. And I just asked them a question. You know, when's the last time you guys ate at the dinner table with your parents? Or sometimes I talk to young ladies, I always ask young ladies and young men, would you choose a good career or good marriage? What do you guys think they say?
I'm gonna guess career.
Relationship, I don't know, I think it's individual, but I like being secure for myself and not relying on anyone, but that's very individual. Some people it's the other way, you know.
Yeah, see, Sean, you got it right though. You gotta rely on yourself. And what Dwight says, people say career. And the reason why people say career is because we have told people for the last 50 years that having a degree or going somewhere and getting something is more important than being loyal, being a person that's dependable, being someone who shows up on time, being a pure human being, respecting yourself. We don't teach these things. It's like I always tell young people, so well, you know, you old school, you talk about stuff, you know, times have changed. I said, like this guy, or people still do that. I mean, I'm just curious.
In my talk, it is my view.
Yeah,
My view.
that's right. That's what I was asking when people say that to me. What is your truth? And how's that working on? How's that working for you?
I appreciate what's being said in the chat too. I want to say I appreciate what's being said in the chat too. Oh, she left. I was gonna say I'd love to see Christy come up on stage, but I think she left. Because I think she has some resistance to just the conversation of, some people just fully embrace and say don't deny technology. I get that, but because everyone else is learning, and even if we stop, other people might not stop. We have to stay on top of it, be smart, understand it, know how to handle it, use it correctly. It's like Clubhouse. When Clubhouse first came out, look how messy it was. Look at now how it's changed and how it's evolved from then, and how it's kind of how you see the ebbs and flows. How even just from room to room, how some of us are just finding it hard to even want to find a place to even go into if we want to use this app because of such lackluster. Everyone's robotic, and let's talk about Diddy. Let's talk about Israel. I'm like, there's so many other things we could talk about. I think a lot of people don't want to come in and open up a room because then you're charged with how to handle all of that. I do want to say before I have to go right now, I do have to leave. But Evan, I do appreciate you actually being in the room for a change and stating, hey, we're having a debate and you're streaming it live on YouTube. And I do want to give you credit for that. For that, I do give you respect for doing it this way. I think this is a smarter way to go about it. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Is that JB?
JB, Sean, I told you I respect you, bro. Thanks for coming up and being,
Appreciate you too.
just being yourself, man.
Respect you too.
That's why when we come in, we just be real. I think.
He boomed it. He boomed it.
Shut the fuck up, nobody cares.
He's not targeting anyone right now.
What do you mean? But there's no clients. Nothing happened. There's nothing wrong. And the government is in prison for no damn reason. She trafficked kids to nobody.
Well, that's what the document
Exactly.
fucking wild.
That is not what the documents say. That is not exactly correct. You haven't seen the Southern District redacted files from the court case. This camel-nosed jockey, shawarma-eating financier from Canada, is a fucking bullshit artist picking his nose and wasting your time.
That's right. That is true. That is actually true.
Fucking A, that's true. You say the same thing day after day on here. Are you like, I know you must have Tourette's like Dr. T-Rob's up there who uses the N-word at the end of every sentence. N-word! Wow, what a life.
Autistic.
What a fucking life.
I'm just someone who, you don't value your time, so why would I value your time? I value my time. Don't waste my time. Allow me to waste
You
my
value your time. If you valued your time, you wouldn't repeat yourself every single day on here. It's pathetic.
You can leave it. You can
Exactly, N-word. There we go with the Tourette syndrome again. It's the same story every single day. What's wrong with you people?
Shit. What do you mean, you people?
You people! You repeat yourselves. I'm talking about Clown House
Hey,
users.
Congressman, what's the name of your boat?
Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk Boat.
That's the name of it, Lady Hawk.
That's too fucking generic. The Hawk with an E.
Hawk is spelled H-A-W-K, mate.
Some people spell it with an E.
No. We spell it without the E.
Oh, child. I'm tracking my sister right now.
You thought you were going to track her to my boat. Oh, I didn't register it actually. I bought it on Craigslist, but I didn't register it.
Well, I don't believe
Ooh, child, I'm gonna say the N word 1,000 times. Ooh, child, Epstein didn't do anything wrong. Ooh, child, the Republicans are a bunch of conservatives. Ooh, child, my name is Randy. Put that in Sunu. Put that in Sunu.
Dude, don't take me to hit Trump. Don't take me to hit Trump. I'm not the one saying we're pitiful. He is.
That's right.
Yeah, I never called anyone pitiful. He is the one called you pitiful.
Randy, stop repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. How many times are you gonna repeat yourself? We've heard it already.
I'm the one calling you pitiful. That's Trump. But I'm not the one saying that. I'm not an elected official. You're not voting for me so that I protect the one putting your children. That's not what's happening here. How about you go?
What's happening here, Randy, is that you're spamming regardless, and you're saying nothing intelligent or important, and you just repeat yourself day after day, like people care what you have to repeat. They just don't care anymore, Randy. You've reached the end of the cycle. Let it go. Stop repeating yourselves.
I do not care who cuts your children. I don't care who cuts your children.
You just keep repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. Stop it.
As you, I just would like it for what's my kid. I don't
That's-
care about your kid. Because if I have it, then Trump would fuck it.
This is just another toxic space. I'm leaving. I can't deal with people like Randy anymore. It's a waste of time. It's such a waste of time.
It is a waste of time. I'm going to have work.
I don't know why, but like, did you ever see the other video where Luke
It was. It's those rich people. They're getting an unfair advantage. That's just, those rich people, a lot of them worked and created and have an intelligence that, quite honestly, I don't have. And we're blessed to have them. You know, are they perfect men? No. Will they take advantages that they can get? Yes, they will. But, and it's aggravating that, say, Walmart has put out a lot of small business, but it's not aggravating when I go and get a fair price for something I'm purchasing at Walmart. It's, I don't know. It's a hard problem to solve.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, in Dara, what's going on with you in Dara? What's going on in Dara? Wow. What a whole, that's a whole, wow, Mrs. Dara.
Hey, how are you?
It's the best day of my life. How are you?
I'm hanging on in there. I'm hanging in there. I can't stay long, but I saw a notification that Joe was in here, and I believe she sent me a message, maybe on TikTok or somewhere, saying that she was over there to come back. So I'm just
Oh, man, I do love it.
yeah, but as you can see, Joe, I have been very busy in politics.
Oh, yes, ma'am, you have been. We're proud of you.
Thank you, and this is about to be on and popping. So Edward, I have been at the White House. I'm doing this organization where we've been discussing policy on the federal level, and just meeting a lot of major players in the Trump administration. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Well, that's a good thing. You know where I'm at. You need some help, let me know.
I absolutely will. But yeah, but I just want to come in and say hello. I got some paying job work I got to do right now, but I just want to come in and say hello. I don't know when you guys are having another room, but I'll certainly be on the lookout for it. And Joe, you still have my cell number, don't you?
I think I do, but I'll have to look. I don't recall that I do, but I'll look.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, look and see and everything. But it was good talking to you guys.
You too. Thank you for dropping in.
There's a lady who could lead. I'm telling you. She should.
Yeah. So thank you. I'll see you guys soon. Okay.
Appreciate you.
Okay. All right. Bye bye.
So, especially here in California.
Well, that's a whole country in itself, right?
It is a whole country in itself, and hopefully, we'll get Steve Hilton in the right proper spot. I've been attempting to work with his campaign for the last 4 months, so see what happens.
Who is that again, Edward?
Steve Hilton, he is running for the governor of California.
Ah, yes, I didn't hear the complete name.
Yeah, the New Revolution. He used to be on, he had a program on Fox News, but he actually worked in the British government. He worked with Margaret Thatcher. He was like her Secretary of State. So that was a pretty good thing. So I don't remember all the people that was in the last room, but I was trying to pop them back over. Miss Natasha, you want to share anything? I see you down there. Some of you guys moving forward. So share the room out, you guys, just for the moment, since Edward's trying to say hello to some people, since I'm back on for the moment, right? Some of you people I haven't spoken to in a while. That's not the beats of quiet.
No, my accent was something wrong with it.
Yeah, I was good that way.
True.
It's like, oh, it's so loud. It's so loud. I don't think you were in there when we had this other conversation where I got dropped out of the room because I was talking about the Bible. I thought it was quite interesting. We had a whole conversation about it.
I knew the tongue in cheek, but God forbid, right?
Yeah, he does, but obviously people don't want to hear the truth. They just want to hear their truth. So it's just kind of interesting. But
And it changes every day.
oh yeah, of course, you know that. You can't be the same person because it's not. That's not. People want to be a character. They don't want to have character. There's a big difference. Having character.
Be a character.
Hello, Bill. What's up, kid? Hey, Natasha.
What's up, Al?
Elle left. Dadgummit.
Yeah, she popped in, popped out. I haven't talked to her in a month of Sundays. Yeah, people, they coming out, people pop in and out. But I just did this room because I was in another space and it crashed on us, healthy debate. So I just tried to get some of those people back in. But
How come Bates crashed?
Roger left, and I don't know how Clubhouse works anymore. But I wasn't a moderator. I think I was, but it yeah, what's up, Steve? It crashed and
Alright, man. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, Steve's a good guy. Hey, Steve, do you know why it crashed? I don't know why the room bombed or somebody bombed it or whatever. Boomed it. That's what they call it. Boomed it. But I thought it to be quite funny. So, but it's like we were having a real, what I call, good discourse. No yelling, no cussing, just having a conversation. You think it was really? Oh, that's interesting. Why would he crash it? He could have, but very interesting. So, but I found the conversation very interesting because we were thinking more about, I think we're thinking more about technology and not people. that's a very scary place to be in life. If we think that AI is our answer, we really lost our way as people.
I said, I haven't been on the app much. I've been so busy. Right now I've got a carpenter in my house and I'm trying to pick out wallpaper and I had my granddaughter here. There's been a lot go on, Edward. I had my grandson at my house for 5 months.
How is your grandson now?
Well, he's doing okay now. He's okay. I wouldn't pick the denomination that they're going to, but my kids are back in church, and but he was.
Robots can be moving, 1,000 times faster than a human in physical space, literally picking strawberries at a rate of 1,000 times faster than a human. Like, I just think the exponential growth here is something that you're not really taking account for in your forecast.
And again, you can object to the people who are advocating for this. There's a bunch of reasons, reasonable reasons, to be like, nah, we don't want an automated world. Like, one of the biggest reasons is you're going to displace workers by the millions, if not hundreds of millions, in a relatively short span of time, and leave a whole bunch of people out of the workforce and therefore out of the means by which to provide for themselves to a large degree. I think that's a little bit too doom and gloom, but a lot of people do argue that. What's hard about those arguments is you have to take into account the creation of new jobs that go along with the technological development, but you could still take that into account and then argue that there is a trajectory by which a huge swath of any given workforce is going to be, especially in America, are going to be displaced by machines. And I do think that those arguments can be made, taking into account all of the parameters involved. But like, then what do? And then there's a bunch of people who have policy solutions. Like one kind of conceptual example would be the freedom dividend by Andrew Yang, but it's basically a form of universal basic income. But what pays the universal basic income is a tax on the technology companies that are producing the machines that are displacing the workers. So you could do something like that as a policy solution. And then the reason why it's good for the companies is that people are still getting money so that they can purchase things. So the economy is still going in some way. And among the things they'll purchase are whatever the technological companies are making or producing, the goods, the services, etc. You need people in your society to make money so that they can go purchase whatever the fuck the robots are making. Whether it's popcorn or whether I don't know, man. Robots are gonna be doing all kind of shit, but like whether it's a Waymo, whatever it is, like you need people with money. If they don't have money, they can't buy your shit. If they can't buy your shit, and you producing all of the robots and the Waymos and shit doesn't matter, right? So like it's an issue for everybody in the economy.
Yeah, but these things, I think y'all don't understand. These things will be gimmicks for at least 5 to 10 years, at least.
Caleb, don't. I was deliberately avoiding sex robots. Caleb, stop it. I'm sorry. That's a whole new can of worms, Caleb.
What's going on here?
No, go ahead, go tell. I'm sorry. I was making a joke.
Okay. Anyways, I was saying it's gonna be a gimmick. It's gonna be a gimmick, I think, for the next 10, 15 years. Like I live in one of these countries that of course they want this automation stuff. They want everything to be, like super advanced, right? They got money. But I still think it's a gimmick at least for say 15, 20 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Still, again, I think because we got used to sci-fi movies and everything, seeing everything. Hey, look, I'm a sci-fi nerd. I kind of want this stuff, but I don't want people to be displaced without maybe a safety net or something. And that's what, yes, we're going to, and that's what we're not thinking about too. Like, we still gonna need people for the next foreseeable 30 years. Period.
But come on, wait. Are Waymos a gimmick to you? Like, what do you mean by gimmick?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying Waymo's are a gimmick. Like, well, I don't have Waymo. We don't have Waymo's here per se. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about Waymo. I'm not in the States. So, um, so yeah, I don't know about it.
I mean, I think self-driving car that one humanoid robot
actually be a problem. This will actually, in the long run, be a problem for the government. And here's why. Because, yeah, even if people are not working and their needs are being taken care of, it gives them too much idle time to think. And what are they going to think about? They're going to think about how they don't like the government. They're going to think about, they're just going to have too much time to be creatively thinking. And this is where revolutions and overthrowing of governments starts to happen.
That's a huge assumption.
It is.
With more idle time comes a lot of possibilities. Some people will probably think creatively. A lot of people will probably just indulge in a bunch of different things, like going to the movies, getting massages, going on vacations, hanging out with friends, playing basketball or sports, watching games. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with your idle time, and people are led by their interests. So they're probably going to go where their interests lie. And there'll probably be generalizable trends in terms of what people do with their time if they're not working. But a lot of people will probably argue that this is better because you're getting a lot of your life back. If you're not spending a lot of your time working and your income is basically a freedom dividend or some kind of universal basic income that is derivable from the proceeds collected from technology companies that displace workers, then you have more time to actually live your life and do what you want to do. A lot of people are going to invest that in their family. They're going to raise their kids. They'll probably prefer some kind of homeschooling. They'll be maximally available to do it. The government might even, in certain jurisdictions, subsidize it to a certain extent, like they do in a lot of jurisdictions already. Like there's a bunch of ways it can go. That's not just people, I don't know, stewing and brewing about how the government sucks. You'll still probably have people like that, but most people probably won't do that. And there'll probably still be a bunch of economic disparities and income inequality, to be fair. So there's going to be some basics for people to be mad about shit. And I don't think everybody's going to have the same access to the same amenities. But there's just a lot of variability is all I'm really trying to say.
I'm trying to figure out what utopia you live in.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a utopia. I think it's going to be some shit out of I think it's going to be some shit out of Black Mirror, bro. I think it's going to be some shit out of Black Mirror. For example, since Caleb went there, there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of problems with relationships when robots get as sophisticated to where you can barely tell them apart from human beings, and people start having sexual relationships with them, which is inevitable because people right now are fucking silicone dolls that don't even move. So yeah, that's gonna happen, and there are gonna be some preferences that people have towards these very anatomically correct, very realistic robots, Android robots, and it's gonna fuck up the dating scene for a lot of people. It just is. And I don't know exactly what the social toll of that is going to be, but there's been a bunch of books written about it that I think are fascinating about the social tolls and how people are actually going to be advocating for robot rights. You think I'm playing, but I'm not playing. Dead ass serious. There are going to be people advocating for rights for robots, just like people advocate for rights for pets or for non-human animals. And they're dead, they already exist, but they're fringe. But they'll be way more popular if you get sophisticated enough androids that look like and act like human beings. So you're gonna have people doing that, and that's gonna be a whole political fucking paradigm. That's gonna be relatively new.
We'll be dead and gone by the time they come along.
I don't know that that's true. We'll be old probably, but they're already making these robots. It's 2025. They're already making them. Okay, the prototypes exist. You think I'm bullshit? I know way too much about this shit because I studied it in college under what's called, if you want to Google it, it's called transhumanism, and this is a whole ass philosophy of people who are advocating for exactly the shit we're describing. These motherfuckers are not playing; they're dead ass serious. They think that the future will be a lot greater if we can, in various different ways, maximize the development of computational technology. Ray Kurzweil, just to name drop some people, he talks this way. But anyway, I literally studied transhumanism in college as a part of I was a philosophy background, and I actually was trying to develop a college course. They had this program at UCLA where they let undergraduates teach college courses, and I applied for this, so I had to develop this course. So I had to do a lot of reading to prepare for that. This is where all this information comes from. I'm not a weirdo, I swear to God. But like, bro, matter of fact, I'm gonna name drop a book right now. And the fact that I know that this book exists, you're probably gonna look at me sideways. But it's a fascinating book, and it's not pornographic, although it suggests it is. There's a book, Google it, it's called Love and Sex and Love with Robots. And it's a book that delves into the future whereby you have sophisticated enough AI robots that are very realistic, anatomically correct, and what the impact of the development of these robots for the purposes of relationships and sex and whatever are going to have on society. That's what the book is about. Google that shit. It's a fascinating read.
Right, but again, you're talking about the future shit, right? Again, back to the future, you know what I'm saying, 2015, right? Keep that in mind, right? Cyberpunk right there, right? This is 100 years into the future. We're talking about the now, the next 10 years. That is not a possibility. Yes, you're having silicon, intricate bots, and you can buy a robot to jack your dick or something, I don't know. But what you're talking about is 130 years into the future. It's not on anybody's periphery. Not yet.
The estimates, to be fair, the estimates vary, but a lot of them are way shorter term than 100 years. But there is debate about how quickly it'll emerge. To be fair to you, like I'm not sitting here pretending like it's got to be 30 years. But there are like Ray Kurzweil is an example of this, and there are other futurists. They're predicting like this shit is going to be in the next 30 to 50 years. Like not 100 years. Like 100 years, it'll also be more sophisticated. Like in 100 years, I think that Ray Kurzweil thinks that we're going to be able to literally upload brains into robots. Like we'll be able to live forever. I actually think that'll happen in the next 50 years. To be fair.
Say that where he's off.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Criticize Ray Kurzweil. I'm just name dropping the people who I know think this. But the basis of his prediction is interesting. Like he's talking about the exponential rate of computational power using Moore's law. Moore's law is a very specific. Just Google Moore's law if you want to know more about it. But he thinks it's going to head towards what's called a technological singularity, at which you can't really make predictions beyond that. And actually, just Google technological singularity because I'm not going to be able to explain it in a way that I think makes sense because my memory's vague. But if you want to know what it is, Google it. But it basically it's a predictive model to a certain point where all bets are off in terms of prediction wise because there's just a bunch of shit that you can't take into account to make a solid prediction, and it's on a analogy to like a gravitational singularity that implicates black holes, which is why it's called singularity. But anyway, you can't like basically there's a certain point in time where you can't really make predictions beyond because all bets are off because the level of technological sophistication will have reached a heightened point to the point where we don't know what the fuck is going to happen. That's basically the basic idea. But if that's not helpful, I apologize. But sorry, I'm only enthusiastic like this because I think this shit is fascinating. And I have for decades. I've felt this way since college. I've been in college for like damn near 20 years.
So here's my question. Is Elon Musk a transhumanist? And if so, is he steering our planet toward such a singularity? Because there could be a case to be made there.
Technically could be considered a transhumanist. He embraces a lot of the warnings that come along with this kind of stuff, but yeah, in many ways he's positioned himself in his companies to advocate for a lot of these developments. Yes. Particularly, he stands to benefit the most. He's one of the people in the world who stand to benefit the most from the advancements of AI. Also, it can aid him in other businesses like his Neuralink stuff, like all of that shit. Like that's all futuristic shit, and a lot of the transhumanists are definitely pro that. But also space travel, like he's trying to put motherfuckers on Mars in the next few decades. And he actually has developed companies that are capable of doing it in that time frame. So, in many ways, he is an exemplar of what I'm talking about. And he is a futurist. He thinks very hard about developing technological futures that he thinks are positive to human beings in various different ways. And in many ways, he's a pioneer. Now, he's also recently been marred and stained with a bunch of problematic political views. So it undermines how people think of them, and I think that's fair because that MAGA shit is some strong Kool-Aid. But that said, he actually is pro a lot of shit, and like it's ironic that one of the things that was the basis of his fallout with Trump that made the news was Trump was supportive of a lot of shit that's undermining to a lot of the futuristic projects that he wants, particularly the advancement of policies that will maximize the demand of the development of EVs, which he has a car company that stands to benefit from, Tesla. And like the embracing of a lot of older technologies and a lot of like old coal. So like coal, natural gas, all that shit. So like there's some tension there that is hilarious. But yeah, he's basically a version of a transhumanist, maybe a moderate transhumanist. Some of these motherfuckers are radical as shit. Like they want to like upload people's brains into machines and shit so they can live forever. And their whole goal is to like cure us of the problem of death. Like death is like an illness that needs to be solved. Like these motherfuckers are like uber fucking radical, bro. Well, I would say radical, but they don't think of themselves radical. They think of themselves as visionaries or whatever. But yeah, bro.
Larry Ellison.
I don't know who that is. Larry Ellison.
Oracle CEO, Palantir.
You're
He's the head of Oracle, Larry Ellison.
The head of Oracle?
Yeah.
That was yours, Alex Corp.
Sorry, yeah, but
Larry Ellison.
He's on
Larry Ellison, yeah, my bad.
Chief Technology Officer at Oracle, yeah.
You're forgetting one crucial step in your advancement to sex robots and being able to be jerked off or masturbated with in a convenience store, and your advancements of brains going into robots. You forgot one crucial step in there that usually will signify an end. What will end up happening is we will redefine the way we wage war, and we will redefine the way in which we engage, hurt, and kill each other across the globe in society. That is the crucial step to watch, because all those advancements that you're talking about, they will occur in the military first, and we will see something that will be whole scale incredible. Like drone warfare in my lifetime has advanced so much that I would be terrified to be on the battlefield now. Not that you wouldn't be scared, but to imagine to fight an enemy and then hear this like little whine going off somewhere in the distance and trying to hide from that in a massive way, and give that to a robot you can't kill, you can't harm, it doesn't tire, it doesn't have food, and put that against the population, and you're going to see something that you may not like.
Well, okay, to be fair, I think you have a valid point, but just to throw this out there, although there are a lot of examples where it does, not all technological advancements start off with military applications first before they're outsourced to the public. There's a lot of them that are actually developed for public consumption first, and then actually the military will adopt them after the fact. So just to be clear, just so I wouldn't make the assumption that all of these new technologies will start off in the military or have military applications that will be weaponized, but a lot of them will. Like AI has a bunch of applications that are not military already, but it has a bunch of applications that have been military since its inception, from smart bombs to whatever. And like the military is clearly like investing in the development of even more sophisticated AI systems. So particularly for drone warfare, but also for other applications. So like it's a weird example because the early forms of AI were applied to the military, and then they went out widespread to like the general public, but then they got like reinserted into the military again as it advanced. So there's like a weird cyclical thing with that example. But I don't know, man. Like like humanoid robots, I don't know that they have that much of a military application.
Can I show you where
they seem to be primarily developed for like private consumption as opposed to military application. There are some, particularly when it comes to like parts of people's limbs and shit, like to like replace like arms and shit like that, robotics. But like I don't know, like are there humanoid robots that have actually been like deployed for military purposes?
I haven't said there's a humanoid robot in existence on the battlefield. I wouldn't know that, and we probably wouldn't know that. There's probably some stages of that. I am aware of military exercises where, like, the Marine Corps 5th React Division beat the AI simulation that was set up for them a number of years ago. I don't know if they've retested it that way. One of the guys hid under a cardboard box and just crawled to the unit and then just planted a fake charge and was able to defeat the system. But it has grown in leaps and bounds since then. But like the application now, what I see is patrol dogs that are actually robotic.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I've seen weapons placed on these to be able to implement.
They're using them for like bomb squad applications, law enforcement.
So this. A lot of ways. Yeah, and so like for an old salt like me, a veteran, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing, like, we thought nuclear weapons were bad, and yes, we didn't have an explosion, but now we're going to implement these alongside with our warfighter frames. And once that technology is even seen, there are going to be other nations that are going to deploy this, develop it, and make their own versions, or even steal ours. Like China steals shit all the time from us, and they'll sell it to bidders around the world. So
it's an arms
Yeah, but
race.
what about cyber warfare? That's even
also
bigger.
another area. Yeah, that's a huge application for AI. I mean, you want AIs that are sophisticated enough to outsmart that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why there's government investment in quantum computing, actually. Partially. There's a bunch of other possible applications for quantum computing too, but like, yeah, like all of that shit. Like, I mean, if you really want a whole another like nascent field of technology is like nanotechnology, and like all of the fuck shit you can do with nanotechnology, bro. Like, there are a bunch of military applications for nanotechnology that are scary as shit, and that we've only seen in our sci-fi films. But there are other applications, like there are medical applications for nanotechnology. Like, imagine if you had a bunch of sophisticated AI-controlled robots that are in your bloodstream, they're really, really small, and they can like heal you from the inside. They can like recognize cancer cells and neutralize them before you develop cancers and shit. Like, that's the kind of shit that
Pretty well developed. That technology is pretty well developed and being tested.
Well, it's nascent, but yeah, I mean, yes, it is being developed. That is 100% true. But my point is, the possible applications go beyond what I think the state of the art is at this point. And there's a bunch of reasons. Like, it's not as cost effective. Like, there probably will be a stage at which nanotechnology becomes as ubiquitous as like cell phones. But like, that's the kind of shit that like people have been talking about, theorizing about for decades now in the kind of transhumanist futurist space. Like, it'll just blow your mind the shit that they've come up with, and they're now like starting to actually like have prototypes for and shit. But they've been theorizing about it since the fucking 60s and shit. If not earlier, like, it's wild. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
That shit's fascinating to me.
One of the technologies is going to be very, very interesting because, I mean, it's not going to be like the movies Terminator, where you have these lumber.
Well,
no fucking way, dude. Like, Brad said, it's high for this shit. So it's gonna be so.
No. AI deciding to wipe out human beings is actually a realistic possibility. Like, that's.
Yeah, I mean, accessibility too, right? I mean, think about it as these things advance, become cheaper. And all of a sudden, like the Mexican cartel or some bad actor that with a bunch of resources has access to this stuff. Like, and we're gonna really need this. The fucking Neuralink shit. We gotta hope this stuff works because we're gonna need a revolution in consciousness if we want to.
You better hope I become John Connor.
A lot of these ideas, the only access to the general public has to them are vis-a-vis sci-fi movies that are really impactful on our culture, and so that creates a bias towards looking at them in a very specific way. But they're still like good to like, reference because people have a frame of reference at all for the technologies. It may not look exactly like a fucking T9000 or whatever the fuck they're called, but the idea that some kind of sophisticated AI machine becomes self-aware and decides that the biggest threat to its existence are human beings, and then proceeds to create a fucking genocide is actually possible. Like, that's not. It sounds far-fetched. It sounds like the shit out of movies. But that shit is actually plausible, and a lot of futurists do try to take on the threat of like AI that like, because there's like a logic behind like identifying human beings as threats to the planet because we do a lot of fuck shit on this planet.
Let me tell you something that like terrible. Like when I read it, I sat back and people were heralding it as a great invention. They now have drones the size of a mosquito or a bee, like that small. And the idea, like you won't hear it, you won't see it, you can't pick it up unless you have some sort of counter device or AI or drone protection around you, which even that can't do it. But just imagine like 50 feet away, all of a sudden, just a swarm of these just come out and just enter you, hit you in the heart, lung, chest. Like nothing can be protected because you can't protect yourself from something like this. Or the idea to inject, say, a communicable disease. That's horrifying. You can do this. These applications are being thought of because we're doing it with like controlling mosquitoes in Florida. We're trying to tinker around these edges. And every time we advance, it seems we go through this whole period where we're going to do like some massive fucking slaughter, and everybody's going to get all noble after everybody's dead, and then we say, oh,
China's
let's do it again.
China apparently, or Japan or China, one of those Asian countries, developed one that is like they're looking for spy applications.
Inside of China is China.
Yeah, that shit's. I mean, Black Mirror is popular for a reason. Black Mirror has a way of tapping into these scenarios. Yeah, Black Mirror, the show on Netflix, it has a way of tapping into these scenarios and kind of showing what's fucked up about some of these potential futures. And it's kind of eerie because that shit's very possible. Like,
I would like to come on. Hey, can I welcome you guys to Conspiracy Theory Land? Y'all always call us crazy. And now y'all shout.
Okay, first of all, I never said all conspiracies were crazy. Okay. Well, we are pontificating endlessly about possibilities, but that's not quite the same as conspiracy theories.
I'm saying all these things were considered conspiracy theories, though. So
well, yeah, like the
everything y'all saying was conspiracy theories. Y'all call us nut jobs. I'm painting a broad brush. We might be unfair,
bro. I got conspiracy theories in my family, bro. I love some of y'all. Some of y'all are crazy though.
I just want to welcome y'all over here. Just welcome. You're coming.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is attractive about the conspiracy theory community is they do engage in conversations where we kind of loosely talk about future possibilities and all this kind of stuff. And that's fun to talk about. So I'll give you that. The thing I have as an issue against conspiracy theorists is the uncareful logic. I don't like that. That's the thing that I criticize the most.
No, I agree. There's a lot of people that make up conspiracy theories. Like when something happened, they're like, well, it happened because of it. No, that's not how conspiracy theories work. Now, I definitely get the sloppiness of it, but yeah. But in general, I definitely.
I mean, I was talking to flat earthers for like a year, just because I was fascinated by what the fuck they thought was going on. Like, I was like, wow, why don't you just assume that shit? That is just me though. But yeah, I got a lot of conspiracy theorists in my family. It's normal, particularly in the Black community, because we've been engaging in various forms of conspiracy theories about what the government was doing to our communities, and a lot of that shit turned out to be fucking true.
Yeah, we seen a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, so like I get it. It's a part of our culture to a certain extent. I get it, but yeah, some people in our community be going a little too overboard with some shit.
But I'll caution that. This is a word of caution. If you think with the advancements of technology that you have infringements on rights and that our applications are going wrong, you wait till this technology actually jumps ahead, and you will see that it will be targeted, and you'll be screaming for something reminiscent of the past. That's what I see going forward. Like, do you really want AI saying, "Hey, this one neighborhood out here is going to be the biggest problem, so we are going to focus all assets in here, and we're just going to go in and clean it up, however way it determines it." And what we will see is lawmakers bend and modify laws to enable that to happen. And that's what I see going on, because everybody's embracing this thing. It's going to be a utopia. And show me somewhere in history where there ever was a utopia. And please don't bring up the fucking Bible, but I mean, Don't show me a utopia that has existed in
The
civilization.
only utopia I know of is whatever time period Republicans are talking about when they say they want to make America great again. Because the way they talk about that shit sound like it's a utopia. Whatever period they talk about, I don't know what it is. They make it sound so awesome.
It's enough to that applies to you.
And one thing touching on the conspiracy aspect and moving into how you had said we only get glimpses of this through sci-fi. I mean, there's a long running history of CIA and other OGA government agencies backing movies, backing certain shows in order to early introduce this stuff to the populace, so it's not shocking when it hits us.
Yes, psyops, right? They call those psyops.
Yeah.
That's actually true. That's true.
That's not how psyops work, but I mean that's going a little bit far, but okay.
That can be. It's one way. So for example, like if you wanted to introduce slowly but surely your population to a certain amount of comfortability regarding aliens, and you leaked their appearances through various different means, including sci-fi movies and stuff like that, that's actually a theory that people think is actually going on right now. But that would be a version of a psyop if that actually happened. I'm saying it hypothetical. I'm not committed to the fact that that's actually happened, but people have argued that that's literally what has happened. And so like our images of aliens is actually in some sense guided by governments slipping into public consciousness. actual aliens. So that would be a version of a psyop. And then when you reveal like, hey, we've known all this time that these aliens existed, people are less shocked because it looks like they saw in the movies and they're familiar with it on some level. And you can introduce people to a lot of things like that they become more comfortable with over time because it's like they didn't realize that's what you were doing. I'd be surprised if our government hasn't done that to us several times already.
Most people don't think for themselves. They're all programmed. That's why they come to this room.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's like we can't help but be programmed because it's how our brains work. But
Exactly my point.
But we can mitigate some of it. Like certain people are trying to program us for very specific things that we may not adopt.
Naturally. Yeah.
If you're going to talk about programming, I would say it occurs mostly when you're in your early 20s. You get programmed, and then you begin decoupling when you're 30s, and then you hit 40s, and you're like, what the fuck? And then when you go through that period, then you're like, oh fuck, this is all just shit. What the fuck? Don't believe
I
it.
disagree. I could
I
not.
disagree. I disagree.
Yeah. You can be programmed at pretty much any age. Yeah. As long as you're capable of learning, you can be programmed at pretty much any age.
I agree, but most people are not capable of learning. They don't have critical thought. I mean, think about it.
Almost anybody with a sensible brain is capable of critical thought. That's not a difficult thing to accomplish.
And it's not even about the critical thought that I'm right.
Yeah, either. It's actually about psychological conditioning. Like, so for example, one of the primary means of programming nowadays is our goddamn cell phones and social media algorithms. That literally is how people are programmed. Like, even me, like, to the best of my ability, I try not to be, but like, I know I am because I'll watch a basketball game, I'll see a Burger King commercial 3 times, and all of a sudden I fucking want a Whopper. What the fuck? Like, that shit works. It works on anyone. Anybody with a psychology that can be manipulated, it works on them. So this idea that if you're smart enough, if you're a critical thinker, you can't be programmed is ridiculous. You have a whole ass subconscious that can be impacted by marketing, constantly seeing images, and if that shit is like algorithmic, right? You like certain things, so then the algorithm goes, all right, show him this again. Like, you can actually, this kind of thing can be leveraged to like influence people politically. Which was like
it happened every day when people.
It happens every fucking election, but also like that's what this shit Cambridge Analytica. That's what the fuck they were doing, bro. Like that's the shit they were. They understood that you can use this technology and you can program people's political opinions in a certain way that can actually maximize votes in a certain direction. Like that's possible. That has happened. I think that there's a lot of efforts to like stop social media companies from doing it to a certain extent, but like it happens, bro. Like you create echo chambers in social media spaces.
I'm saying that more young people are actually easier to be programmed, and then they start decoupling as they age later on in life.
Hold on, you said 20 to 30. I'm saying 2 to 6.
Yeah, all of the above, bro. You can be programmed at any age. Like, okay, so you're right.
It starts as early as a baby. Like, it doesn't start when you're 20.
Certain social media cater to younger ages, like TikTok, for example. And so the reach of younger people in the age bracket that you described, like, yeah, they have an outsized influence on them. But the idea that if an older person were to use TikTok in a similar way or to a similar degree of frequency as younger people, that they could not be programmed in the same way is what I'm disputing. I'm saying it's not really a matter of age. It's a matter of what your habits of social media are and how the algorithms are interacting with your psychology. If you're an older person and you don't fuck with TikTok because people in your age bracket don't fuck with it, then TikTok is not going to be the vector for you. For a lot of older people, it's Facebook because that's what they fuck with. That's what they interact with. My dad comes to me and with a whole bunch of misinformation all the time that he got from Facebook because that's what he uses. And it annoys me because I'm like, bro, like, I know that's wrong, but like, he's like, it'll be something innocuous like, oh, I heard Klay Thompson got traded. No, he didn't. Yeah, it's on Facebook. No, he did not get traded. He's still on the Mavs. He's like, nah, let me show you. And then he showed me some shit. And I'm like, yeah, this is false. Like, nah, it didn't happen. Like, he said, what? And like, it's like, bro, yeah, like there are ways to figure it out. Like I go to Shams on X. I told him like follow Shams. Shams, if somebody got traded like that, Shams will be all over it. He's trustworthy. And then so I'm trying to help my dad out with some of this stuff. But he sends me stuff all the time. Like, oh, did you hear about this? I'm like, that's fake, Dad. Like,
and it's annoying as hell because my parents, my mom especially does it to me. I just see so and so and Mookie. Hey, no, that's fake news. No, he turned into the orange man. No, it literally is fake news.
Yeah, I'll be having to prove him. I'm like, bro, look, he's on the roster on ESPN. He's still on this team. Like, what do you mean? He did not get traded. I would know. But then he'll come home with some accurate information. Oh, I heard Gilbert Arenas got arrested. Yeah, that is true. Right? Same sources though. So now it's like he don't know how to differentiate between the trustful information, the trustworthy information and the not trustworthy because he's getting good information and bad information from the same places.
But I mean, I think I gotta think.
Well, I will give you this. My bad, I will give you this. Like at a certain age, you know what I'm saying, we become a little bit more cognizant and we can decipher these things, especially when we have experience our skills with these different platforms. So we could get a better sense probably around those ages, 20 to 30, and what is potentially fake news. So it gives a little bit more credence to what you're saying. But like again, we're dealing with the kids or the older folks in this particular time in society. It's super hard to decipher for them because they don't necessarily have those skills and not using the factors as much as maybe a 20-year-old who lives in their phone.
No, I disagree. I'm sorry. Because the amount of people that think Trump is the same, sorry, Brad, is crazy. So this man was ranting about windmills and all kind of stuff for 3 days straight. So I'm sorry. No, a lot of older people especially, they go down these YouTube rabbit holes. Even young people too, right?
No, I said that. I gave credence to that.
I thought the young,
I gave credence to the fact that older people.
I thought the young and old, it be the same thing. Same mess and same substance. It just depends on what people do. A lot of, especially Americans, I'm saying especially Americans, but because I'm overseas, right? Even people here, they will believe this stuff and you be like, no, that's not true. But no, I seen this on TikTok or whatever. I'm like, no, that's not true. And they're like, oh, well, no, that's not true. I can tell you this and whatever, because I've experienced this, right? This is something I've experienced in real life.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that's the way it is, and I'm telling you, no, it's not true. But at the same time, you're arguing me down that it's true. So it just depends on how many people want to really go to different sources and research the facts, and that's the problem. People, and it's worldwide, do not want to use more than one source to search for the facts. And that's the issue. It doesn't matter age, region, culture, it doesn't matter.
We also have to account for the, like, so we're talking about fact, right? So that's easily debunked or whatever. But then there's the notion of things that come from opinion-based sources, and it's like, okay, it's wrong if you disagree, but if you agree with that line of thought, it might be, viable in some way. So there's that aspect of it too, that everything isn't always based in fact. So that's a whole nother layer.
I mean, well, opinion is opinion, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's
Well, but it can be like political ideology, but it's my
yeah, that's opinion.
No, you good. I would agree, but the thing I was disagreeing with Brad is this idea that once you reach a certain age, you're not susceptible to being programmed. I think I just said they're less. Well, there's a sense in which that's true. There's certain vectors of programming that I think you're less likely to fall prey to, and I think like my TikTok example is good because once you reach a certain age, you may be done with TikTok, or really certain age brackets don't really fuck with TikTok, never really did in the status quo. But like the older generation is still programmable. Like a lot of older people, some of them are on Facebook, but actually some of them watch cable news. Like cable news disproportionately skews older, and like motherfuckers are watching Fox News every night and like believe in shit they see or whatever it is. It could be Newsmax, News Nation, it could be CNN, MSNBC. Like a lot of the older folks are watching that shit for real, and like they're believing a lot of it even if it ain't true. And that's one means by which they can be programmed. It's not the only one. And like the programmability of human beings hasn't really to do with whether or not they're critical thinkers or not. It has more to do with how susceptible facets of their psychology are to impressions or being manipulated in various different ways. And like, I think social media algorithms are one vector, but like television commercials are another vector, or like whatever you watch on TV, it doesn't have to be commercials or marketing. It can be like public service announcements, it can be news, whatever. Like anything that impacts the way that you think about things, right, can like be used to manipulate you, right? And like there are a lot of things you can do to minimize the likelihood that you'll be led astray. And I think a lot of us try to do that. We try to check our sources. We try to do different sources because we know about bias. We're maybe to a certain extent trying to be attentive to our mental, like, you know what I mean? Like to a certain degree attentive to our subconscious, but that's hard because it's subconscious. But we take steps to kind of minimize the ability to just be total robots or robotically programmed. But like we're all susceptible to it. Like no matter how smart we are, and no matter how like well-intentioned we are in our like diet of information, like we're all susceptible to that shit. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is diet of information. I feel like you hit it on the spot, and I think as people get older, they generally narrow their variety of food sources in their informational diet. I think that's basically like my grandpa's generation was basically completely traumatized by Fox News, believed every random conspiracy theory, weapons of mass destruction, all that kind of stuff. And then I think the boomers, they just are just trapped in the world of academia, and they're just reading whatever fucking Politico and I don't know, all those liberal news sources, you name it, right? And they're just stuck, trapped in that. They think these are authoritative news sources, and they can't really move past that. And then whatever they look at online, it kind of just feeds that. They kind of just base their selection on that, and just becomes this never-ending kind of like reinforcement circle, or this forcing function to continue to only feed them with what they see as authoritative news sources. So now basically the entire boomer generation is just like traumatized by CNN, Rolling Stone, MSN, like you name it. So I think it's just like as people get older, they just become lazy in how they diversify their resources, and they just end up having like an infinite feedback loop of the same kind of bullshit. And yeah, it's just like that's kind of what it is. So it's like kind of a duty as you get older to continue to make a fucking effort to read, to like diversify your sources. I mean, because it's a cross-referencing that really, I don't know. I'm not making sense. I feel like I'm not making sense.
You know what I mean? The cross-referencing is one method of many that you can use to like identify bias or not be misled with misinformation. And there's other strategies you can use. Making sure that you're not constantly participating in certain echo chambers and just trying to diversify what you hear. being open to talking to people with different perspectives. These are all strategies. They're not all foolproof. They don't always prevent you from being tricked or misinformed, but they help. So yeah, I totally. I mean, one of my like biggest drivers of being in these rooms is I'm trying to promote that kind of environment. Like I do want, no matter what your perspective is, I do want you to be able to like voice your opinion. I might disagree vehemently, but hey, at least I heard from you, and maybe you'll plant the seeds in like in 30 days. I might be like, you know what, that one thing that one person said I disagree with, I kind of agree now. Like I like that because to me that shows some kind of openness. And it doesn't always happen. Sometimes I'm like, no, I still disagree, but but like at least I have some reasons now that I can articulate. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I try.
it's just frustrating, like that our older generation is completely kind of unaware of the tunnel vision and echo chambers that they're in, and then you end up with kind of like Russiagate bullshit being perpetuated for like 4 years. It takes people 4 years to like realize that's bullshit, and then municipals that were really financed that still don't realize that was bullshit. And then our older population are the only motherfuckers that vote. So they're just like the ones voting based off a lot of bullshit that I don't fucking know. Yeah, the younger population needs to be out there and vote because I feel like they're the ones that are a little bit more privy to they're the ones that generally have more diverse set of news sources, but I guess that's kind of like a separate issue.
I think some people who are members of the older generation deserve more credit though, because they're not a monolith. Like they don't all. There are people in the older generations who do use technology in similar ways to us, and they have learned how to navigate these things like us. So I wouldn't cast them too broad of a brush, but they probably
Can Trump convert a Word document into a PDF?
Could Trump? Probably not.
Yeah.
Right. But I can.
Probably not. But like
I can, and I
Dr. Francis, and to be honest, I don't know that Trump's the greatest exemplar of like checking your sources. Trump regurgitates a lot of shit that's false all the time because of his echo chamber awareness.
I mean, I'm not trying to pick on Trump either. I'm just like making a point that like it's unfortunate that I think the older generation generally doesn't diversify news sources, and they're the only ones that vote. I think that makes us particularly susceptible as a society.
Do you think that's a horrible overgeneralization?
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay,
say.
well, I'm sorry, Dr. Francine. You're the
I have
exception.
a much broader palette than that. He's brilliant on the post.
I mean, there's wisdom that comes with old age, and a lot of the older people are wise in their approach to addressing I would say the dilemma of misinformation. They do try to have like wide variety of sources. Some of them are still reading print newspapers. I don't know why, but a lot of them are
because some of us like books and papers as opposed to
that's a little that's the stereotype. But like some of them are just tech savvy, just like us. Like they know how to use smartphones. They're on Clubhouse. They access the same shit we access, and they have different methods and shit too. Like, so I don't want to make it seem like it's all of them. But there are like generational divides in the ways in which information is consumed that I also want to give credence to. And a lot of older people consume information in particular ways that are kind of like, the habits of their generation. Like cable news, for example. And I can acknowledge that too.
I think it's weird that society itself wants to get, like I hear this talk about older, and as I approach age, I find it ironic because when I was younger, I said the same thing, like, oh, you don't know anything. And we've all said that when we were young kids. When I was about to face the world and grip goodbye this to Marshall, you got a lot of background, man. But we heard this, and like when I was like young and going off to the military, and my dad said, "Be careful, son. The world's not what you think it is. The world is very dark. It's very conniving. It's manipulative. It's beautiful." And he gave me that whole speech, and I was like, "What does the old man know?" And my dad was right. As I grew up, I became a version of my father, and had to recognize that. Fuck, he was right about this. He was right about that. He was right about this. And I think that we disregard wisdom so much so, and then we're in favor. Like right now, you hear it in this room. People will, rather than ask or look up a reference, they'll utilize ChatGPT. I find it asinine, but and then be very quick to dismiss somebody who, like a Dr. Francie, who can give a take on what it was like to be, young in the 70s or 60s. And she can tell you the vibe and what people were generalizing, thinking, rather than and give you a first-hand account of what was going on from her lens, and you can learn something. And we saw this in the pandemic when all the businesses and all those lockdowns, like nobody knew how to fucking can, jar. Most of your wives and girlfriends couldn't cook a fucking meal to save their lives because they didn't know how, because Uber Eats was the biggest thing. And when they shut down restaurants, you couldn't Uber Eat shit. So you either had to live off McDonald's or eat burnt crap that I eat. So, I mean, you have to look at, I don't know, I still say, like, as people age, they gain more wisdom, they gain more knowledge, and they gain more experience. And what we have is what we've had for decades and generations, that the younger generation just thinks they have all the answers, but they never know the question.
I agree with you, Brad. I agree with you. I'm not making, I probably made too general of a case. Definitely, I think all of us have gotten wiser as we got older, but I just think that, like, if you look at the age of the Senate, for example, it's like 25% is over 70. And if you look at all the ages of the presidential candidates, Rick Sanders, Donald Trump, Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Clinton, etc., like there is a sense, which is very real, that people have gone past the traditional age of retirement and are kind of clinging on to power and maintaining a lot of old ideas that are not allowing new ideas to cycle in.
Like, what's an idea you feel like, for lack of a better description, these old fuddy-duddies are getting in the way of?
Well, do you disagree that there was some sentiment that I'm saying, that I'm talking about, Marshall, like in general?
I mean, I get the sense that people want the old to loosen the reins on power. I don't necessarily get the sense that there is a budding crop of young people willing to step up and do good governance. I think good governance, in particular in the Senate, takes time to learn, and just throwing a new person in there in their 40s, while they may be in their 40s, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to negotiate stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to know the rules of the Senate. It doesn't really mean they're going to know the culture of the Senate. All of those things can only be gained with time. Serving, 4, 5, 6 separate terms at 6 years apiece. And though that culture of the Senate is as important to its functioning as Jefferson's Rules of Order is to parliamentary procedure. Like the traditions of the Senate are kept.
I mean, I can still man the position. I can still man the position. And this attitude generically, although not universally or exclusively, comes from a progressive lens. There is a lot of, particularly in our government, like let's say Congress, for example, in Capitol Hill, there's a lot of deference to like the good old boys. There's a lot of deference to senior members of Congress. And sometimes that deference is justified, and it's rooted in this idea that, hey, these people have been in there the longest, they're therefore the most savvy, and can help you navigate, the way things are done in Washington or whatever. But sometimes, and especially from the lens of the progressives, it's viewed as like arbitrary bases to keep things the same that ought to be changed. And so, like, there's a tension there, and I think the progressives have a point. And sometimes these examples become pretty, like, I think obvious. One such example, perhaps, is the issue right now that is actually being talked about making it so that members of Congress can't trade stocks. I think that's a great idea. I think that it's a bastion of corruption that Congress members have ever been able to do that. And by the way, I don't think that the vice president or the president should be able to do so either. Nancy Pelosi's insider trade is a great example of why that's. And she acts like she and her husband are not guilty of anything, but she would say that. But I think the evidence against her is obvious. Regardless, because that might be the product of my own bias. Like the mere perception of corruption is enough to change this, whether or not she's actually guilty of anything legally actionable or not. And like there are arguments, at least in my opinion, other than something akin, and I heard this argument, I forget who, something akin to, why are we punishing people for making money? why are we punishing people who want to serve in Congress for making money? And it's like, that is not a good argument against this at all to me. Now, there's some details of the bill that was proposed by Holly that I think actually are debatable, to be fair to the people who are against it. But the basic idea of making explicit prohibitions that members of Congress who often have something akin to insider information, although technically, legally, it's not considered that, that gives them an upper hand and puts them in a position relative to the general public that they can benefit from trading stocks that they own, is a bad thing and reeks of corruption. That shouldn't happen. Like, most people in Congress actually agree with the general sentiment. But why is it so difficult to pass a bill that accomplishes that? I have no fucking idea, given all the bipartisan support. But that might be an example of where, like, something is being kept in place that should have changed a long time ago. And, like, a lot of it is like, this is the way we're used to doing it, or some reference to, like, it's totally normal for X, Y, and Z reasons. But, like, those aren't really good reasons in, I think, that particular context. And perhaps I can come up with a better example if that's not an acceptable one. But, like, I do think that sometimes this deference to the way things have always been done is an impediment to improving things.
I think it's because half these people wouldn't have got into politics in the first place. So you're basically taking away their motivation for getting into it.
I mean,
I'm spending it 20 years. You're going to take it away? This is what I'm here for.
I mean, it might, maybe, yeah.
I think just that was like actually a much better argument than I probably made myself. But I'm just looking at it from a very normie, common sense perspective that only presidential candidates that had a serious chance of winning outside of Kamala, who was essentially a default selection due to Biden being cognitively impaired, which is particularly germane to the point that I'm making, right? The autopen is particularly relevant to the point that I'm trying to make, right? Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Clinton, Trump.
What are you talking about? Kamala was chosen for all of her joy.
It was a campaign of joy. I just think from a very common sense perspective, when every single candidate is in their 80s, that's pretty fucking weird. I think that's a very strange society that we're living in. And those are the only options. So you can say, oh, well, you could have voted for Amy Klobuchar or something, as if she's so much fucking younger. Like, the point is they didn't have a serious chance of winning, right? I'm talking about candidates. So I'm just arguing from a very common sense perspective. I think a lot of people think that's pretty fucking weird.
To return back kind of to the topic proper, I do want to explore it to the extent people are willing. I do want to explore this, what I consider an interesting dilemma of what is the proper response to a naked power grab of the sort that the Texas GOP is being accused of by the Democrats. Should they fight fire with fire and get their hands dirty in the process, doing the very thing that they're decrying as unfair? Or should they do something else that's more consistent with the fact that they view it as wrong? Why or why not?
Well, if they were really that upset, to bring it back to your original topic, if they truly were upset, then they would stop the practice themselves. Then they would put a legislation up to actually prevent it across all 50 states. I wouldn't be advocating for a universal body, but I could see that that you should make it mandated that redistricting must be adequately and the lines need to be drawn. But Democrats really don't want that kind of shift. They want the optic of this. That's all they want. They want to be able to redo it themselves, like they did in New York, like they do in California, like they do in Chicago, all over all their spots, Carolinas, etc. And they have no problem doing that. And then they say, oh, we're just for the people. Never mind when we do it. And then they cry about Republicans and vice versa. So unless one side is willing to actually stop the practice and then put forward legislation to outlaw the practice, then I don't know what they're crying about, because quite frankly, it's just bullshit on both sides.
Hey,
But what should they do?
That means that they should do it then. If they've been doing it and they known for doing it, then in this instance they stand to lose 5 seats. I mean, they definitely should do it. So I don't see the reason why not.
Well, Brad, what should they do then?
I mean, again, people are gonna turn, and particularly those on the left, they're gonna go turn and say the federal government needs to come in. And I would say that states, like, you have 50 different entities that rule on this, or some variants of this across the states, that determine districts or determine what's in terms of like who's going to be and what populace we're voting on, who's under what. So unless those 50 somehow or that state becomes aligned in some facet, then you won't have it. And the thing that I would not want would be the federal government to have oversight over that process, because Joe Biden tried to introduce that bill, and he wanted it to rest in the decision hands of 3 federal district judges that were appointed by the president. That was a naked fucking power grab, and I mean, it didn't gain any traction. No one wanted that fucking shit, not even Democrats, because they looked long term and said there'll eventually be a Republican president who will wield this power, and it could come and backfire on us. So it died off rather quickly. So I mean, I don't have an answer for this situation. I really don't. People say to use AI to draw maps. I don't think that's right. Again, on the national level, is a mute point. On your local level, get better fighters. If Democrats are really so invested in Texas, like they keep screaming about, then start recognizing what Texans' issues are.
Wait, what should they do?
There's nothing. I think you should do nothing. I think this is just an
You should do nothing. You should let the GOP just have a naked power grab.
Like, again, where was the outrage when Democrats did it 2-3 years ago in New York? You didn't hold a room on it.
Well, I didn't know about it.
Oh, okay. But I mean, like, you know, like, I'm not going to fault you for that, but I mean, there you go. It's an optic. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to be done, and
Is it wrong to gerrymander? Like,
no,
it's not wrong to gerrymander.
Is it illegal?
I didn't say anything about that. It's wrong. Is it wrong?
Right?
Another way to ask it is it consistent with democratic principles to allow partisan gerrymander?
Well, you know, no, I wouldn't say it falls in line with what people's perceptions of, but we're a constitutional.
I'm not talking about perceptions. I mean objectively. Like, is it consistent?
I don't want a democracy in the United States. I do not want a full blown. Neither does anybody.
Hold on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one man, one vote principle. Okay, everybody gets a say insofar as you're eligible to vote, and your say is not like diluted by weird line drawing games of either party. Is it like that would be fair, I think, and consistent with that principle, that democratic principle. To the extent that gerrymandering undermines the fairness of that, isn't it bad?
Yeah, but it can also be good. It can help an impoverished. Wait, hold on. The same in the inverse. It can help an impoverished district. So, for instance, if it gets incorporated under a more industrial, that representative is much better, much more alignment, sits on higher committees. All of a sudden, that congressperson brings back representation that's able to, which channels, guess what? Federal funding, federal tax dollars, federal programs. And that's what Congress people should be fighting for. So,
but it's subject. The problem with that is that it's subject to the whims of nakedly partisan actors. That's what makes it awkward. Like, it's like, yeah, it might turn out to have some definable benefit for a jurisdiction that was like unintended, but that would be an accident. That's not the point of it. The point of it is to concentrate power into the partisan actors that are doing the redistricting.
I mean, you're talking to, you're like naked political power grab grabs have been happening. You brought up Cambridge Analytics. Obama nakedly used that shit, and then Trump put it on steroids on his first term. And then Biden utilized it, and then Trump used it again. So, like, that's a naked power grab.
Yeah, but you have naked power grab. It doesn't have the impact of diluting the.
You're not going to get me to say that this is morally wrong, because it's not morally wrong. There is no morals about it. But you're uncomfortable with it, though.
But it is inconsistent. Hold on. But it is inconsistent with fair principles of democracy, isn't it?
I mean, okay, do you want to just throw out the Democrats and Republicans? I'd be on board with it.
No. I'm not taking a side. I think Democrats and Republicans are equally guilty, and when they do it something bad. But I'm acknowledging that it's bad. You're resisting that for some reason.
Because you're looking at it, you're trying to get to a moral lens, and I think it's.
I am.
And I'm not. I don't see the morality in it. I just see it as we do zoning for houses. That's basically redistricting and determining where you can live or what house you can have or which commercial space is going to do.
Well, that can also be wrong, but okay. I guess I'm trying to appeal to your conception of what fairness demands in a social context, in a political context, right?
I mean, it's 50-50. Like, again, show me the intrinsic harm that has occurred outside of the Democrats losing a couple of seats this time around. When they've done it and gained seats, they did pass. So show me the intrinsic harm. Show me where the estimation.
There's been entire voting blocks that have been effectively disenfranchised because districts have been drawn in such a way to undermine or minimize their impact on political outcomes in the context of elections. And that has a bunch of implications for the attentiveness of issues that are germane or important to those voting blocks. This is especially bad when you consider the history of the South and various different tactics that they've done to disenfranchise Black voters in particular. Right? Like a lot of these things are continuing.
I get the point, and I get the history, and I'm not discounting.
But that's harmful, though. I think.
I agree that was done in harmful practices, but in today's age, 2025.
No, I'm saying I'm saying it's a continuation. So I'm saying some of the same jurisdictions, like Georgia. Let's go with Georgia. Georgia is a particular place where a lot of these racist practices were done, particularly prior to the Jim Crow South, and then a lot of similar tactics are being done to dilute the Black vote in places like Georgia, like even currently.
I'm not discounting the history. I know the practices that went on. That was practiced by fucking Democrats. They poll taxes, etc. We can go down the laundry list of that shit. But I mean, today in 2025, you're saying, well, it's going to disproportionately affect this group of voters that routinely vote one certain way and one party has had control over that area for 25 years, and now all of a sudden they dilute that.
It dilutes the power of that voting block is the thing I'm trying to do even to this day. And that's a problem.
Your voting block is based on only a certain ideology of a collection of people that are huddled in.
No. What I was about to say is, a lot of times when it comes to like the Black vote, a lot of times the reason why Black people vote overwhelmingly in one direction is because they share a lot of concerns for their communities and a lot of political orientation towards solving them. And so that's why they vote overwhelmingly for certain kinds of constituents that have certain kinds of policies. And so like diluting that voting block in these jurisdictions is harmful because what they're trying to do is that they're trying to leverage their vote just like anybody else as a constituency to vote people into office that they think are going to be best suited to address their issues. And if their votes get diluted in these conniving ways, then their ability to effectuate that is therefore undermined. And saying what that means ultimately is a lot of their issues do not get addressed adequately.
Okay, so what about so then take the inverse. How about the minority group that exists within that same populations whose voting concerns can never be recognized or ever be leveraged because they never have a fair opportunity to voice their concerns or vote in a certain way because a larger demographic that is pandered to, and I'm not saying just Black people, I can say it for white, Asian, fucking whatever, Martians if you want to. But you can have a pandering done, and that smaller minority, which we have seen in overwhelmingly, like let's take Georgia, let's take MGT, the fucking idiot of the South. Let's take that twat waffle, and in her district, if that was to be broken up, and she would not be able to leverage the majority, which would overwhelmingly be people who align with her, and she had to contend or contest with a minority or a broader minority of different ideological thought, then all of a sudden it's now you have to work at it. So you can have your cake both ways on this one, I think.
I mean, you seem to be describing what I was describing happens to black people, but I guess you're applying it to a different block, and that's fine. Like, I imagine that probably happens in various places of the country where it's not
Asian voters,
it's not just a black voter block. Yeah. So for
the Asian voters in California and Washington, you know,
I acknowledge that happens, but my point is, if it were to happen in the same deliberate way that I'm describing when it comes to the black electorate and places like Georgia, then I would object to it for the same reason. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that you should be able to arbitrarily draw lines in power grabby ways that dilute or undermine the vote of entire minority groups of people, no matter what the groups are. Right? Like, I'm against it in principle, and I'm just applying it to some examples that implicate black voters, because those are the ones that I'm the most familiar with. But yeah, if it implicated Asian voters, if it implicated Hispanic voters, if it implicated, poor white voters in fucking Appalachia or some shit, cool. I would object to it for the same reason. That's all. I'm simply saying it's easy for me to say this practice is wrong, it's untoward, it's unsavory, it's immoral, it's unjust.
You can say it's unsavory. I call it politics. I mean, you're trying to put a morality on something that is neither moral or immoral. It is political.
But if it implicates fairness, how could it not implicate morality, right? Like, if it's unfair.
Okay, tell me about what in politics is absolutely fair. Please.
Absolutely fair.
But you're asking for fairness in politics.
Yes, I am. I am asking for that because it's within our hold on. Because it's within our locus of control and policy.
No, it's not.
It literally is. We do not have to gerrymander. We do not have to allow it. It is within the locus of control.
Okay, give me your alternative to gerrymandering or redistricting. Give me your.
You can have. Yeah, there's several alternatives. So you can have an independent redistricting commission, like a lot of states have, that is more accountable to the voters, and whose job it is functionally to draw district maps that make sense, that are not designed to give either or party an advantage, but are designed to, in some sensible way, make sure that politicians who are voted in office are reasonably accountable to their constituencies. Like, that's a solution.
Okay. So that solution is already in place, and that's
it's not that solution.
No, like, it's around there. There's some form of representation of that in all 50 states. However,
no, Texas does not have.
Yes, there is.
Texas does not have an IRC, bro.
No, but they use some other implementation.
No, state legislation draws the lines. That's
yes, I know, and they get that off of advisements. So, like, you have all the this redistricting map groups in the 50 states are just advisements, and they get in there, and depending on their leanings, they're going to be one way or the other. That's why I think arguments. But then, what is the mechanism in place to prevent what New York, Carolina, Pennsylvania, and California, or not? Yeah, California did. It ignored.
You can have. I mean, that's actually a fair question. I actually would willing to answer it. You can have something equivalent to like a certain threshold that needs to be met for a veto by the legislature. So, for example, rather than the legislature being able to willy-nilly wipe their ass with recommendations from the IRCs like California and New York, what you can do is have, a certain critical mass of the legislature needs to be reached in order to be able to veto what the recommendation was. And you can make it, I don't know, fucking 70% or whatever. You can make it high enough where it's not easy to accomplish.
So 85% of the Democrats in the New York, when that happened, redrew the lines and ignored it, and they absolutely just shot it. And Governor Kathy Hochul just basically said, "Oh, no, I disagree with them as well," and just bypassed it altogether. So,
you can Okay, fine. You can make instead of like
if you're going to make a so hold on, if you're going to make a
fair enough,
mechanism,
I'm going to revise. You could make it instead of like a threshold because it actually some of these legislatures are that skewed. And I didn't take that into account. So maybe then you can put it to a vote then. So then there has to be a certain threshold of voters who approve of the veto.
so then you want a populist decision.
Yeah, that might be a bet, but only when the legislature makes a move or a motion to veto the.
Now, wouldn't that skew it based on so like let's take I'll stay with New York. Wouldn't New York City have the largest proportion and power of that vote versus the rest of the fucking state? Because that would be
the
issue there.
I mean, yeah, but that's fine because the whole state is voting on it, so it's a state initiative. So basically, you make them accountable to the voters by building in that look. If the IRC, whose job it is to draw fair lines, is going to be overturned in some way by the legislature, you got to get the approval of the voters. And if you don't get the approval of the voters, then they can't veto it. They can't just be like, nah, we're good.
So again, your solutions don't take into account the power grab that would actually exist and the power grab that would be replacing, but it would definitely be a power grab. You would give far more power to places like Los Angeles than I don't know.
That's fine. I accept that. You're right. You would, but because the rest of the state has a say, right? Like I think that the benefits outweigh whatever negatives you can identify with the outsized power of the most concentrated areas of the state.
No, because like even here, I'm only picking on New York because I was actually born, bred, and buttered there. But when you look at it, the decisions that Albany makes for the rest of the state are solely based on the principality of New York City. Like they overwhelmingly have so much say in terms of what goes on in the rest of the state, and everything is allocated towards what is best for New York City.
I'm accepting that.
If you're going to have a group or a body that says, hey, we're going to put it to the people, and then you have a group saying, hey, we need to redistrict here so we can keep our power here because you guys love blue or you love red, you wouldn't want that going on in Texas. Like you would have Democrats free to the resters.
I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to still disagree with you, but I'm also trying to acknowledge the truth of what you're saying. This is actually generally true in the status quo. There's a disproportional outsized power to the most concentrated places in a state. So the major cities, the Los Angeles, the New York cities, etc. That's a reality that exists, and you're not wrong to point out that there would be a favoring of some sense to these areas. But my statewide initiative is still, I think, justifiable because the purpose of it is not to render any kind of electoral advantages moot. It's to give accountability for decisions about redistricting back to the people. So the people get to have, if the legislature wants to override what the IRC did, they got to get the approval of the people. They can't just do it for partisan reasons.
But they would be able to.
So it's a check and a balance. That's not meant to satisfy everything. It's meant to satisfy something very specific.
Okay, so again, it would be a power grab. It would actually skew, let's stay with New York. New York City, mainly blue. The rest of the state would actually vote in a kind of red. You would actually be surprised at how many areas are actually red, and by significant amounts.
I know.
And then those voices would have absolutely no say in anything that went on because
they would have say. It would be skewed towards the more
populous. Then what is wrong with redistricting then? Because you're basically having the same issue that you're complaining about.
Because the inequality of say is maximized with the arbitrary redistricting in a way that the disproportionality of say just by population concentration that's accomplishable in a state would be. So it's harm reduction.
So
it's not as skewed as it would be if we allowed the power grabby gerrymandering. Is my point.
I think you're not truthful in that. I mean, we could sit there and say, what, Dallas? All right, I'll pick on Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, or let me get a better state. Mississippi. Jackson, Mississippi, or whatever it is.
Right. How so? How so?
The overwhelming power, it would not, in that concentrated area, would have far more implications, even though the demographics of minorities exist far outside that and in a multitude of areas within regards to that state. And that power center, which seems to be the hub, the business hub, the major employment hub, that would actually end up being the power center, and they would be able to determine it, which would still cause you inequalities that would exist in other districts around the state.
The goal of the policy proposal isn't to eliminate, I guess, all inequalities between votes, because I don't even know that that's possible. I don't think that's accomplishable, right?
But you held me to the fairness standard. You said you wanted
I know, but what?
So you can't do that.
There's a difference in. Hold on, dude. There is a difference in the impacts that you're not taking into account, right? So, like, the ability for a state to arbitrarily gerrymander in such a way as to pick up 5 congressional seats in favor of a particular party, right? And the minority party just has to eat that, right? That kind of discrepancy in congressional representation is not really replicable with the policy that I just articulated, which is if you're going to have an IRC whose job it is to draw district lines in a fair way that don't benefit one party or the other, you can even make your IRC mandatorily bipartisan if you wanted to ensure balance, right? And then the ability of the state legislatures, which are skewed in various different states to one direction or the other, to just wipe their ass with that fair recommendation, we want to block that, because otherwise we're not really doing much to stop what's already happening in the status quo. So one way to block that is give it to the voters to decide on. If you can convince enough voters in a state to go along with the overturning of the recommendation from the IRC, then at the very least what we know is that the voters in that state jurisdiction are cool with it overwhelmingly, right? But like if you can't do that, then you're gotta go with what the IRC recommended. I think that that's a fair balance.
Okay.
And what I argue what that would do is it would minimize the likelihood that you'll have these redistricting as egregious as we have it in places like Texas right now.
Okay, so I'm going to present 2 challenges.
All unfairness in voting. The goal is to reduce harm by minimizing the likelihood of these kinds of naked power grabs. That's the goal.
Okay, so I'm going to say 2 things wrong with this theory right now. One, how do you appoint the IRC? How is it done? Is it picked by a governor? Is it picked by a panel? Are they elected to the position? Are we creating another federal entity? Are we looking to another government source and more tax dollars to be used? That's my first part. My second part is the inverse could be true. So you talked about like minority communities, which I will say most will say just for the sake of like Georgia are around the urban areas. Now, as we saw in the past election with Stacey Abrams and whatever the dipshit governor is down there, the inverse can be true. The rest of the state could actually side with an RIC that specifically targets, and it does, split the minority area and creates a less dynamic vocal or voting representation in terms of elections and in terms of their power. And the rest of the state can sit there and basically do exactly what you're concerned about. So I don't know if your idea is a better one. I think it would cause the same problems that you're actually trying to address.
I mean, yeah, but again, if that's how I acknowledge the second part. I'll do it in reverse. Like, it is possible on the policy I proposed that the state could vote in a way where they overturn it and they vote for the naked power grab. But my point is, at the very least, that means that the constituents of that state were cool with it because they voted for it. And so they're accountable to the people. Right? My guess is a lot of people would object to it because they would be from jurisdictions that would be shortchanged. So I don't think that it's interesting to what extent that it's likely that the majority would go along with some of these because they're really egregious. But in some sense, that because it would have to go to a vote, then that would it would behoove whatever maps are being drawn by the state legislature to be attentive to the acceptableness or lack thereof of the general state population. So that's why that's a check and a balance on that. It's not foolproof, but it is useful though, because then it maximizes accountability to the people. The first thing is, how would you do it? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you do it. One is you can build it so that you have a certain amount of Democrats and a certain amount, specified amount of Republicans on the IRC.
Or does California do it that way too?
I don't know. I literally am just making this up as I go along, because it seems sensible to me. I don't know how a lot of these IRCs work. I can look into it. But what you could do is you can construct an IRC. You have a certain amount of vacant spots, and a certain subset of them are reserved for Republicans, and a certain subset are reserved for Democrats. You can make it so it's uneven for tiebreaker purposes. So maybe you have 15 spots, and you can say whoever's in the majority, that they can have the majority, so the 8 and versus the 7, or you can just make them even, and you can have some kind of tie-breaking protocol that goes beyond them. Maybe the governor has to weigh in or something. I don't know, but like you can structure it that way to maximize balance between parties and to ensure fairness between parties.
So in Texas, they do senatorial redistricting commissions that travel the state. I participated in a hearing last time this happened, and I'll participate in one this time. However, a former state rep told me, and he was in the know, that in Texas, the folks that decide what the map looks like are the lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House. So they take the redistricting committee into account, however much 3 people are going to take that kind of crap into account, which I think they don't take it into account, or at least I don't have anything that would comfortably let me know they took the public's view into account, and then the 3 of them chop it up. Like, Rick was a little upset with me today because I was kind of lackadaisical about it, and I'm lackadaisical about it because I can speak to the Senate Redistricting Division and definitely will make my voice heard, but at the end of the day, it's the speaker, governor, and the lieutenant governor. And there ain't shit I can do about it. There's like shit all Marshall Rankin can do to make that redistricting situation more fair.
I'm looking up a bunch of different. So there's a bunch of different ways that these commissions are done. Sometimes they do random selections, which is interesting. Sometimes they involve legislators to have some kind of role in the selection process. Sometimes they do an application and review process. Qualifications and restrictions process, bipartisan or non-bipartisan balance. So many commissions are structured to include a balance of Democrats, Republicans, and often members not affiliated with either party. Yeah, the structure aims to promote consensus and prevent partisan gridlock. Yeah, so I think I would favor just a bipartisan balance structure where you have a certain designated amount for Democrats, and designated amount for Republicans, and maybe some people who are neither, or even maybe some representatives of other parties if you really wanted to get froggy. But the goal would be to have a balance between the commission and make it bipartisan in a true sense, rather than just in name only, so that you don't get outside influence from either direction, because that's what you're trying to counteract from the state legislature. The state legislature is out of balance, so in order to create balance, you create an independent entity, a commission, that has a balance of power. And then in order to override the thing that they create with the balance of power, you need to go through the people or have some kind of check so that you're not just literally rendering moot the very purpose for the existence of the IRC. So that's why I recommended something like put it to a state vote. That's not the only way to do it. You can maybe have some other protocol that is meant to minimize the likelihood that fair redistricting boundaries are going to be overwritten for partisan purposes. But the goal is to have something like that, some kind of check and balance. I gave one, maybe I can come up with another if I thought really hard. I don't find that the one I came up with is that problematic. I recognize that there would be outsized voting power in the parts of the state that are the most concentrated, but that is not commensurate with the level of imbalance that we're trying to prevent. So my counter is yeah, I accept that a little bit of imbalance, but it doesn't match the level of imbalance we're trying to prevent. Therefore, I think it's acceptable. And one of the reasons why I think it's acceptable, the biggest reason is there's no way to eliminate all imbalance in electoral processes. Like there's just the nature of populations. Like there's gonna be
But if
stuff
that's the
that
case, why
you
not?
can minimize the level of imbalance and the impact that it has ultimately on outcomes. And I think that the things I propose accomplish that within reason.
That might change the system at all. Thank you.
Because it minimizes the goddamn imbalance. I just said that. What are you talking about?
And you can create new imbalances. Like
Well, I don't care if the new imbalances are less than the first imbalances, then I still accomplished something. That's the point. Like you can't get rid of every. Do you think that you can just eliminate all imbalances in government? Like, is that what you think?
I'm not the one that put that question forward. You asked.
Okay, well then can you at least acknowledge what I'm saying?
You wanted to.
Hold on, Brad. I don't want you to strong what I'm saying. Okay, wait, but just understand what I'm saying. Like the goal is not to eliminate all imbalances. The goal is to minimize the imbalances, the egregiousness and the harms that come from them. And I think that I articulated a policy that reasonably will accomplish that. You really haven't said anything substantive about why that's not the case. You just keep saying it's not the case, or you keep insisting that because there's some imbalance that is preserved, it somehow renders this actions I'm recommending move. But like if the imbalance is minimized and the harm of them is reduced, why is that not an accomplishment?
All you're doing is shifting the imbalances to you don't even have an outcome ratio. You just think it may do it for a particular sector, but you're actually going to shift the imbalances to a larger population, as I stated before. You don't contend with that. You acknowledge it. But see, that's what you do when you say stop.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But you want me to go on the morality.
It doesn't make sense, Brad. You're just saying things.
No, what you say doesn't make sense.
I'm literally about to ask a clarifying question, Brad. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like, how is it not obvious that there is a reduction in the harm associatable with the naked power grabs of the sort that Texas is engaged in right now?
First, you have to show me what harm in 2025 is at.
I just told you that. Show me the actual. Disenfranchising black voters is obviously harmful. I don't know why you're acting like that's not harmful. You just admitted it was.
I never said anything was harmful. I said there was no morality.
Wait, Brad. Is disenfranchising black voters in places like Georgia harmful?
Yes, that would be. How does this disenfranchise them?
If you dilute
Georgia is not Texas. I asked you to show me.
No, I said like Georgia. Texas counts. There's black people in Texas. Like,
I fully
dilute the vote. If you dilute the vote, the black vote in Texas, is that not harmful?
If you dilute it.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe not. You haven't shown me that.
What the fuck?
Because you're thinking that all black people vote on a similar thing, and I'm saying there are people. Yes, you do. So you're saying you've diluted the black vote. Do all black people vote the same? So if it's an ideological spectrum, and you're saying that the Democrats are losing black people in these areas, but then there's a contingent that is ideologically separated from the Democrat plantation, so to speak, as they call it.
The ideology is not relevant.
Oh, yes, it is, because those voices haven't been heard in those strongly controlled.
Do you understand what that is?
You're only going down one area, and you're not actually
I'm just trying to ask you a question. Do you understand the means that are taken to dilute the black vote in the first place? Do you understand what that means?
I understand the historical precedents. Do you think that that's
I'm not talking about historically. I'm just talking about what do they do to dilute the black vote contemporarily? Do you know what they do?
First, who is they, and what are they doing to dilute
the people who draw the lines, like the Republican legislature in Texas, for example? Do you know what they do to dilute the black vote?
Sure, I'm pretty sure.
They tend to add on rural counties in Texas.
Yeah. But
okay.
How does that dilute the black vote?
Hold on.
those rural county populations are actually significantly smaller in scope than the urban populations that are added.
So how did they dilute the black vote by doing this, Brad? Can you explain it?
Hold on, I got to put this fucking seatbelt on.
Take time.
I got this.
Thanks, Marshall.
If you take 7 districts,
Brad, you admitted yourself that,
hold on,
hold on, Marshall. Brad, you admitted yourself that with California, New York, etc., we were talking about how these city centers, San Francisco, LA, New York City, has so much control. Under Muse's example, how then is giving more power to the rural areas to voice their opinion, such as, like we say, most of California is actually red, but then you got San Francisco and LA. So how is giving those areas more power in this way of balancing things going to be less helpful in mitigating the harm?
Okay, so California, where do the people that are in the red
You
areas?
said that earlier.
When the red areas in California actually have power in California, then I would be able to answer that, but they don't have power. They haven't had power since Reagan.
That's right. I'm trying to. I do want you to finish, but I'm trying to stick on something very specific that is being missed here in terms of the mechanics of how this is pulled off and what the implications are. So far, Brad, you haven't used some key terms I'm looking for in terms of what the
You
terms
asked
are.
me on morality. You keep asking this question. So first off, I don't think it's moral. I don't care if it's moral.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. That's not the question I'm talking about.
It's not fair.
What?
But you want a concentration.
Brad, just calm down for 1 second, please.
Say that they can vote in a certain way, but you don't want to give voices to the minority.
Walk with me. I get that you disagree vehemently. I get that. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to actually gauge whether you're even aware of it, because I'm not sure that you are. You might be. But what is the mechanism that is used in the context of gerrymandering that results effectively in diluting the black vote? What do they do that results in that consequence? Can you describe it? Can you name it?
I don't know what you're trying to get to. I don't know what you're looking.
Okay, so then I'll just name it then. Have you ever heard of the phrases cracking or packing? Do you know what those mean in this context?
Cracking and packing. I think I've heard of it, but I never paid much attention to it.
Okay, can I define it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so cracking involves splitting a concentrated black community across multiple districts, dispersing their voting strength, and making it harder for them to elect a candidate of their choice. Is that clear?
Yes. Okay, and I'm not disputing that hasn't happened. Again, regularly through.
But just walk with me. You're right. You didn't say it didn't happen. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just trying to be clear about what the mechanism is. Now, packing involves concentrating a large number of black voters into a single or a few districts, giving them an overwhelming majority in those districts, but reducing their influence in the surrounding districts. This creates safe seats for black voters in those packed districts, but reduces their overall representation across the state. Do you understand what packing is?
Yes, Jason, I do. Don't preach to me like
I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking if you understood it. I swear I'm not trying to be condescending. The reason why those matter is because those are the specific mechanisms that are used to undermine the power and potency of the black electorate in these jurisdictions, okay? And the reason why that's harmful, I think, is obvious, but if you need me to make it explicit, is because what you are effectively doing is deliberately drawing districts in such a way as to reduce the power and effectiveness of particular electorates. That's not fair. That's wrong. I think that's obviously wrong.
Okay, so again, the outrage now.
It also might be illegal.
That's actually what they're doing. And
racial gerrymandering is illegal, but you have to be able to prove it. There's a burden there. But go ahead, Brad. I want to hear from you. But
I just want
to engage with Brad in good faith. Brad, again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I want to know.
We can go back and forth. You can be and I'll forget about it tomorrow. But the whole idea that somehow that the new version version that you stated would address or figure out a way to actually keep a population or a demographic of people concentrated enough to have that same representation level that you're looking at, I don't see. Even in the maps in Texas, the rural counties that were added don't even equate. I'd have to look again at the population survey, but they don't even equate to the number that they're now joining. They don't have any vote. Those rural counties.
That's not what's wrong with it. That's not even what I'm.
But again, what I'm saying is, it actually may backfire on the Republicans' wish.
You're right about that. I agree with that.
Okay, then thank you. So it's not
okay, wait, but that doesn't undermine. Hold on. But
they're not doing it.
Wait a minute.
Vote.
Wait a minute. I'm not. This is not a statement of their intention, although that is being called into question by a lot of people on the left. I'm talking about merely impacts. Okay, they're redrawing districts in Texas that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really debated. Nobody on the right or the left debates this. Okay, that's what they're doing. That's what their proposed map would effectively do if it went into effect tomorrow. Okay, and in the process, right, they've engaged, arguably, in cracking and packing to a certain degree with respect to jurisdictions in the state of Texas that are majority black. Now, it could backfire in a lot of different ways. You're right about that, right? But the goal is to net them congressional seats, which gives them a not trivial advantage in maintaining the House, which is ostensibly up for grabs in the midterms. Okay, like that's the motivation here. And my point is, you wanted me to establish what was wrong with gerrymandering as a practice writ large, not simply with gerrymandering in Texas. And I tried to answer that and address that broadly, but it does have applications for what's happening in Texas. In general, gerrymandering is a bad thing because what it does effectively is it concentrates power in arbitrary ways that are designed and devised to maximize representation for a particular political party, and it has a bunch of deleterious effects for certain electorates.
Okay, so now we recognize that maybe these exact same districts that you're upset about could have been packed. They could have been concentrated to ensure that a certain political party retains that power. And that the fact that diversification amongst that may actually prove to be a more beneficial process than what is currently being argued in the press right now.
Yes, I acknowledge the possibility of that. That's not typically what happens, though. I mean, we live in a real world where we have these actual outcomes that we can literally read about or we can describe, to be fair. So I acknowledge the possibility. And actually, I acknowledge that in the real world, it probably has happened that way from time to time in various different jurisdictions. That said, it doesn't typically happen that way. In fact, and I brought this up earlier, when Republicans gerrymander, one of the outcomes that's more likely for Republican gerrymandering than Democratic gerrymandering is precisely the undermining of the electorate of minority voters. That happens way more often when they do it. And that's bad. That's not fair.
Okay.
That's just there's an issue of fairness here. I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge.
I'm not discounting the fairness in past principles. What I'm saying is, though, when you pack
can I just interject one question? How can you discount the fairness?
Okay, is it necessarily fair to pack one district with one demographic of voting bloc that you're going to just solely retain that power because of?
I don't think that's fair. No, I don't think that's fair.
Okay, so then we're at a crossroads. No, I don't think it's fair.
Well, then it doesn't matter. I'm confused. We are agreeing that it is not fair, correct?
Packing and cracking to do it solely based on racial lens is absolutely not fair. I think it's fucking disgusting they actually have that happen.
What if the intention was merely to pick up congressional seats, but inadvertently you dilute the black vote in the process? Isn't it still unfair, even if it wasn't the intention?
How is it diluting the black vote necessarily?
So if you're cracking, for example, okay.
That again, this is hypothetical because it's not even.
Well, it's not a hypothetical, actually. I'm talking about
in today's instance, like what's going on in Texas right now. They're not.
Yes, bro. Do you really want me to? Yes, they've done cracking and packing in Texas. Yes. just trying to talk about in general, right? Like, cracking involves splitting the concentrated black community across multiple districts, right? So what you're doing is you're dispersing their voting strength, and it effectively weakens it. It's not as strong because it's now dispersed over several different districts in a way that it wasn't before. Okay, so that's one way that you can undermine the black vote. Another way is you can pack them. What you're doing is you're concentrating black voters into a district, and while it makes their vote stronger in that district, it's where you're pulling them away from where their vote and their impact is minimized. So there's two different methods for undermining the strength of the black vote. Is that clear? And I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely
asking. Yeah, it's clear, Jason. I understand the whole point.
So if you did that inadvertently, let's say the people in Texas weren't trying to be racist or anything like that. It wasn't their intention. Their intention is genuinely to net 5 congressional seats so that they can win in the midterms. Let's say that's their stated aim, okay? And inadvertently, they end up cracking and packing in a way that dilutes the black vote. Let's just go with that for a second, okay? Stipulating that. Wouldn't it still be unfair, even though it was unintended?
If it was unintended,
wouldn't it be unfair?
In a political spectrum, no.
Okay.
In a moral, like, humanistic approach, yes, I would give you that.
I don't know what that means. Politics. What is the difference?
Like right now, when I say that is fair, no, I would say that, you know, because you're going it based off of demographics, and I'm more looking at it through ideological lenses. Like,
I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm looking. You're right that demographics is involved, but I'm looking at impacts. I want to be very clear. I'm looking at impacts. I'm saying if that impact is inadvertent, isn't it still unfair?
I don't know if I can get on board with that. I don't know if I can get on your fairness principle there. I'm looking at the diversification of the people that are being allowed to vote. If you have an overwhelming population that votes significantly for one party over and over again, and all of the other voices, the minority group that's in there.
Let me take a step back, right? Because I'm trying to establish a principle here, and I'm going to try to apply it to a totally different domain that has nothing to do with gerrymandering, just to see where your head is on this, okay? So please don't get mad at me because I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm announcing that I'm doing that. I'm not trying to do anything tricky. Really what I'm trying to do is establish the principle. So let's say I have a policy, okay, by which I can, let's say I use eminent domain to gain access to a bunch of properties, and then I build a freeway where those houses or wherever those properties would have been, okay? And the goal, my intention is to minimize traffic in that community by creating a highway that makes travel faster for people, okay? And inadvertently, what I end up doing is I end up subjecting a whole bunch of people to extra noise and extra pollution that makes their life suck in a lot of different ways, okay? That was an unintended consequence of my well-intended policy, okay? Wouldn't you agree that the negative externalities that I just described would be unfair to those people insofar as they have to now endure it as a result of my policy, even though I didn't intend it? Is that fair to them that they have to endure that their lives are more miserable in certain ways?
It's not as clean cut as that. So if they have massive congestion, if they have massive problems in terms of commuting and being able to reach destinations, they don't have public transit, and all of a sudden that opens up under the highway system that actually allows for the expansive abilities for people to travel to get to work sites, to get to grocery stores, etc. down the list. You're asking on something that I don't know if it would be unfair or fair. I don't agree with it.
They didn't get a say. I used eminent domain, which didn't consult in any way their choices. And I implemented the building of the highway with a bunch of benevolent intentions. And there's a lot of negative impacts that my well-meaning policy or construction project had on them that they didn't get to vote on at all. And now they have to, as a direct result of my policies, they have to endure a bunch of things that they otherwise would not have to endure. Okay? You mean to tell me that doesn't implicate notions of fairness to you?
Again, general stance of like what is fair and agree with you all the time, and I'm not.
You don't have to agree with me. I'm simply asking. Does the concept of fairness apply in that situation? And if not,
I don't think it's fair.
I don't. You don't think it's fair? You don't think
No, I don't think you have a fairness principle to apply here. I don't think it's fair or unfair one way or the other. I think there are pros and cons to it.
You as a conservative don't think it implicates.
First off, you asked me to answer under your hypothetical. If you ask
I know. But I'm just
okay. You're referring to your political overall thoughts.
Hold on.
I think eminent domain is a shitty.
I'm just referring to you. I don't think calling you conservative is an insult, right? You are. I thought you embraced that, and the only time.
But you asked me under the paradigm in the.
Okay, fair enough. What I'm saying is, I'm actually finding it surprising that you, as a conservative, don't think it implicates notions of fairness for the government to unilaterally make decisions that negatively impact citizens. That's weird to me. I actually
stop there. You asked me, was it fair to the people in that area because the highway system is put in?
Yeah.
If you ask me if it's fair that the government uses eminent domain to seize property and take it to do whatever they want to, no, I don't think it's fair. I don't think the government should be allowed to use eminent domain.
Okay. I hear you, Jason. I hear you about the eminent domain thing, and that's actually a consistent principle that a lot of libertarian types and conservative types view. But I feel like you're missing the point. The eminent domain, I feel like, is distracting you from the ultimate point, which is the government made unilateral decisions with the best of intentions that negatively impacted the constituents in a certain area. Okay, and I'm genuinely surprised that you can hear a case like that and go, well, fairness has nothing to do with it. It's like, what? Like the whole "don't tread on me" principle, the whole small government principle, like all of that is about the government overreaching and doing fuck shit that negatively impacts people. And like not wanting the government to do that. So
you're asking me that principle? Yes, I think it's fucking wrong. I think it's unfair of the people to have the federal government determine, and to the extent that it does today, have any impact on their lives.
Okay, wait. So then, let's go with that. But I feel like you understand my point better. You can still disagree with it. Okay. What I believe is happening is that when the state government of Texas makes unilateral decisions to draw districts in such a way as to dilute the black vote in various jurisdictions in Texas, even if it's inadvertent, is wrong because of the same reasons you just admitted that the government doing that broadly is wrong. Is that fair?
Fine. Just this argument, I don't really care at this point. But I mean, like the idea of fairness in terms of diluting the black vote, I don't think that is their overall. There hasn't been any evidence suggested of that, except for the idiots like Aaron that want to scream over and over.
Hold on. I actually just conceded that. Although it is controversial, I did concede. It is plausible that the lawmakers in Texas were not intending to undermine the black vote in any way. I think that's again controversial claim, but it's plausible, it's possible, and I will remain neutral on what their intentions were. My point is, even if it was unintentional, it's still unfair to that electorate in Texas.
Not necessarily.
Okay, what does that mean?
So all right, so let's take the black vote. Not all black voters are despite what their wishes.
You're right. They're not a monolith. You're right.
And they have
most of them are though. Most of them are.
Okay, hold on. So that minority ideological voice that I'm opposed to whatever policy that for instance in Texas, whatever they have in opposition, their voices are fucking swallowed up and ignored, and their concerns are never addressed, and they are never afforded the opportunity to have that thing, no matter how many times they will never win.
You're right.
So that would be
those conditions. Wait, the conditions you just described, Brad, are worse than when you dilute their power, their voting power. That's everything you said is true, but it gets worse when you dilute their power, right? So you're acknowledging the harm, but you're not making the conclusion I think that will follow from that, which is that's the reason why gerrymandering is bad.
I think it's null, and I don't bad or good. You asked me earlier to put a moral. Is it moral or immoral?
Okay,
and I said it's neither.
Is unfair or unjust is unfair or unjust a better term? Like I get your aversion to the moral language. That's fine. I'm trying to accommodate you somewhat. But like there's something untoward about it intuitively though, dude. Like unfair, unjust, are those better terms? Could you go along with those?
If they were targeting specifically to target black people, I would say it.
No. Even if it's unintended, it's still unjust, though, isn't it? Isn't it?
You might make it unfair, but not unjust.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with that.
Like, is it either one to you? Is it unfair or unjust?
To separate that voting demographic,
to inadvertently dilute the voting power of a certain voting bloc.
But how are they losing their voting power?
But it doesn't matter what the voting bloc is.
But again, how are they losing their voting power? Are the rights being stripped away? Is there
yes, technically, insofar as voting power implicates rights.
They still have the ability to vote. They still have the ability
to vote. You're right about that. But when you're cracking, for example, you're disposing the voting strength across.
And we both agree those practices are shit. And they
okay. And when you're packing, you're concentrating their power in certain districts and then diluting them in others, the ones that they're coming from. Correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you're packing, you're concentrating an electorate, let's say black voters, for example, into certain districts, and then you're taking them effectively out of other districts, which means those districts that they're being removed from, in order to pack them into one district, they lose voting power in those districts. Is that fair?
Yes, I'll acquiesce to that. I'll agree.
Okay, so this packing and cracking specifically have an undermining effect on the power of certain electors. In this case, for example, we're using the black vote. Okay, like that's not fair for those people, is it?
If they're doing it for the purpose of cracking and packing, yes, I agree.
No. Even if they crack and pack unintentionally, which is kind of a stretch, but if they did it unintentionally, it still would be unjust, wouldn't it? You can have unintentional impacts that are still unjust, right? Like you acknowledge that concept, right?
Yes, I acknowledge it. I'll agree to this. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So all I'm trying to establish is the harm, right? Because that's what you wanted me to establish. So my proposed policy solution was meant to address that harm, which you asked me to establish. If you're willing to go with me that far and say, okay, I've established the harm, what I propose is you can do something like an IRC, which is already done in a lot of different jurisdictions, including and especially the great blue state of California, although it has problems. And you can construct it in such a way that it has a balance between the two parties, because you want it to be bipartisan. And you can have if you want to have the same amount of people on there, you can have some kind of tie-breaking procedure, or you can have like a minority majority kind of thing, like we do in Congress, where you have a little bit less representation for the minority, depending on what the structure. Like you can do it in a bunch of different ways, but the goal would be for it to be bipartisan. Their whole function would be to create fair districts that are sensible and that are not giving one or the other party any kind of like arbitrary favoring. Okay, and like you might have a situation, and this was a fair challenge, where it's like, okay, but like can't the fucking state legislature just override that shit like they do in New York and California all the time? Fair enough. You can have a procedure where it's like, okay, when the state legislature, which is clearly biased towards one party, wants to do that, you got to put it to a state vote. So then that makes them accountable to the people. If the people co-sign the overriding, then I think that it's a little bit more easier to swallow, because at least the people have a say. And I also think that effectively it will behoove the legislatures to draw lines in a way that are going to be acceptable to the people. So that's a harm reduction principle, okay? Now you pointed out, well, wouldn't there be an imbalance in terms of the most concentrated areas of the state having more say over the others? And to a certain extent, you're right about that. That's true. But my point is, I accept that because that's unavoidable. Like, there's no way to like get rid of that unless you unless you make people evenly dispersed across the state, which is an infringement of people's freedoms I'm not willing to go down. So like I feel like I still achieved a harm reduction principle by putting a set of checks and balances in place at the state level that doesn't allow state legislatures to just arbitrarily and power grab and raise override the IRCs. So that's my argument.
Yeah, but now you're negatively affecting a less than 1% of the community of rural America, though at the same time. Well, you just said you don't care if people are not distributed evenly and there's no voice of the rural America.
I just didn't care. I said I'm not willing to force people to distribute evenly across states. That's a huge infringement.
You're willing to force them if they're
not allowed to live where they want to live, and they're allowed to concentrate in major cities.
But he's right though. You're now just swapping. You're now making
swapping
rural
groups.
communities. Yeah, it's basically what you're doing.
What he's talking about
Wait a minute. Let me just understand this rebuttal because it doesn't make sense to me.
You're talking about a minority group that was not going to be fairly representative. The border was changed, and then the same thing with rural America.
Hold on, be quiet. I'm trying to understand, Brian.
Certain second.
Okay, so what? What is the rebuttal? The goal of the policy is not to remove any and all impacts of unfairness in the electorate. The goal is to minimize the egregious bastardization of it that is accomplishable by allowing state legislatures to, in the power-grabbing ways as exhibited by Texas, do what Texas is doing. That's the goal. I think my policy accomplishes that goal. There's no way to eliminate the thing you're pretending I'm trying to eliminate anyway. So there's no real issue here.
During the issue in Texas in redistricting and the way we have done it over my lifetime anyway, we have taken, so a good one is Senate District 8, Angel Paxton District. Angel Paxton District was just Collin County. Well, Collin County got too ethnic, as I heard at one of their county GOP functions, quote unquote, and they added Hunt and Rains County to it. They didn't add Hunt and Rains County to Collin County to make sure that it had a representative of those quote ethnic folks. It did it so that the rural folks would be pinned with the city folks, and so their interests would be split. Two of the counties would be mostly rural, would have concerns that would be mostly farming and agriculture related. Collin County would be an urban center that would have mostly city issues. Part of the problem in Texas in doing that is that it groups city and country folks together in a way where they're competing. I think if it were just me, Marshall, personally, I would draw the districts as near to 50-50 as I possibly could. The issue in Texas that we're facing is that the 65 Voting Rights Act says that you have to have majority-minority districts. It's a must-have in the former Confederacy, right? So Texas is saying, okay, we're going to redistrict, totally legal, but we're going to try to crack some of these minority districts by sticking some rural folks on the end of that district to make it more Republican, thus splitting the interest of the district itself, right? And eating away at what the Voting Rights Act says we have to have constitutionally to draw the maps in the first place, right? If you have a special minority majority district in, say, Dallas County, and what the map does is take all of that and split it in fourths, that's something that's going to be taken to court. It's going to be challenged on the Voting Rights Act level, and depending on whether a judge buys Shelby v. Holder, that the need for pre-clearance, meaning the former Confederacy, I got to check the maps of the Justice Department, is gone. And so I'm almost done. So they don't have pre-clearance, and that'll probably get used as a reason. Now, I'm sure Aaron can do a much better job of explaining some of this than I could, because it's ranging in other states that I don't have knowledge about.
can I try to peel the layers back or something? And I'm asking this question. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely curious if you guys are familiar with this concept. Brad, I'm sure you heard the concept, but if you wouldn't mind answer my question. What do you understand a voting block to be? Like, could you give a definition?
Just a basic definition, it would be just a group of people in a certain concentration or area that tend to vote in particular patterns or trends.
Okay, why do they vote in those in I guess in the same ways? What makes them do that typically?
Propaganda mostly.
Well,
false advertising.
Propaganda is going to interact with it, but typically the reason why voting blocks form, and they form along a lot of different lines, not just racial lines, is because they share common interests, is because they share common beliefs. That's going to interact with propaganda, to your point. And also because they share common demographics, not just racial demographics, but also socioeconomic demographics. Okay, is that jive with your notion of a vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the reason why I brought that up. Okay, because fundamentally, when I'm talking about the black vote, I'm not just talking about voters who are black. I'm actually talking about an ethnic-based or race-based voting bloc. The reason why this is a big deal is because a lot of black voters share common interests politically, they share common beliefs, and they share common demographics. Not just in terms of their ethnicity, but in terms of their culture, in terms of their socioeconomic status, in terms of their experience. Okay? And this is like the glue that makes black people vote similarly in a lot of these jurisdictions. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not, and that's consistent with the fact that black people aren't a monolith. But when you have a voting bloc, okay, to a certain extent that resists that thing you keep bringing up, because the thing that makes them a bloc is not just that they're black, it's that they have common interests, beliefs, and demographics. Is that fair?
Correct. And I'm not saying that, that it's just solely based on black. I mean,
fair enough.
Like what you're espousing would actually give, it wouldn't give any protections to Asians or Hispanics in many of these areas, or in fact, black people would be at the mercy of Hispanics.
Hold on. Because those voting blocks are often diluted in the same way, right? I just use black as an case in point, but like this would apply to any voting block. My point is, if you're going to take a block defined in any way and do gerrymandering policies that dilute their voting power insofar as it favors your party to do so, that to me is, I think, demonstrably unfair. Because what you're doing is you're sacrificing the political power of certain voting blocks or certain parts of the electorate in order for you to maximize power in your party. And there doesn't really seem to be any rational justification for that. Like, that seems to me to break with principles of democracy and fairness and justice across the board. And like, I don't get why you're resisting this. I think it's obvious, but I'm not really fully understanding what the basis of your objection is.
Because again, it seems to me that you would be willing to swap targeted groups. You're not solving the problem.
What does that mean? Can you just unpack that? Because I don't know what that means.
What you're doing is like what Brian was alluding to and what I tried to say earlier.
Which makes sense, and that's why I'm asking both either or both of you to unpack it.
So what you're doing is taking the people who don't live in that concentrated area, outside of it, on the periphery, the rural or suburban people who may not be in agreement with those decisions under your proposed idea, and they now no longer have a voice or any kind of representation that can actually address their need, because you will always forever have a power dynamic that will exist, and what you will do is have politicians that will target solely that area, that concentration, and ignore the rest of the concerns of the state.
Why would that be a necessary consequence?
You're not fixing the problem.
Why would that be a necessary consequence of the IRC such as I described it? Because that doesn't follow.
Because again, if the IRC, all right, in your utopia, if the IRC had to be passed, like say 75% of the state legislation, which would have been easy in New York and California, absolutely, Washington and Oregon, all these things would have been fucking easy for them to do. If they would have done that and ignored the IRC and the governor signed it in, that would be able to be done solely based on, like, say, Portland. Portland's concentration is far more significant than the surrounding rural areas, which they're already trying to address those grievances, and they won't have any representation.
But there's not more people in Portland than the rest of Oregon, so that's weird. That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's also more cities and more concentrations than just Portland. So, I mean, let's be honest there. But I mean, if you're just focused on those areas, then you're basically swapping out one group for another demographic or another voting block. You're just basically saying, this is voting block.
You're not explaining how, you're just saying it. Like, how?
You're saying that we want to afford protections for this minority group here. In the interim,
I'm saying we're trying to eliminate gerrymandering.
You're not going to be, how is it eliminated without creating another demographic?
Because I just proposed a policy that puts a check and balance on.
It's not a check and balance.
It literally is. Here's how it works, if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't allow a state legislature to willy-nilly wipe their ass with a recommendation of the IRC. They got to go through the people to do that. It's not very likely that they're going to be able to go through the people, and the people are going to approve of wild gerrymandering that nets a certain amount for a certain political party over the other. And the reason why is because you got a whole bunch of people in the constituencies that are probably going to be screwed, who are now going to be able to have a say because you're putting it to a state vote. That's the check and the balance. Now, so the IRC in the first place needs to be bipartisan. Go ahead.
All right. So your problem is when it comes to federal money for these concentrated areas and state money that's going to be allocated for these areas. So the people that are in the highest concentrated areas, they're going to be, let's say, pandered to or told, like, hey, we're going to have this money. Just make sure you vote along this redistricting line so we can maintain these funds coming into you directly. Meanwhile, another demographic outside the state is not going to have that say or that same problem. I don't feel you're addressing the actual representation on it. You're giving a Band-Aid to a bigger wound, and you're saying this should hold for a little bit. And I don't think it's actually going to. I think you're just swapping groups. And really,
I'm explaining how. You're just saying it over and over again.
Because you're understanding it.
Explaining that you want it for a racial minority to be more
Want what for a racial
demographic.
Want what?
The gerrymandering to take racial considerations in more than voting block.
No. That's a lie. That's not what I proposed. What I proposed was an IRC that draws districts in a fair, nonpartisan way. That's what I advocated for. This idea that I want gerrymandering for certain voting blocks, not others, is just ridiculous. I don't even know how you would accomplish that. With my proposal, at least. It sounds like you guys are just misrepresenting and misunderstanding my proposal. And I can explain it better if I need to. I'm really trying to understand. Hold on. I'm really trying to understand this idea that all I'm doing effectively with my proposal is, I guess, substituting or swapping the groups that are going to be screwed over, or the blocks that are going to have their votes diluted. Like, I'm really trying to understand the mechanisms. Like, how, given what my policy proposal is, does it result in that inevitably? Like, that's never been explained.
They're not understanding the check and balance part. Like, both sides get a vote. Like, you yourself, Brad, said that the rural areas or the red areas, whatever we're going to call them, outweighed the blue areas, and the fact that they were more vast. And I'm sure that in most cases equate to similar population size. The red area or the rural area is not going to go for something that the blue area or the city is voted for if it disenfranchised, not disenfranchised, if it similar. And that's eloquent excuse, but it's like, what are y'all missing about the balance part?
Because it's not balanced. So the red areas, like take New York again, red areas there do not have any kind of say when it comes to halting at a state or a national level. Like they just, the majority of those counties do not have any voice now. Like they can send representatives for the district and they get that. Now, if you were going to impose this IRC which Jason laid out. And I understand it. It's not that complex. But if you're going to do that, and then you have a Albany legislation that overwhelmingly 90% are going to be one political party, then they don't have to worry about the IRC because no matter what is proposed, they will most assuredly win any kind of what they truly want. Which means
Why?
Why?
Yeah, like if in order for them to, in order for them, as I stipulated, in order for them to overturn the recommended map of the IRC, they have to win a popular vote in the state. Why are they guaranteed to win that?
Because then you're talking about a popular vote where the mass majority of concentrated people overwhelmingly will be conducted in basically three cities, would be New York, Albany, and Buffalo. And those three cities would literally get whatever that party wanted in terms of how they wanted to redo the map.
Why?
Which would, because they would win the popular vote. Those three areas.
So then, but what? You haven't explained why they're guaranteed to, but okay. Like even
they're overwhelmingly aligned with one party.
Well, yeah, but I think I can still make. I think what you're implying, that you haven't said explicitly yet. Maybe this is what you meant the whole time. Is that the amount of voters in a certain direction is more than the rest of the, I guess, state of like voting in the other direction. So like all of the people who would vote in a Republican direction or conservative direction are outnumbered by the amount of people that are concentrated in these cities.
This goes on currently with New York City and Long Island right now. Long Island has long said that they are not actually underrepresented.
Okay, fair enough. I actually think there's truth to that. All right, cool. So then what if I just up the threshold? It has to be a 60% majority as opposed to just a simple popular vote. Wouldn't that lessen the likelihood?
I don't know about that percentage. I think there's something better that we could do. I think
so for example, like there was recently they had a couple of initiatives regarding abortion, right? And there were a couple of places where surprisingly they didn't get enough because they had to reach a certain threshold in order to like change the state legislature, change the state constitution, and so they didn't get their, I guess Roe v. Wade style abortion initiative passed. There are a lot of places like that where even though the Democrats are in the majority, it's still difficult for them to accomplish that 2/3 or 60% vote threshold. So I feel like I can just adjust the thresholds to accommodate the check and balance that I was proposing. Because now I'm starting to understand your worry a little bit better. Wouldn't that be satisfactory?
Does that mean you're never going to change them then? Because they're never going to get voted up?
No, it's just that it's going to be really difficult. It's not that there never will. It's just that it'll be more difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem I see. Is I think you try and solve for the problem, and then you have 60, 70, 80%, whatever popular vote approval to change these. They never get changed, so you never do fix the issue, even if people move for whatever reason.
What does that have to do with my proposal? What's
the reason? Well, what's the reason of changing the voting districts? To better represent the people that are there. Well, if you set this checks and balances, that
Brian, just listen for 2 seconds. This is a threshold for the state legislature to override the recommendation of the districts from the IRC. By default, what that means is that what the IRC recommends, which is bipartisan and mostly is most likely going to be more fair, like for that to be overturned, there needs to be a certain threshold reached. The reason why you want a certain threshold is because you don't want state legislatures willy-nilly overriding the fairness that comes with the IRC's recommendation. So that's the goal. That's why this is a check and balance.
So you're saying the IRC just does the same thing now? I thought you were proposing this to verify the proposal.
Yeah, so they draw up the districts based on in a bipartisan way, based on what's fair and what's simple or sensible, I should say. Whatever the criteria are, they're doing it in a bipartisan way. That typically generates more fair districts than the partisan way we have in the status quo. And what I'm trying to do is block the undermining of the function of the IRC, which is to generate more fair districts, by having a threshold that is high enough and accountable to the people that needs to be met before the state legislatures, like in places like New York and California and Texas, ideally, that are heavily leaning to one party or the other, can just willy-nilly override them for partisan reasons. So I don't understand how that results in swapping one block for the other at all. Like, that's never been explained.
Okay, so is IRC independent redistricting commissions? Is that what that?
Independent redistricting commissions is what IRC stands for, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't clear. I said it hours ago, and I just kept going on that, assuming everybody knew what it was.
I was so confused because that doesn't exist in Texas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't exist in Texas, but it does exist in California and New York.
Yep.
Right, so this would be something that 50 states would have to adopt, but this is a proposal. I'm not pretending like I can wave a magic wand and make it happen. That's a separate issue. I'm saying if it went the way I described, because Brad's challenge was, well, what do you propose as a solution? So that's one of the reasons why we're going down this road. I was like, I can propose a solution I think would work. So, and then Brad's been challenging me, along the way.
I mean, it's an idea. I don't think it would work in the facet that it would. I think it would just shift problems. But that's my held belief and my opinion, because again, this is just an idea that we're spitballing here that we've done for an hour, and I don't hold any animus or anything like that. I wouldn't do that, but it's up there with the same arguments of general proportioning, that people say we should just do it based on populations of each state and not have districts at all, that they just get equal representation in Congress or some varied form of that. I have critiques of that as well, because I don't want to see Congress that big. What some people would argue, I think that would be bloated. But I mean, I because it's no on the national level, I still don't think that this is a major concern at this point in time. Was it in the past? I agree with you. The racist, bigoted, prejudicial, and systemic harms that it did in the past in order to isolate Black, Asian, and Hispanic populations from voting, that can't be ignored, and it does have roots in that. Both parties have roots in that.
But here's the difference: it's not necessarily devised to prevent members of these groups from voting, but the impact is that it undermines or dilutes the power of these voting blocks. That's not a non-trivial difference between them, and it often gets conflated in these discussions in ways that annoy me.
But and again, I'll offer you the same inverse. The same thing with the rural counties that are now merged with this. It will dilute their power as a voting bloc, because they are not first. Like the one district that's being proposed doesn't even have what is a quarter.
I acknowledge it's not just. So I use Black as an exemplar. I never have been arguing that that's the only voting bloc that matters. The principle here is that if you're doing this in a way that dilutes voting blocks for political gain, that is not fair. And that should not happen. That is what's wrong with gerrymandering. I was just trying to establish the harm and what's wrong with it.
I can see the historic
diluting rural voters for political gain, which is actually almost always what happens when Democrats gerrymander, by the way, is still wrong for the same reasons.
No, and we're both in agreement with this. And if this is the purpose of like fucking Hot Wheels and his in the lieutenant governor, which I don't know, and others, if this is their purpose is to actually target the Black community, I'm all on board with you. Like, yeah, like, let's impeach the fuckers, let's get them out, let's send them to prison for violating laws. I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely 100% fine. But if it's not, and there's no evidence to suggest that so far, at least none has been presented. There are people out there that, like you stated and acknowledged, there are people saying it's the reason, but they offer no substantial proof and no evidence. And you still have to prove this overall, which can be difficult. I'm not discounting that at all. I find it hard that right now, when we look at the overall data and we start breaking it down, Republicans have what, a 0.14% advantage over Democrats in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting, which makes it nil. And so I don't see that there's a issue in terms of like what's going on in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting. I don't see what you want, the morality of it, because quite frankly, if it's just so corrupt that it's basically balancing itself out, well then finally we've got something in this system that is actually fucking working.
It's balancing itself out at the national level. That's an important qualification. It's not balancing itself out at the state and local levels, and it's creating a bunch of deleterious effects politically for the voting blocks at those levels. So it's not harmless. It's just that its harm is not manifest at the national level as much as at the local and state levels. Is that a fair way to rehash it?
Fine, yeah, and I see that when states and counties do this, and they do the redistricting, and the people in certain areas are included or excluded out of representation, yes, I'll agree with you that some of these districts, and it happens in both states, like both parties.
Yeah, I'm sorry not to be annoying. It's not, I don't think it's the most accurate to say included versus excluded. It's more diluted versus whatever the fucking opposite of diluted is. It's either made more potent or less potent. Like the people could still vote, because it would be illegal to stop the people from voting for arbitrary reasons. But the game being played is you can redistrict in such a way where the impact of certain voting blocks is minimized and the impact of other voting blocks is maximized in your favor, right? Because you know certain voting blocks tend to favor your side, right? So like that's the game being played. And the reason why that matters is because a lot of people talk about this wrong and they act like what is being done now is exactly what was being done in like the 50s and 60s and 40s, during like the Jim Crow era, where there were pretty explicit disenfranchisement laws and like prohibitions against people voting. Like that's different. Like they're not doing that.
They put poll taxes up on places.
Yeah. Like people are put one voting about the moral shock of it, but it's like they're just being inaccurate.
No, I acknowledge that shit. Like that was fucking. It's disgusting. It's a history of America that A, we should not forget, but B, we shouldn't allow it to be repetitive. But when I look at this and I'm saying, all right, so if you're saying A is happening, I want to see the evidence that is behind your statement, and I want to see the proof and validation of it, rather than just somebody's opinion of it. And then under your system, I see the cracks in it. I see the problems with it, and I don't think it would resolve it. You may think it'll be favorable for one demographic, and it may be. And Jason, you may be right. It may turn into a perfect system, and it may work. I don't know. I don't have 100% faith.
This is one last crack at this, Brad, because I'm actually like a little. I feel like you've admitted enough ingredients to just agree with me on this principle. So I'm going to try it a different way. It may not work. I'm telegraphing it because I'm not trying to be tricky, but like if I could do something as a member of the government politically to make your vote count as less, right? In a way that benefits me as a politician. You don't see that as unfair, bro? That's not inherently unfair to you.
I mean, if you're doing something to prevent me from having a vote or having a say or to address my grievances.
I'm being very clear about the intention. My intention is to maximize my party's power to win. Okay, but in the process, I make your vote count less. That's not unfair.
In a utopia, yes, I would agree with you.
Why in a utopia? Why qualify? Why is that just full stop unfair? Why is it not just full stop unfair?
Okay, so, all right, fine. I will say it's unfair. But having come from two massively done states that do this, New York and Minnesota, which fucking, they make sure that no red votes actually get to any prominence. They don't like that shit.
Yeah, they're self-serving in the gerrymandering. I get it.
Yeah, and it'll never be acknowledged. It'll be never recognized, and nobody cares. But when I come from those and I say, all right, well, you were able to redraw lines, you were able to redistrict, you were able to split voting blocks that had similar ideological opinions. They had similar concerns, and they voted in mass to address their grievances in a particular way, and you made sure that didn't happen. But then when I look down and I see other people across the nation, other states that say, hey, well, since we're playing this game, we'll do it here, and then this will balance itself out. I'm okay with it at this point. I can live with it. It's not something that I'm overwhelmingly concerned. I think there are more farther problems in terms of representation and the way the distribution of and allocation of funds that these congressional people fight for. I think those are major concerns. But this, it's not in my top 100 of concerns that I have at my age or in this country after all these years.
All right. I'm glad that I finally got you to admit that gerrymandering was wrong. Unfair.
I still like you, Jason, but I mean,
bro, like you fought me so hard on this.
I don't agree like 100% with you.
All right, bro. All right.
I mean, you got me. The one I will thank you for is when we had the massive argument on hate crime, enhancements. I went back. I readdressed that. I looked at that. I'm not comfortable with it, but I agree and I recognize your point has more validity to it than I originally gave it credence. And I recognize that I was not fully aware of a lot of the nuances that you brought, and I was wrong in that area, and I do need to recognize that. Do I think hate crimes overall are universally great or should be applicable to everything? I'm having a problem, especially in this day and age, after we've seen a bunch of these, that it's necessarily being done correctly. So again, there's still some concerns I have on it, but overall in that discussion, you were able to open my eyes a bit, and I recognize that. And I was wrong on several topics.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. That's the beauty of dialogue. All right. We've hogged the stage a lot. I apologize. I was really into that conversation. I do want to open up the floor to other people to comment, and those who have been commenting in the chat to allow us to hog the stage. I appreciate your patience. I'm sorry we kind of cleared the room. The question to the room is there not a kind of moral dilemma when it comes to the question of, in response to what the GOP is doing in terms of their power grabby gerrymandering, they're gerrymandering in a way that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really disputed. What should the Democrats do in response? Should they fight fire with fire and therefore get their hands dirty doing the thing that they're criticizing? Or should they stay true to their principles and fight back in some other way? Why or why not? That's the question to the room.
I also want to clarify, do we mean like Texas Democrats, or do we mean like across the board nationally?
National.
Okay, yeah. I was looking at
all encompassing. It would encompass Texas Democrats, but nationally, I mean.
I'm with you. Yeah, I really don't know what Texas Democrats are even capable of doing. I don't know.
They're doing walkouts to force a quorum or something like that. I don't know the terminology. I probably botched that, but they're planning things like that.
Yeah, that's what I read too. Was that they're effectively leaving, and
they get charged $500 a day or something. They get charged a certain amount daily for that. So they're doing some kind of subversive resistance and things like that they can do. They're limited though because they're the minority. But the general discourse now,
they're raising money.
Well, yeah, they are. And also raising awareness. They go into the news. But the general discourse is like, hey, Democrats, we can do the same thing. And Gavin Newsom got on record saying, all right, well, we're willing to do the same thing the Republicans are doing. And so that's the more national conversation. The question is, should they do that? Now, there's a lot of people on the Democrat side who are like, hell yeah, Republicans don't give a fuck about rules. Why should we? I think that's a huge fucking mistake, a very unprincipled way of looking at it. But it does have its appeal because there's this energy behind fighting, and they represent a bunch of constituencies that are really gung-ho about certain policy aims, and in order to accomplish them, or at the very least block the policy aims of their rivals, they need to win in the midterms. So I get the energy behind it. People like Roland Martin have been preaching this. When they go low, we meet them down there, like all that bullshit. Like the Democrats have been talking that shit for a while now. But there's this impetus of like, Democrats, you look weak, you look like punk bitches, do something. Like that is coming from their constituents. Like a lot of Democrat voters feel that way. And so they may manifest itself the way that Gavin Newsom is going. Gavin Newsom is at least on some level aware that that's appealing to some people in his base. So I wonder what you guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, specific to this exact Texas situation, what I learned, to be fair, grain of salt, I learned this on the internet, first of all. Second of all, I learned it from an LLM that when updated seems to really favor Adolf Hitler. Anyway, I learned that what's going on in Texas is that effectively they're still currently in litigation over the 2021, I think, map redrawing. And effectively, the GOP is like you can't fuck with us because we're still in court dealing with the first time we did this, even though this exact instance is like really unusual. Like it's not normal to do a district, a redistricting like in the middle of a decade. Like that doesn't happen all the time, if ever. So it's like, I don't know, it's weird. I'm not really sure what's going on, except that they're just doing their best to hold on to power because that's what you do when you have power, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, in many ways, I'm inviting us to have a discussion about the ethics of moral dimensions of political power jousting. What is and is not allowed in that domain, morally speaking. Kind of a nuanced philosophical discussion, but it kind of interacts with a lot of dimensions, like a lot of things. Political strategy, which is usually outcomes based. Kind of political ethics, which is usually around just kind of like applying morality to the domain of politics. But I don't know. I'm fascinated by what I consider a genuine dilemma for Democrats because the temptation to fight fire with fire has an undermining effect of the moral force of a lot of their criticisms of the Republicans. And I don't think that a lot of Democrat pundits recognize the impact that has on the Democrats in particular. Their willingness to kind of flip-flop on anything just to get power. And by the way, the Republicans have this dimension too. It's just that it's not applicable right now because the Republicans are in power. Yeah, but the Republicans will flip-flop. I mean, they're not really principled either. For the same reasons, it's the same shit in reverse. So I don't know.
I wonder what a different timeline would have looked like if effectively the Democratic Party was the party to effectively, I don't know, I guess treat the political stage like a schoolyard and just became the bully that just fucking fucked everybody up and just strong armed their way through. I'm curious what that world would look like. You know what I'm saying? Because that's effectively what the Republicans did. They just got they got this fucking dude who's I don't know. I can only presume relatively unmanageable, but he seems to be what they're about. So they're all like, yeah, we're gonna follow this dude, and then it's like his natural MO seems to be just
Well, the thing is that I don't know to what extent they've done it on a national level, although people make the arguments that under Biden they did something similar, but maybe less egregious, less, I would say, brazen. But in many different jurisdictions all over the country, Democrats have been bullies for a while.
Yeah.
They do all kinds of bully shit in California. It's crazy. In New York, in Illinois, like the bluest places, bro, Republicans can't do shit.
I was like, I don't know, dude. The police, they're bullies, man. So,
bro, like they have power in a lot of jurisdictions, and they are total fucking bullies, and they don't give a fuck. And they don't just bully Republicans; they bully third parties like crazy. They don't even let third parties in the door. Like they change the rules at the last minute for third parties all the goddamn time. That shit is wild to me. So yeah, there are bullies in certain domains. When they won in 2020, I think they had both chambers of Congress. There was a little bit of bullying, but it wasn't as brazen as the current administration. To be fair to them, it was usually, to whatever extent it existed, it was usually subtle. It was usually thinly veiled. But there was some, and then you get and actually, to be fair, they were. I think that the Biden administration was holding back at first. Like they weren't trying to go full blown or fully mode, but then people wanted it. And Dark Brandon appeared and started leaning into that shit sometimes. So like dead ass like that, they started leaning into it from time to time, and so like they would try to do it the bipartisan way. When that didn't work, then they would try to do it the bully way. But they also had some weird infighting on their own party that actually minimized it to a certain extent. Like Christian Cinema and Joe Manchin held back a lot of shit. That's why they are hated.
But you can't end the call and then just interrupt me. That's weird. I like whether you're born in the U.S. or what the fuck is happening? Jesus. Okay. I just want to talk about the title of the room until maybe we put a poll up. Why don't we start with Marshall? Marshall, what do you think? Do you think we should raise the taxes on Marshall?
Wait. But before Marshall goes, I'm not really going to speak. I'm going to answer your question.
Go ahead, Lord.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with the comedian George Carlin, who's one of my favorite, comedians of all time. Because justice, court justice do tell the truth about situations, and he has something about the middle class, the upper class, and the poor. And he said the upper class, they all make the money, blah, 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 and left to the back. The middle class does all of the work and pays all of the taxes. And then he said the poor are just there and it's scaring the shit out of the middle class at the end of the day. So yeah, I think we should, I'm not gonna lie, I think we should raise taxes on the poor. So, at the end of the day, so that it can also enter them into the middle class. If you raise taxes on a particular, side of, any society, right, it's gonna encourage them to do better for themselves, right? And it also but that also depends on what kind of taxes you're enforcing and the one that you're imposing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, George Carlin said it best. I'm actually gonna find this show. I'm gonna find it now. Hold on. Man, George Carlin was fucking decent. I thought he loved George Carlin.
Can I go?
Okay. Yeah, please, Steph.
Taxes are evil. Away with taxes. We should not be raising taxes on anyone or anything. Also, if we raise taxes on the poor and their income is largely from social programs, then that's just the government in an endless pool of being able to charge itself money, which seems like a bad idea. So although I'm highly against raising taxes on the wealthy, I would say taxes in general are evil. Down with taxes.
Wait, is anybody able to play any media?
Lord, look. I don't know who.
George Carlin said it better than I did.
Lord, there's no doubt in that. I don't fucking doubt that 1 second. Here's my point. Think of this stage as like a TV show, okay? And then you have like the stars of the show. Hold on. Why are you interrupting me? You have the stars of the show, you have the supporting cast, and then you have the guest stars, and then you have the extras. Lord, at this stage of the game, you're an extra.
I thought he was just what your direction?
Hold on. Oh, dude, we got Austin Rising. This guy always says really intelligent things.
Oh, I bet so.
Austin, go ahead. Come on.
Well, I think there will be trans and poor people who have taxes go up.
Do you guys remember when they tried to kill all the fat people a couple of years ago when they manufactured a disease in China? Anybody remember that?
Trying to kill all the fat people.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, the government you can literally go after the obese people and target them to murder them. But then if we say, hey, poor people should pay more taxes, that's immoral. I mean, I think taxing people, letting them live, is better than trying to kill them. So I don't think it's a bad idea.
Back up real quick. Obesity itself is a form of tax.
Let's hear from Kim.
Can we stop pretending that the poor don't pay taxes?
They do pay taxes. The poor pay, the bottom 50% in this country pay 2.3% of all of the federal income tax.
Here are part that you gloss over big time. Like the working, particularly the working poor, they get federal income tax with them from their check, and then the following year they may get a return, but that's because of things like the earned income tax credit or the child tax credit. So therefore they get a return because of that. When they search to pay taxes, then they pay sales taxes and whatever other taxes that may exist. To say they don't pay taxes is like it's not disingenuous. It's just flat out wrong.
No, we're supposed to pay more.
Yeah, I'll be very specific here. When it comes to income tax, I think that the poor should pay more. And you might say, well, fuck, they're poor. How do they pay more? And I would say, well, that's the point. We should make it punitive to be poor. That way, you have a financial incentive to make more money. Not that you should need one. Well, hold on. I don't know if we've normalized that word just enough for you to be able to use it. I think I can get away with it. But why wouldn't you want the bottom 50% of this country to pay their fair share?
Because he's poor.
I'm far from poor.
I don't think he's poor. I don't think he's poor. And his next generation, his offspring, are definitely not poor. I don't know if you guys know this, but he's the father of a professional athlete. So better recognize.
Yeah, but I'm poor. But they pay their fair share. They pay the tax rate that they pay. And the government used their money all throughout the year. So to say to raise their taxes, like for what?
Well, hold on. I'll explain. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay, so top 10% of all people in this country, the top 10% of income earners, the top 10% pay 76% of all the income tax. And the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I think that's unfair. What do you say?
Right. Okay, you say they pay 70% of income taxes. That's
76.
Right. Okay, 76. Let's say 80. Round it up to 80. But
I don't want to do rounding. Look, I'm good enough at math that I can use the precise numbers.
Let's say 76 is what it is. That's the percentage of the money that's being paid. They still the percentage of their wealth is still taxed at a particular rate. So they are paying more money because they make more money. There's no in the world the poor. Now you can tax the poor at 100%, and it's not going to change that number much at all. So go ahead.
Hold on. All right. So use this analogy because it's a great illustration. But if 100 people went out to dinner and the wealthiest 10 people at that dinner paid for 76% of the bill, right? That's a pretty generous thing. And then you consider that the bottom 50 income earners at that table are going to chip in to only pay 2.3% of the bill. You know what ends up happening?
And to pretend that the rich and the poor are having the same meal is crazy. Like they're not having the same meal at all. So if they are paying 76%, they are paying for a much finer meal than the poor get to eat.
Kima, let me explain something to you. The fucking poor in this country eat better than kings did 300 years ago.
That's true.
I don't think so. Like, I mean, dude,
I disagree with that.
You can disagree all you want. They didn't even have fucking running water or central air.
Mo, you think they eat better than Cambodians?
The king didn't have
people in Papua New Guinea.
So all this shit that we call food and eating good is not eating good at all.
I think you're missing the point. Look, we got it so good that our poor people are fat. I want to repeat that. Our poor people are fat. Throughout human history, one of the biggest problems was starvation. One of the biggest problems was not being able to have enough food to eat.
You can prove my point that the food is just crap. It's not that they're eating good, they're eating crappy fucking
No, it's because they get $1,500 to $2,000 a month in fucking snack benefits. And then they eat fucking non-stop.
Each person that gets snack gets $6 per day. $6
Per household member, maybe? Yeah, that's not true.
Depends on if they have kids.
I clearly said.
Mojo, can you pass the mic, please?
Wait, hold on. Tomato. You know how Clubhouse works. You can't just come in as a white man and demand that you're the one that's going to speak next. You've got to wait in line. Right now, we've got a black man on the mic. Hakima, go.
With SNAP benefits, if there's 6 people in the house, each person is getting $6 per day, which would be $36 a day multiplied times the amount of days. So to think that they are eating some fabulous
So $900 and change?
Oh no, $6 at 6 people. I just did the math. It's $1,080 a month.
Hold on. I want to let Hakima finish his point without anybody interrupting, and then we know that Tomato wants to come in to respond. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Hakima finish, then we're going to go to Tomato, and then I thought I heard the delicate tones of a woman's voice. I'd like to hear that. Let's go to Hakima, Tomato, and a woman.
I'm so sorry. I really apologize to trigger you back with the fucking truth. But if you think that a person eating $6 per day.
California gets $9.73.
Why in the fuck are you interrupting, Rich, I will put you on timeout. I will fucking put you on timeout, and I will curse you out. We did that last night. Don't do that, please. Just let Hakima finish. I think that Tomato might have something to say, and then we're going to listen to a woman after that. I know that that's going to be triggering for some of you men that don't like to let women speak, but we're going to hear from Hakima, we're going to go to Tomato, then we're going to go to a woman.
I think most people with common sense get the point I'm making. $6 a fucking meal. I don't give a fuck if it's 30 kids, $6 a meal might be 4,000 a month, whatever it may be, but it still adds up to $6 per fucking meal. So to act like they're eating some fabulous fucking meal like some fucking king is just inaccurate. It's fucking accurate.
Okay, Tomato, go ahead.
Well, everyone in the room knows my politics are...
No, they don't. We have new people here. You can't assume that.
All right, well, let me try to be brief. I'm going to try to be brief. Everyone knows that it's hard for me to be brief. I feel tremendous generosity towards people that are handicapped. People that can't work for whatever reason should be generously taken care of. But
The truth about fat people, I'm sorry to be saying this, people are fat because they have no willpower. Now, the way you can prove that the reason poor people are fat is because they lack willpower is we have a natural experiment, a peer-reviewed experiment. What happens when poor fat people win the lottery? What happens when poor fat people find themselves with millions and millions of dollars? Well, all the evidence is they get even fatter. And by the way, that goes for poor drug addicts. Poor drug addicts that win the lottery, they just take more drugs and they die faster. Poor alcoholics that win the lottery, they just drink more alcohol and die faster. So, if you notice that all the rich people in America are skinny and all the poor people are fat as hell, it is not an indictment of capitalism. It is not an indictment of evil, greedy billionaires. It's not. It's not because we as a society are too selfish to give the poor people all the money they want. The reason poor people are fat in America is 100% because of lack of willpower. Now, the final thing I will say is all the leftists in the room scream and cry and say there are food deserts. So the leftists in this room say the reason poor people are fat is they live in neighborhoods where there's no fresh fruits and vegetables. So poor people are all forced to eat shit. And that's also been totally proven wrong because an enormous number of governments have generously, altruistically set up low-cost supermarkets in poor neighborhoods. They've made it so that poor people can easily buy affordable fresh fruits and vegetables. And every single experiment of that sort in America has ended in failure because even when it's cheap and convenient for poor people to buy fruits and vegetables, they voluntarily choose to eat fried crap, they get fat, and they die. It is not. When poor people get fat and they die, it is not fair to blame smart people. It's not fair to blame rich people. It is not even fair to blame society. It is 100% the fault of people who have no willpower, eat fried food, they get fat and they die. Stop blaming Roger for the weakness of poor fat people. I am done speaking. I don't give a fuck how many people hate me for telling the fucking...
Well, hold on. Before we go to whatever woman that was trying to cut in earlier, I want to just reset the room just ever so slightly and then respond to Tomato. I want to welcome people. We got the classy dames out tonight. We got Jill B. We got Shirley. We got the gilfs in the house tonight. We also got a goo, an all-star goo. We got Dr. Adams. I can't believe we're talking about fat people and Dr. Adams isn't on the stage. We got JB in the house. We got Steph, probably the classiest woman on all of Clubhouse. We got Nye. We got Serendipity. We even got Communist XG on the stage. We got Rich's dumbass, and we got Lord, who, oh man, this guy. When you hear him speak, it's fucking. You're gonna know this room is gonna be at an all-time low when you hear from him. But I want to respond to Tomato real quick. Tomato, I think you went a little easy on this thing. I think it's worse than you say. I think that the fat people are so out of control and such a burden that the powers that be, they went out of their way to create a fucking virus that they worked with the communist Chinese to create, to unleash it, to kill fat people. So I think that this willpower thing, I think the powers that be know that what you're saying is true, and they realize that these fuckers don't have the willpower to push the plate away, so they created a fucking man-made disease to target and kill fat people. Anyways, I will pass the mic. Who's the woman that was trying to cut in?
Who's that? Was me.
All right, let's hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Kim, the national average for SNAP benefits is $975 per month. I live in New York State where living expenses in a county with some of the highest living expenses in the nation, and my family of five does not pay $975 per month on groceries. If you are walking up and down the frozen aisle and you are spending $15 on frozen pizzas and you're buying 10 of those bad boys, that'll do it. If you're actually buying vegetables and chickens and chicken and you're actually making food, that's not, you're not gonna have to need $975 a month to feed a family of five. That's crazy. $6 per person per day is a lot of money if you're cooking at home. If you are eating at Chili's, it's not a lot of money. So that's the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say to the title of the room is that, see, Roger, I get suspicious because, you know, if I compare this to something that I know a whole lot about, which is, you know, the real estate world, right? If we look at programs like Section 8 and projects and that kind of thing, which is an area I work quite a lot in, trying to get people out of those and gain financial independence and all that kind of stuff. What happened was, essentially, to way oversimplify it, the government bought properties and then charged itself rent, and then wildly overinflated rent so it could charge itself more rent. And then the people who were not paying rent didn't care, or it doesn't impact them how much the rent is because the government is paying itself. And so if we tax people who are on social welfare programs, it's going to do the same thing that it did in subsidized housing, which is an absolute disaster for neighborhoods and people who live in that housing. So yeah, that I don't know. I don't know that we need to be, like, it's just going to be the government taxing itself. There we go. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Hey, can I say something real quick?
You can, but can I go on? Can I predict what you're gonna say?
Of course.
You're gonna say, isn't it amazing how I made a good point and nobody even responded to it? They just glossed over my beautiful, articulated point. I think that's what you're.
No, I definitely was not going to say that because Steph just responded to part of it with when she said that the $6 a day is plenty. Let's just break that down to the simplest term. One person getting $6 a day. How is that plenty? Please
I can answer that.
Please tell me what you're eating that's plenty for $6 a day.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. So I have a family of 5, so that's going to be $6 per person per day.
No. You're not answering my question. I said let's break it down to the simplest term.
That's what we're doing right now.
No, one person getting $6 a day. Not nobody else. Just one person. You living on $6 a day. You got to eat every day for $6.
Okay, yeah. Forget the kids and a husband, a family of 5. That's way harder. Yeah. Okay. Let's do just one person.
Let's keep it simple, right? Let's keep it simple.
Okay. So a common meal that we might eat in my family is going to be something like tilapia that's sautéed in butter with some garlic and a little salt and pepper, and then maybe some broccoli with cheddar cheese on it, rice.
That's $6 by itself for you.
Okay, again, here, let me help you. Let me help you. To buy tilapia and a crown of broccoli and a bag of rice is going to cost me a total of like $8, and that would feed me as a single person for a month. Like, what portion sizes are we? If we are talking about a person eating 2 full, like, do you realize how much a bag of rice costs?
Eat a tilapia and broccoli for a month for $8.
Okay, hey, Hakima, how much tilapia comes in a pack of tilapia if you buy it at Walmart?
For under $8, not enough for a month.
Okay, if I have $20, all right, I can buy
$6. Why are you changing the number? We have $6.
Because, Hakima, are you so wealthy that you are shopping at a butcher that charges you $6 per single fillet of tilapia? Is that what you're telling me, or are you like me and you're buying them frozen from Walmart? No. Which of those two is the case?
I'm
well, you're not going to a high-end butcher? Okay.
That's a simple question.
Okay, got it. So you're not going to a high-end.
Hold on. Hakima, everyone let you speak. I want you to respect her. Listen. I know it's hard for you to let a woman speak, but we're going to do that. We're going to exercise some patience here, and you're going to let her get through the math, and you're going to let her walk you through it. You might just learn something. I know that this is a cheaper diet than the chest milk recipe that you have to fulfill on a daily basis, but go ahead, Stefan.
Okay. A bag of tilapia that would last my family, and again, so we're multiplying by 5 now, right? It comes with 1 pound of frozen tilapia, so this might be, I don't know, 2 meals worth. It's $6. All right, let's look at the rest. And this is Walmart. I shop at Walmart, okay? Because I live in a rural area and that's what I have access to. A bag of rice, 2 pounds, that would last my family a month is $1.77. Let's round that up to 2. And what's the other thing I said? Broccoli. Okay. So now we have a floret of broccoli, which is going to be $1.70. What's $1.70? $2.40 for two of them. Okay, and that would feed a single person. Now, if you are eating it every night, I recommend that you vary your diet a little bit because that's just going to get boring and monotonous, and you're going to get vitamin deficiency. But let's see, $6.32 plus $2 plus $2.40. This is going to be about probably for a single person. 6 meals. So that's $10.82 for 6 meals if you eat this 6 times in a month. So let's divide that by 6. That comes out to about $1.80 per meal. Now you tell me what you're using the other $4.20 on a day if that's your main meal of the day.
I am not going to go through this.
Okay, you keep eating it. That's fine.
Let me answer the question. Because everybody in this room eats. And hopefully, more like everybody eats every day. And I think everybody, without any numbers, me giving or you giving, knowing that $6 a day is not a shit ton of money, is what I said. Like, is it possible to make it work? Yeah, especially with my diet, I can easily do it. But with the diet that everyone was taught, with the carb, the dairy, and this and that, the fruits, the vegetables, $6 a day is not a ton of money, is my point.
Okay, so here's my final point because I gotta run.
Add sentence that you can run.
Yep. No, I'm going to eat dinner.
Yeah, please do. I hope you do. I bet it costs more than $2.
It didn't. We're doing nachos tonight. It did not cost more than $2.
Go ahead, you got it.
Okay, so again, I wish if my grocery budget for a family of 5 were the same as SNAP benefits, my family would be eating we'd have way more beer, we'd have way more snacks, we'd have way more Cheetos, I'd probably splurge a little more on cheese. My family of 5 is not spending, in California, it's $1,400 a month. I would love 1 month if it was like, we're just going to splurge and spend $1,400 a month on groceries. I wish I could eat like people on SNAP, but I'm not on SNAP, so I don't.
You know, if it's so glamorous, you can easily quit your job and get that $1,400 a month.
I could do that, but I have morals. I have morals, that's why I'm not going to.
No, you don't want to live that life, because $1,400 a month, and I think that's all they get. They might get a.
No, they're also getting Section 8. They're also getting Medicaid. They're also getting counseling benefits. They're also getting cell phones.
Everybody is not on Section 8. That's just simply not true. But if you think that that's the glamorous life where you can get just enough to eat, you have no other money to live your life, you think that's some glamorous life?
You have yet to establish that it's just enough.
You can easily quit there. No, everybody knows that's less than enough. It's not even just enough.
What we learned about you is that you're buying frozen food and you're overspending on groceries. That's what everyone in this room just learned about you.
Yeah, but I do. But the people that know me know I only eat fruits. I don't eat.
Wait. Oh, hold on. Hey, Kima, how much do dates cost?
Dates are kind of like $7.
They're pretty expensive, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. And cashews as well. Cashews that go with them, that's definitely expensive.
Yeah.
If I was in poverty, that would not be a snack choice.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank Steph for breaking down how to feed a family on a budget. That was awesome.
Anytime, Roger.
There will work absolutely nobody.
To Kima's point, I hope y'all can hear me because I'm out and I'm on these headphones. I mean, I eat a lot of salads. I eat salads every day.
Your audio guy sounds like you're in Beirut.
While New York is fixing that, let me pop in here. I'm going to make a point. I am 5 feet tall. My husband probably when he was young ate more. Hakima, if he's got an athlete, if he's the father of an athlete, this man is got to put in some more calories. He's got to put in more calories than you and I. One time I had a big man come eat at my table. He ate as much as my whole family did in one sitting. He was not fat. But to your point, education, being educated, does lend itself, and I think it's the education. I don't even know that it's the money. education lends itself to healthier eating. Now I gotta go pay attention to the man that lives at my house. I adore you all. I wish I could stay. I'll check y'all later.
I just wanted to add quick, $6 isn't enough. I mean, I got a family of 7. We're doing it on 3.5 for the whole day's worth of meals. And yeah, if you want to take and say that I eat steaks because I raise it myself, and want to take that away, sure, whatever. I splurge and have steaks because I grow them myself. But the rest of our meats, I mean, we buy the beef that we put in our freezer, but we don't just buy 1 pound of hamburger. We're buying a whole beef at a time, put it in the freezer, using it throughout the year, and we are able to do it for $3.50.
So Brian, break down the math for me. If I'm buying quarter cow, half cow, full cow, what is that? When you average it out, what's that per pound?
Per pound, it depends on what you're getting. If you're getting something specialty, it can be $12 a pound. But right now, we're $5.75 a pound into your freezer, and that includes, like, if you get a quarter of beef, it's about $1,000 for 600 pounds of beef. So, it's not rocket science to be able to buy in bulk and do some of this. And it's good quality homegrown beef that you then have in your freezer. So,
yeah. And Brian, can you also like break down the upcharge that when, even if you go not to a fancy butcher, but if you go to like a supermarket, like a Safeway, and if they've taken the time to cut up the steaks for you, the labor cost that goes into some of the packaging of cutting this stuff down, where all you have to do is invest in a freezer and some sharp knives, and you can buy even if you went to Costco and just bought bigger cuts of meat. Let's say you don't want to invest in buying a half cow, quarter cow. You could buy bigger cuts. You just got to break it down yourself. Can you talk about the upcharge that you're paying in the supermarket just for them cutting those individual steaks for you?
Yeah, I guess if you want to just buy steaks and to have what you need, you're going to be $20 to $40 a pound, depending on what given steak or preference you have. But you could buy like a whole prime rib for maybe $7.50, $8.50 per pound, on a middle range prime rib. It's just crazy when people say everything's so expensive. No, it's just the process to be ready to put on the dinner plate side that makes it more expensive. I just saw what's quote unquote called a hack, where you can get ground bull meat, which is just a bull that was no longer good to do the deed anymore and get cow's bred. They just ground them up for hamburger, which is still perfectly safe and healthy meat. It's just usually doesn't always have the same flavor profile as like a fattened calf you get if you bought quarters for meat. But it's still good, tasty ground beef that you can put in a meal to make your rice, to make everything else go way further. I mean, yeah, we go through 3 pounds of beef per meal in my family, and we usually have some leftovers because we're Midwest party boys, and I got 5 boys at home. So yeah, we're gonna make plenty to make sure we have enough energy to work and bring it the next day. But you really need to go back and look at, like, instead of buying the $20 Stouffer's pre-frozen meal or frozen pre-packaged stuff, yeah, go buy the whole ingredients and make it, like Steph was bringing up. And as far as buying frozen fruit or buying frozen stuff, everybody says, well, you gotta have fresh, and they overpay for fresh when you can get frozen cut ends of broccoli, carrots, cauliflower, whatever, and throw them up in, saute them, and make something, add some seasoning. Don't just have to buy it at the fancy restaurant.
This is fascinating. This is really fascinating.
No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Brian, do you have a recommendation if somebody wanted to get a meat grinder, an inexpensive meat grinder where they could do their own ground beef with the when you're cutting up that quarter cow? What would you recommend as an inexpensive grinder?
I mean, to be honest, if you just went to a local beef guy and bought a beef from him processed at a local butcher shop where you're paying USDA inspection fees, you're talking $2 a pound to have them do it plus the cost of the beef.
Now I get it, beef right now is expensive, but look at pork and chicken. Those are some cheaper options you can get if you don't say, oh, I can only eat it if it's organic, grass finished, or whatever. I mean, just understand we have the safest as far as meat food supply chain in the world and here in America. So you can get they call it custom exempt, but it's just a state license for them to be able to process beef that you quote unquote bought on the hook and get processed back and put in your freezer. That's the cheapest way. As far as a grinder, you can get as little as a KitchenAid. I used to do that to process deer, but I did buy like a $70 2-inch meat grinder, a Big Bite or whatever brand of flavor choice you want from Cabela's or Costco, whatever. They're readily available for $50 to $80 a decent one.
Hey Roger, yeah, one thing I was going to mention, I was just looking it up right now because the prices have changed since COVID. They used to be like $18 now, or $34. But a 50-pound bag of Hamia Careless medium grain fancy rice, 50-pound bag for $34.82. My wife and them in the Philippines and stuff, they're extremely healthy, extremely fucking fit, and what they eat almost every meal, I mean minus breakfast, but for lunch and dinner, they eat like a ice cream scoop of rice with like a small portion of meat, maybe like beef, chicken, or pork, and that's what they eat every day. They're fucking healthy, and I mean, you could buy for $38. How long would a 50-pound bag of rice last you, Hakima? And it has an indefinite shelf life also.
I would y'all please stop trying to justify it. I mean, I get that there are ways to eat cheaply, but like you saying, go buy this cow or this and that. But like, we gotta understand proximity. Like people in inner city.
You can go buy a cow.
Can I finish? Like, what the fuck? Okay?
Akima's right. Hold on. Akima's right. Akima has every bit as much right as the rest of you to finish what he's saying. Akima, go ahead.
Like you said, let's go buy this cow. It's $8 a pound, and this can do that and that. Like, if everyone in the inner city went to the local farm, it would not be enough cow. It wouldn't be, because most of the shit is at the supermarkets.
Where do you think it comes from?
Like, I know where it comes from, but it's shipped to the supermarket in bulk, because that's where people are usually and we're taught to go buy it. So everyone don't have access to a farm. That's just not a reality. Now you guys think from your brain that you have means and resources to travel, or you have your own farm and you can do this. But most people don't have the means and resources to go to farms, and that's just not a reality. So like, but the whole point is like, yes, there are ways, even at the supermarket, to stretch that money. But my only point was, you guys act like they're getting some bag of money that's life changing, and really they just getting barely enough to fucking eat. So like to demonize those people is just crazy. And to try to use these mental gymnastics to make sure like $6 is a shit ton of money. You just lie to yourself and lie to everyone in the room.
I never said that it was a shit ton of money. I said it's enough to cover food. If we can get people educated and get them to go out and actually make their food instead of getting the prepackaged stuff. So I never said that. If that's what you heard, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is enough to keep them fed while they're in need. The only other thing I'll say, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner when you asked me, Mojo, but the actual best thing that we do is we'll get pork shoulder, pork butts, and those are like $1.40 a pound, or they used to be. I mean, it depends on what your prices are now. But we get those, and you'd have to do minimal trimming, trim a little piece of fat off here, a little piece of gristle there, and then get that meat grinder, and you now have ground pork that you can make pork sausage or add pork to any meal if you want it cheaper than my $8 beef hamburger, which is way more nutritious.
So, Hakima, yes, you can buy a slaughtered whole or half cow in Atlanta, Georgia, from several local farmers and suppliers.
Hold on. Rich. He ain't in Atlanta, Georgia. You're like, what, you just assumed because he's black he's in Atlanta?
No, he said he's at major metropolitan cities. I was thinking of cities that I'm familiar with. I lived in Atlanta.
So everybody in Atlanta, there's enough of those those cows you just mentioned, that everyone in the inner cities can get up at the first
Yes.
of the month and they all can go back out. There's enough cows ready to buy right at any given day.
Yes, because the farmers are going to sell the whole cow and half cow at a higher rate than what they would to the grocery supermarkets by selling them cheap.
They got 200,000 people coming. Are there 200,000 cows ready to be sold to them?
Yes.
There is. The processing side is where you might lack if you're not able to process it yourself, Akima. And this is the problem with the big four butchers that do 85% of the beef processing, and it's even worse in the pork and poultry. So that part, if you can't process it yourself, you can have issues. But since COVID let up, there's a lot of openings at butcher shops again, everywhere, to get beef in, to do just that, to get beef at half price.
Well, hold on, guys. I know Nye was trying to break in, and I think there's a good chance for her to talk because nobody likes beef as much as Nye likes beef. So Nye, if you want to jump in.
Well, hopefully you can hear me this time. What I was going to say.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We hear that beautiful voice loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was agreeing with Akima's point that $6 a day is barely. I eat salads almost every day, veggie salads, and I can barely put together a salad from the store for $6. The lettuce, the vegetables, and the dressing. So I just wanted to comment on that. I'll chime in again in a minute. I'm at the store, so please give me a second.
All right. I would recommend a little red beans and rice in your diet. What? You do you. Timok, welcome to the room. JD, welcome back.
How are you feeling today, Roger? Everything is mellow. Did you get your blood pressure checked? Everything okay?
Hey,
everything okay?
Let me tell you, I went to
the cigar there.
No, I went to the Pacific Raceway in Kent, Washington, and I did 9 laps in supercars. I drove a Lamborghini, I drove a Ferrari, and I drove a Porsche. It's very fun. Yeah, I'm kind of amped up.
Can I admit that the Porsche was the worst one that felt to drive?
I love it.
The Ferrari was by far the easiest to drive.
No, but like worst feeling wise, was it the Porsche?
No, the Lamborghini was the worst feeling. Okay. That one, in certain parts of the track, it felt like bumpy. It felt like I was floating. It's very weird.
Do you know what specific models of those cars you drove? I'm a big car dude, so that's why I'm just.
Yeah, I'll back channel you the photos of it.
Okay, awesome.
Anyways, yeah, Timok, good day today. Good day. We're just, was trying to save the world one taxpayer at a time, and we're talking about should we raise taxes on the poor, as we know.
But Roger, did you consult Astra? Did you consult Astra?
No, I didn't consult Astra.
Well, then you're fucked, man. You're fucked.
He was a trip. I don't think he added much value to that room. I don't know if you would agree.
I think if you met him in person, you would probably stab him. I think that's the way I feel, honestly.
Roger,
with a toothpick, in the eye.
My observation, Roger, is on Clubhouse, you always tell the truth, but you tell a truth that's designed to hurt the feelings of other people. You never say the comforting lies that people don't
change it, Roger.
No, hold on. What he's saying is very important, and he's being honest. Go ahead, continue.
You always tell the truth, but you select things to say that are designed to hurt the feelings of people. So when you talk about poor people, you speak the truth, but you say things that hurt their feelings. When you talk about fat people, you tell the truth. Every single group you talk about, you're scrupulous about telling the truth, but you relish hurting the feelings of people.
And he knows that. He knows that.
I'm not.
He said literally yesterday that he was okay with being a bully. What are we talking?
Yeah, hold on. I accept this and I appreciate it. I'm glad you recognized it. and I wear it as a badge of honor. And I don't know if this is a good time to tell you my feelings about Muslims, but I think that that's a 2 billion strong pedophile death cult.
I guess my question, Mojo, and it's a very brief question, is in real life, if I was spending time with you in real life at a bar or in a country club,
or not be at a bar, I don't.
My question is, I'm asking a very simple question. Are you this cruel to people's feelings in real life, or do you turn?
In real life, I try to get a read if they're strong enough. This is my opinion, and I don't know if you would share this. I think that the people that on 2025 are still on Clubhouse have already self-sorted that they can handle the roast-style rooms that we do. And so if somebody's, especially if they're on the fucking stage, maybe if they're listening to the audience, they might think, who the fuck is this guy? But for the people that are willing to come in here regularly and get on the stage, they kind of know what they're getting.
Yeah, maybe you should have like a warning, something before they get in, and you at your own risk. Maybe that's tomatoes trying to...
A trigger warning. You need to read the house rules.
Maybe, yeah. I could post some house rules if that would make everybody feel better. I would just think that when you read a house title of In the Muff, you probably aren't thinking that like, oh, this is going to be like, I don't know, like some really sophisticated conversation. I mean, this is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not trying to be anything other than. Oh. You hear that? You hear my GPS?
Yeah.
That's wild. Lane closure. This is not good. Anyways, anybody use the poll feature yet?
No, not yet. I mean, JB should start using it.
I opened up a test room and did the poll thing. It's actually pretty cool.
Nice. Rich likes to get polled daily.
JB, I actually tell you, I would like to say thank you and fuck you at the same time, because now I am now using the term or vernacular of standing on your square every single day for some reason. So congratulations. Thank you, JB.
My pleasure. Keep standing on your square.
That's hilarious. I like the fact that we can quote what people have to say. Where did Tomato go? Did he get offended?
I think so.
He's politically correct.
I think he just came into the room just to let you know that, Roger.
He was afraid I was going to dice my Clement or salad, maybe.
You know I'll be back.
With his gang.
He's gonna come back as great grape.
How's that chillism doing today? Has anybody checked on those folks? Anybody? Rich, your friends at chillism?
It was like 5 people this morning.
I heard that Nathan fella is impersonating me.
Yeah, he made a actual realistic AI iteration of your photo.
Yeah, I was in Chillism today. He had your photo. I asked him why, but he never answered.
I can tell you why. He's got a crush on Monica, and when he learned that Monica prefers me to him, it upset it. That's what the beef is.
Has he seen a picture of Monica?
Oh, come on. Monica is misunderstood. I like Monica. She's adorable.
We got to get you a psyche valve, Rodney. Like the new return been kind of weird sometimes.
What's wrong with me? Can you guys give me your 3 grievances with Monica? What would they be? Oh, nothing, huh?
I guess she's hard to. Well, I think it's nails. I don't know. Something. She's like you said. She's adorable. She can get into your skin at the same time if you let her. If you take her seriously. I see she gets under people's.
Yeah, I guess the three things irritate me, I guess, and this could go for a lot of people, it's not just exclusive to her, but let's see, her voice kind of grains me a bit. It's kind of graining to listen to over a couple hours in a conversation. Number two, how slow she speaks. It takes forever for her to get to her point, even though she's saying the same thing like 10 fucking times over, just in a different phrase. And then number three, probably just the spaces she chooses to associate herself with and hang around. I just don't. I'm not the biggest person on the guilty by association shit because I don't think that people should take the consequences of others' actions. But if you purposely put yourself in certain spaces where you know certain behaviors occur consistently and you continually sign up to voluntarily be there, it almost feels like you're co-signing it in a sense. And knowing her political views, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if she did co-sign it. So that's three things that throw me off about Monica.
Maybe.
He's good. I don't know y'all. He's good, this guy.
No, I think he's grasping at straws here. I think that Monica is, she intimidates men on this app because she's so intelligent. And I think that her contributions are so thoughtful that they're just, they're like, oh, wow, what do I say? And so I think she stuns people, and that's what happens. And so there's a jealousy when it comes to Monica, I think. But more importantly, I also think that we don't talk enough about the abuse that people throw her way. And perhaps she's a counterpuncher, and anything that she's done that you think might be offensive, maybe you guys created that one.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. I haven't been around it much, so I wouldn't know. This is a crazy place, this clubhouse.
I mean, if it speaks like a bitch, if it acts like a bitch, if it looks like a bitch, it probably is a bitch.
Speaks like a fag, walks like a fag,
probably rich.
You're the pot calling the kettle black, baby Bobby. If anybody sounds gay on this app, it's you and Adam.
Hey, and there will never be any Adams hate on this app. Not in my rooms. Look, you guys can say that you don't like Adams, you can argue with him on whatever, but if he's not on the stage to defend himself, we're not going to go there. Adams is a class act. Adams is a voice of reason in a world of chaos. We will not have Adams hate.
If you want Adams to come up faster, just start praising fat people.
No. He knows how to come up. He knows how to raise his hand. I'm quite sure that you guys know that I would always invite him. He's always welcome to these spaces. I don't know why people, seriously, what can you possibly have a grievance with Adams about? Honestly.
I mean, depending on which communities you come from, you can have quite a couple grievances with Adams, I'm not going to lie. Number one, if you're a black woman, you probably got a lot of grievances with Adam. Now, he's going to come up and
wait, hold on. Adams, to my recollection, the only thing he really goes hard in the paint on is the big backs. Now, if somebody's getting offended because he's pointing out some obvious facts, sometimes the truth hurts.
Oh, no, listen. Adams and I almost completely see eye to eye on the big backs points. I don't disagree with him on most of what he says on those ones. But for the most part, I know that there are a couple situations where people do have smoke for Adams, specifically black women have smoke for Adams, because of certain comments they'll make in the middle of conversations. And now, let me make it clear, however Adams wants to conduct himself, that's up to him. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Adams. But to say that you can't imagine why somebody would have smoke with him or don't know who has smoke with Adams, there's quite a lot of people. We just don't like them.
Well, as a black woman, let me just make clear, I can understand why some black women might have to beef with Adams, but Adams knows I adore him. I think he's one of the funniest people on this app. He keeps it so real, and I won't tolerate any Adams hate. I adore Adams.
Mojo, what about that young lady, the little cutie that came yesterday that was from, the West Coast? It reminds me of when I used to live on the West Coast. I ran into a lot of
Roger, I'm still at work. I'll address this in about 20 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine. Adams is in the building, so in 20 minutes we will hear from the great Adams. Go ahead, Tom.
Wait. Before you go, which career are you doing right now, Adams?
No. Hey.
He's at work.
Knock it up. We're going to timeout. He already said 20 minutes over here. Timeout.
Yeah. There's something about, I'm not going to say everywhere, but in LA, it's with the sun, there's something about it that, takes away some of the white matter, I believe.
Are you talking about the woman that sounded?
Scientist.
Oh yeah. The scientist that didn't want to pay taxes. That one.
Oh, didn't want to do any charity for the person that she was. Yeah, the people in the dying on the edge.
You want to hear something funny? I shouldn't say it because he's not here, but I'm gonna say it because I know. I say it in front of him, so I feel comfortable saying it. No. I get a message in the back channel several hours later from Dr. Jordan, and he goes, "Hey, is the scientist still on the stage?" It was the funniest shit. She was cute though. She was cute. She was cute. She was dumb, but she was cute.
Allie was getting annoyed with her, and who's the brother Edward? He was getting annoyed. She was annoying a lot of people. Edward.
Yes, we're talking about Jane Stallion. She's cute. She's not. I don't think she's gonna win any fucking contest. That. Never mind. I'm not gonna say nothing negative about her.
Were you the one who was saying that you're probably driving the Tesla? Somebody said, and she said, "Yeah, you're right." And was that or Edward?
Yeah, she does drive a Tesla. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Living above her means. I think that's what it was.
All things being equal, I did it.
Yeah, well.
Oh man. Let's see who's in the audience here. Where's Victoria at? Oh, she's here. She's here. Victoria, come up here and tell us about the Situation Room. We'd love to hear more about the situation.
Well, we should have her and Bima come up together. I listened to all that bullshit.
Oh man, hold on. Bima she was on fire last night. We changed the title of the room. Come listen to a lecture about anarchy. She had us in the palm of her hand. She fought off all of the rebuttals that people had, all the questions. It was a masterclass in how to lecture a hostile room about a novel idea. So, Bima, we take our hat off to you. We salute you. You're amazing. And if you want to come back up here, you know what? Just gotta raise your hand.
I just want to give you flowers, Roger, for actually calling it yesterday when you said that Bima was going to say 1 million words and not saying it.
Roger, I want to just let you know something. Nye wants to give me an interview. Nye, would you give Mojo an interview as well?
Hopefully you can hear me, but yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Hold on. She said, sure, why not? She's trying to interview a legendary movie star from the 80s, and then you're like, hey, what about that fucking dude from Clubhouse? And she's like, yeah.
Will you give him a full pay?
Listen, Roger, aren't you legendary on the app? You're a legend.
He says he's black now. He says he's black.
Oh yeah, the black. Yeah, that could be the pitch. The angle, the blackest man on Clubhouse, the blackest of all the black
Moors.
Yeah, the last
ancestors.
Look, if you ever put a panel together that want to talk about the history of the Moors and what they did to my people, I'm happy to participate in that.
Do not pick Roger for that. If you need that information, do not pick Roger. It will be nothing but misinformation.
No, but Edgar is good because she can interview you too, and you can go back and forth. Mojo, I'm telling you, that would be the best everybody's gonna read that.
They talking about me debating Roger about the Moors is like me debating Roger about capitalism. Like it's not a good match. It's not a good match.
Yeah, but you need that contrast. You need the contrast to create that.
You guys keep just filling each other's holes in your story.
Well, here's what I think. I think that Hakeem is right about this. I think that he's got a much better chance of beating me in an argument about capitalism than he does about the history of the Moors. I think he's right.
Everybody know that's bullshit.
What's up, MG?
MG's fine ass. You know, I didn't realize that Ethiopians were sexy. Like, I legitimately grown up, like, you watch, like, the fucking infomercials with Sally Struthers, and you see these kids with the pot bellies and the flies, and they're just like, hey, for just 5 cents a day, for the cost of a cup of coffee. And so, like, I'm not, like, exactly thinking that, like, Ethiopians grow up to be smoke shows. But, like, and then there's MG. So, it is what it is. If you ever want to know what those kids grew up to look like, MG is.
That's crazy. Actually, quick question. What is the most damning piece of evidence against the Moorish claim?
What Moorish claim?
Hey, that was the wildest thing you ever said on Clubhouse, right?
What's that? What?
What's the MG comment?
About Ethiopians?
Yes.
Yeah. That was wild.
Wait, you've never seen those commercials?
No. We have the fact that those kids grew up to be her was the crazy part.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey man, everyone's got a chance. I like to think that somebody here in America has sponsored that situation.
I'm sure the MG family didn't come in that class of people in Ethiopia.
I don't know. Listen, all bullshit aside, she's smart. She's fucking cool. The fact that she's hot, that's just a bonus. It's a bonus for her husband. It's not a bonus for any of the rest of us.
That was Mojo. That was kind of racist what Hekima just said.
Well, Akima, you do come from the Moor clan that ran through Portugal, and you know what you did to my people.
We saved you. We brought you civilization. We brought you running water and street lights and taught you how to bathe yourself. Like what the fuck is
Oh wow.
You raped Portuguese women.
We did not. They threw themselves at the feet of the Lord. Things happened.
Great. So, Hekima, what do you think is the biggest piece of historical revisionism that's mainstream today?
Say it again?
What do you think is a historical narrative that's mainstream today that you think is revisionist / not true?
Oh, 90% of American history.
Who do you think the first Americans were?
No, stop it. You're looking for trouble.
Who I think or who I know was there.
Who do you know are the first Americans here?
It was brown skin and melanated people. It was some lighter skin plant here too.
If we were to use modern, modern racial categories, even though they didn't
Does this have anything to do with the title of the room? People come in here because they saw the title. They say, should we raise taxes on the poor? And they think to themselves, you know, it's got a point there. That motherfucker's been freeloading for a long time. So people have come into the room to hear about how we're going to get these freeloading ass poor people to pay more taxes. That's why everybody's on the stage. Right, Moose?
The fourth thing.
Indubitably.
I thought we mentioned this already. They already paid this fair share.
That's why I brought the young lady up yesterday. That's because that was our argument. She was upset.
Yeah, she was a scientist that doesn't want to pay taxes, which is fine. I don't blame her.
I think Anthony's trying to. I'm curious what Anthony's take on the room title is.
Well, that's for damn sure not why I came in the room. To see how we could, quote, get the motherfuckers to pay more.
Well,
Somebody got to do sense. Somebody got
So
I'm about to soccer.
Anson, let me ask you this. If the bottom 50% of income earners in the U.S. are paying only 2.3% of all federal income taxes, when are we going to hold them accountable?
The issue is, how do we spread the pain of taxes and legitimately share the wealth in America? Right?
Anson, I hear what you're saying, and I think the popular narrative is eat the rich, and the rich needs to pay their fair share. But the more I break this stuff down, the more I recognize that, holy shit, some of the people that are the biggest burden on society are not paying much at all. Some are paying none. And I think that it's high time that we talk about taxation in a more honest way. And instead of making up lies that the rich don't pay their fair share, I think we should talk about why the poor are not paying their fair share.
Hey, Rod, you gotta be honest though, because talk about percentage wise, $1 wise, whatever the poor, the rich is gonna have percentage wise, the poor pay equal percentage of their taxes. Like I don't know why people want to paint this narrative. Like anybody that's working is paying taxes. Period.
Well, hold on. But I'll give you two things that refute what you're saying. So up to a certain income, you're completely tax exempt at the federal level, and then it's a graduated scale as your income increases. And so, no, it's simply a fact. I can go ahead and post the federal tax rates in the bracket. You can look at them yourself. But the bigger issue that I have is that when I look at all of the income tax that's collected, I look at the top 10% paying 76% of all of the income tax. When I look at the top 50%, they're paying 97.7% of all of the income tax. And I think it's time that we acknowledge that it's unfair. The top 50% have been getting robbed for too long, and it's time for the bottom 50% to pull their weight.
I love to travel, but
What do you do, Kitover?
I live life. What I got to do with it? Ask Robbie what he can do. I do a lot of things for a living.
Okay, so what do you do for money?
Hey, Chris, you already know one of the jobs that I told you up there that I have. I mean, you can share that information.
No, I don't. I'm asking sincerely. I don't know what you do for a living.
Well, I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it's relevant to the point that we're talking about the American population.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah, I pay taxes.
So what do you do for a living then?
Well, I don't think he needs to answer that, but let's just make something up. Let's just say that what he does is he works in Jiffy Lube. Let's just say that.
Sure.
Well, I like Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube, if you don't mind.
I make $16 an hour every time.
We're going Jiffy Lube. So go ahead, Christian. Assuming that he works in Jiffy Lube and he changes people's oil for a living. Go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering, so you work at Jiffy Lube, do you think you need to be taxed?
Say that again? I ain't on that stuff.
However you make your money, do you think you need to be taxed?
Everybody, yeah, I mean, if you want to be part of society, then you should pay taxes.
I mean, you do realize.
How much does Jiffy Lube pay? Anybody?
Jiffy Lube making 24 an hour.
Wow, follow it.
Right.
Did you say 20? You say $24 an hour? Okay, cool. Let's say that Akima is in Washington State and he works at Jiffy Lube as an assistant manager, making $24 an hour. Let's go to the little tax calculator. Give me a second. Let's see. Hold on. I will tell you.
Jiffy Lube employees wear hats, Mojo?
No, it's not hot dog on a stick, dude.
I don't remember with the trust fund.
Let's see. They look like mechanics, dude.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like to see that come on. I think it looks good.
Zero works 24/7 to kill 99.9% of bugs trapped.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there to say that.
Can I offer a suggestion? Sure. Okay. Let's be fair. Define income as income from wages paid for your work. Whether you're flipping hamburgers or you're the CEO, you get a check, a salary for the work that you perform. Right? I guess everybody can agree on that. Then
Yes.
let's flat tax such wages.
At what rate?
I don't know. We can debate that, but let's flat tax it so that everybody, quote, pays their fair share. No deductions, no gimmicks, no loopholes. If you get a check on an annual salary of $100,000, you pay X percent. And if you make $10,000 in wages, you pay X percent. If you don't get any wages, you don't get any tax on earned income. Okay? Then we look at, so that everybody pays an equal amount of the money, no gimmicks, no whatever, for the money that they earn as a result of working. Then we look at other income. The CEO that gets stock options, bonuses, all that other stuff. And we tax the living shit out of that to generate enough revenue to sustain a, quote, small federal government, limited government, governed by the people, which was the intent of the formation. All right, I'll stop. I can't, if you don't let me talk, then I can't explain, so I'll stop.
I want to hear you explain. I just want to ask a question here. So when you say the stock, if you're issued RSUs and you receive the stock, you're not going to pay the taxes on it until you sell the stock. And so I just want to clarify what you mean by treating it all like income. So if a CEO got, let's say, $4 million allocated to them in RSUs, you would not want to tax them until they sold them.
I agree. I said tax income, but there's different income. There's income earned by the sweat of your brow. Whether you're a CEO, you're a hamburger flipper, or you're an insurance agent, or whatever. Tax that income. No loopholes, no gimmicks, and we can argue, and I have no idea exactly what it would be. 5%, 10%, I don't know what it would be, but it would be some amount. Then we look at the revenue generated as a result of that and compare it to the legitimate spending that we need to be able to sustain a vibrant country and take care of those that are truly in need. Then look at the other income, other than your wages. And if you get a stock option, but you don't make any money that year from the stock option, then obviously you don't tax it. But when you cash in those stocks, you pay something a hell of a lot more than the minimum taxation rate that everybody participates in. That results in the wealthy getting taxed at a much greater rate for their significant income. But it also means that the downtrodden are contributing, quote, their fair share. Then we can argue about the safety net as to what is reimbursed to those that are the downtrodden. But that's a different argument. That's an argument not of taxation and fairness of taxation. It's an argument of who deserves to take that slam dunk major payments by the rich to be redistributed. That's a different argument than trying to distribute benefits through quote income tax, which has gotten out of control. Does that make any sense?
I love the grandfather. Hey, Dad, I love that your grandfather clock is going off a minute early. It's amazing. But no, I actually think that was thoughtful and that was a good share. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on that. As you guys think about that, hopefully that sunk in. You guys understood what he was getting at. I wouldn't necessarily co-sign, but I do think that he put a lot of thought into that. I want to just share this to Hakima and to Kristen.
Actually, I didn't put any thought into it. I just pulled it out of my ass when I saw the topic of the room, and I don't think we should crucify the poor.
Well, I disagree. But let's go back to Hakima working as an assistant manager at Jiffy Lube, making $24 an hour. Assuming he's working 40 hours a week, the gross annual income is $49,920 a year. The standard deduction would be $15,000, which would make his taxable income $34,920 a year annually, which would mean that his federal tax liability would be $3,952 annually, and so he would be paying 7.9% of gross income in federal income tax. And so now knowing that, Hakima, do you think that that's too little or too much? No?
I just want to say thank you for doing net effective tax rate, the only fucking number that matters.
I'd like to say the silence is deafening.
Can we get to the fact? Or okay, go ahead.
Hey, Roger, I thought you said the tax rate is 7.9%.
So yeah, when we're talking about your job as an assistant manager making $24 an hour at Jiffy Lube, 40 hours a week, you would make $49,920. You have a standard deduction of $15,000. Your taxable income is $34,920, which means your taxes would be $3,952. So your effective tax rate is 7.9% of gross income.
Yeah, but hey, hold on. You slipped something in there.
This is from 5 days ago.
The only thing I slipped in there was facts. Go ahead.
The standard deduction.
The job that we asked him to do. He put himself in harm's way. He made the ultimate sacrifice.
They paid that money in tax.
Mental illness coupled with an elevator mix-up and a man.
Every week or every 2 weeks out there, check, they are paying taxes. Like I say, they may get a refund back on deductions or whatever, but they are paying the tax. The government is using that money.
Hakima, you're aware though, in the end, when it squares up,
substantial changes to the bill that may not be so great.
They're paying less than $4,000
in one of those seasons where we're going to be doing multiple shows.
But there's nuance there. There's millions of people that fall in that category, and all those people, the government is holding that money for an entire year. They are doing things with that money, getting interest with that money, spending that money on different things. They may get a refund later.
Hold on. You can file. You on your W-4, you could claim a different withholding that would allow them to take less of that. At the end of the year, what your tax liability is going to be and what is owed is $3,900 so dollars, and so it's a little less than $4 grand. And so the bottom line is, some people may overpay that and then get a refund. Some people may underpay it and then owe money. And so at the end of the day, what is actually owed? And it's less. The bottom line is, it's 7.9% is what they owe. And so those are the facts. And so the idea that you think that the poor pay a higher percentage of tax, I can show you what the upper end of the tax bracket looks like and what people are paying on their tax.
No, I didn't say they pay a higher percentage of tax. I said they pay their fair share. I said they pay a higher percentage.
So you think 7 point?
The poor pay taxes, and they definitely should not be raised. Those taxes been raised on the poor.
So what? So you think that somebody paying 7.9% tax rate is equitable when compared to somebody paying 38%?
They just like that person had deductions and shit like that to get down to that 7.9%. Them people paying that amount got loopholes and different deductions that they take to get their tax number down.
I don't know.
This
I think the problem that we're running into here is that I'm good at math.
Can we just say that, across the street from every IRS office, every major IRS office is a Federal Reserve office? And if, can we get to the point to where it's a duplication? Why are we doing this annual burden of tax filing and deductions and accounting and all this added expense so the IRS and Congress can print up $2 trillion plus more every year? It's a huge game of it's a giant spin, and we don't need all this duplication. Why tax us if they're just going to inflate it and they're just going to borrow it? There has to be a reckoning, and every year there's an event at IRS offices called Taxpayer Assistance Day, and in Chicago and every major city, thousands of African Americans. This is probably the most racist thing I've ever seen in my life, because you realize that there's hundreds of thousands of African Americans that are out of compliance with the IRS. They either don't file, haven't filed, or they're having issues with the IRS, and so every year they have to line up to go into the office to do Taxpayer Assistance Day to find out, how do I get into compliance? The system requires you to file. The whole system's fucked up, and since 1913, with the invention of the Federal Reserve, ATF, and IRS, we have burdened ourselves with a bullshit program to keep us in line in what they call compliance. Well, the American people are in compliance. It is the government that is out of compliance. It is your IRS and your Federal Reserve and your local Congress and Senator that are no longer in compliance with the values of America. That's my opinion.
In FAFSA, it was supposed to be a goddamn checkbox, and we didn't get that. Thanks, Obama.
Gary, you came to the stage. Do you believe that we should raise the taxes on the poor? All right. Well said.
Who else in the room besides
Who else believes that we should raise taxes on the poor? I don't know. Let's ask. Anybody agree with me that we should raise taxes on the poor?
I think that's dumb as shit. Like, raise taxes on the poor for what?
Galaxy.
What are you gonna get? I was answering Mojo. I was thinking you. Like I was saying, that's a dumbass philosophy thing. What are you gonna gain from taxes before?
Fairness.
I guess many people don't agree with you, Rod.
I would like to say taxation is theft, but if we're going to tax, it should be equal across the board, flat rate.
Well, here's the here's the facts, right?
You see flat wages on.
Hold on, Chi, hold on. Here's the problem I have, is that right now the rich pay an overwhelming amount of it, a disproportionate amount of the overall income tax. The top 50% pay 97.7% of all the income tax at the federal level, and the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I personally believe we need to level that out. I don't think that we should continue this asinine call to tax the rich. I think what we should do is we should fundamentally look at who's paying the tax now, who's not paying the tax now, and we should fix that system, and we should make sure that we eat the poor.
Hey, Rod, I got a challenge for you. Earlier you made a statement that you know math, right? I do the math, like what would it take to tax the poor to make that number equivalent or even close to it? Right? You know, there is no answer. Even 100% number. So, like, what amount would make you happy to make that number go from 2% to 4%? Would you be satisfied then if you quadruple the poor's tax rate and now they paying 4% opposed to 2%? I'm curious.
That would not be what I would favor doing. What I would be in favor of is completely eliminating the income tax altogether. I would abolish the 16th Amendment. I would abolish the IRS. I would end the income tax for everyone. I would end the Social Security tax for everyone, Medicare tax for everyone, and I would replace it with a 23% federal sales tax. That's what I would do, and I will go ahead and post the link when I get a second for you to take a look at this proposal. It's been floating around Congress now for about 20 years. It's called Fair Tax. You can look it up at fairtax.org. Thank you.
Is that for Ron Paul or Rand Paul or both?
Ron Paul was an advocate of it, but I don't think he was the sponsor of it. I'll post it. Actually, give me a minute and I'll post it up here. It's just www.fairtax.org.
See, Hakima doesn't want fair tax. He wants to tax the rich only.
You know, Hakima, you might be interested to know that the average slave in 1860 got to keep 60% of his productive output. That's what the average plantation owner reinvested into his slave population. In America today, you're lucky if you get to keep 40% of your income.
So what makes you saying that the American people are getting treated worse than slaves?
Yeah, it's.
I will say this: the American Revolution was fought over a far less abuse. The deal that we had with the British that we complained was a bad one. Was far more fair than the current system we have.
So Moors were slaves?
No one pushed back on the sure they've got to keep 60% of their output. Nobody pushed back on that.
That's from a book called The Federal Mafia. Now, I agree that I think that it's a very controversial statement, but I really try to bring it up just to point out that we're working 3 out of 5 days to pay taxes. It's income tax, sales tax, property taxes, and it's out of control, and it's because the borrowing and the spending is out of control, and you know we have to have redress. This is a perfect platform to start the complaint process.
Or you're going to use that as an example in a future conversation?
Sure, I got no problem bringing up the Federal Mafia book by Irwin Schiff, Peter Schiff's father. Do you enjoy paying taxes, Jimmy?
I just want to understand that example. Why would you say keep property? Keep property. The argument. Our property was able to keep property. 60% of their output.
What I'm saying is slave masters, based on their productivity, and reinvested 60% of what they produced back into maintaining their slave population.
So masters reinvested. So okay, I have an asset, my house, let's say it's a rental property, and I reinvest some of my
Slaves had houses, and slaves needed food, and slaves needed clothing.
Well, that's just cost input. That's a cost input. That's literally an operating expense. It's not a slave percentage of their property. Can I,
Roger's not here.
Well, Mojo or whoever, whatever.
Mojo's not here.
I'm sorry. Okay, well then I'll.
Did he get clipped again? What happened?
No, he was on a phone call.
Yeah, he was gonna research something. He'll be back. But my point is.
Honestly, I'm sick of,
Yeah, let's see much.
listen, I don't know why you guys keep fixing his room to speak to me. I don't want to hear from him. Thank you.
Answer me back, Roger. Well, Kima doesn't want to hear from me, so I'll shut up.
Mojo's back.
I was letting know he's back. I want to hear what you got to say.
I'm back. I had audio issues. Apologies.
All right, can I get maybe a minute?
How about a couple of seconds?
Chi-Chi's going to the audience, and go ahead, Anson. You will not be interrupted.
As I said,
Thank you.
I believe everybody that earns a wage should contribute to the welfare of America equally. You get a higher wage, you pay a higher tax, not a higher percentage of your wage. Everybody equally contributes to the welfare of America through their wages. Then we go to a different debate and add up that income, that revenue for America. Everybody paying their fair share, and then figure out how we need to raise more revenue to redistribute wealth in America to take care of the downtrodden and not let the rich run rampant with all their money. That is a different argument than what I would call as wage income taxes. Is everybody, and you can bandy around all the percentages you want, and I don't know what that percentage is. I'll throw it out as 5% maybe. And then we have a different argument on a whole different level of taxation, maybe a whole different IRS. The IRS just focuses on who pays how much percentage of the wage of the paychecks they get. And then we can have another agency that regulates how everybody else makes money and how much we should tax that money. Does that make any sense?
I think it's unfortunate that you spent a significant, portion of your naval career fighting against commies, only for the commies to win ideologically here, where you believe that everyone should be treated equally. Because I would vehemently push back against that idea. I think that there are certain citizens that are more productive than others, and we should incentivize them to stay citizens in America, especially those that take more risks than anyone else, have larger responsibilities than everyone else. And so if you are a producer, you're productive, you've created jobs, I think you should be treated differently tax-wise.
And let me there we go on Social Security. I'm a
Hello. So let me just say this, and also in defense of personal ideologies on how we can utilize my campaign of what you guys call fat shaming and reducing those said liabilities and social spending. Are you guys aware that we spend between $1 to $3 trillion a year on fatness? Are you guys aware of that? $1 to $3 trillion a year on fatness. Okay? So we want to have a conversation about should we tax what? Fat people, regardless of what your tax bracket is, should be taxed the most. They are literally the dead weight that America is having to carry around. So when I make jokes, I'm talking about how we should take off people drunk middle of the Atlantic. The first ones to swim back actually gets to keep their citizenship. I'm saying that 10 toes down. Okay, fat people are the problem. Okay, fat people are bloodless. They are burden on society, and quite frankly, they're unpleasant to look at. Okay, I don't know how much more of this we can say without, I'm not an asshole. Like, I'm this is gonna hit. They might just get lucky and get one big bag from Wisconsin. They could eat one zombie for a whole entire year. Somebody said that they could eat a whole entire tilapia bag for a whole entire month. Guess what? If you're one of these fat people, the average fat person in America, I guarantee you 10 zombies would be able to eat roots for a year.
I'm done with you. Not one zombie, not one big bag would feed the zombies for a year. I'm done. I'm dead at that point.
Because, and let me tell you why. Because the zombies care more about their meat quality than they do about having smartphones. You know, I'm sitting here listening to people talking about the cost of food, and you know, things are so expensive. The last time I checked, you can access one house from a cricket phone. So you have to at least be spending hundreds of dollars a month on your cell phone service. Not to mention, some of y'all with 2, 3, 5, 50 different kids, each of them got a damn cell phone. So, is food quality really the problem? People's priorities and then being fucked up in the wrong place really the problem?
We're taxed too much. Fat.
That's what you sound like, buddy.
Fat people can't even, people that are on SNAP, they can't even go to the grocery store and buy the good stuff. They got to buy the processed food and the packaging to get the SNAP food. Not every food, if you're a fat person on SNAP, you can't always get the healthy food. Well, we're being taxed to death in this country.
Who says the food's the issue?
Wait, they can get it, they just choose not to.
Exercise and food.
We're all eating off the same food supply.
Well, do you want the federal government to continue to spend $2 trillion on Medicare, Medicaid, but not give anybody a gym membership? I don't know. When was the last time you went to a federal workout facility to work a fat ass? I never seen the government pay for fat people to lose weight. They do not give a fuck.
Why does the government give you a gym membership when you go walk your fat ass around the block for free?
I don't want to use taxes to subsidize healthcare to take care of people with cancer either.
I'm just saying, if the government were to pay for federal fucking workout facilities versus giving Pfizer $300 billion to produce COVID-19 vaccines for a Wuhan virus, they sure as hell can do that. Our government gives our money away to poison us at every turn. We are our own worst enemy, and we continue to vote for thieves, frauds, and charlatans in Congress and in Senate. They give our tax dollars away and borrow on our behalf, and we're not asking them to borrow $2 trillion a year to flush it down the fucking toilet.
Well, even if the government did offer free gym memberships, I dare say a lot of people would capitalize on it. They wouldn't. Because like Adam said, you could walk around the block for free. You could do a workout in your house. There's so many objects. There's so many objects in and around your house that you can use to help you lose weight, and yet folks do not take advantage. So I don't think
it's like going to a library. When you go to the library, you read a book. When you take your fat ass to the gym, you get on a treadmill, you get on a Stairmaster, or you use weights, or you use the yoga studio, or you use the pool. It's a designated place for fat people to defat their fat asses.
And guess what all those places have turned into? Okay, on government subsidies. They've turned into daycare country clubs for the homeless. So good luck sending your kid to school, okay, and having them walk home and be able to, start their homework instead of sitting at home by themselves, starting their homework at the library. Kids in major cities can't do that anymore. Why? Because there are big programs for the homeless. So at what point are we going to put accountability where accountability belongs? If you're fat, that's your problem and that's your misery. That shouldn't be anybody else's. If you're homeless, well, hey, maybe instead of spending time in the library all day and trying to figure out how you can gain access to the internet to go and your crack, why don't you want to apply for a job? Why does this always have to be the taxpayer's problem? And by the way, where the taxpayers are paying for all of these things, these homeless people to even have tents for them to ride down on the sidewalk. Have you ever, of the average experience of a person in a wheelchair in major cities in America? You can't even go from one part of Los Angeles to the other, okay? The sidewalk would be to go into oncoming traffic because the sidewalk's so fucked up. So, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go back to the conversation about our priorities, because it's the same priorities that encourage people to complain, out of breath on a cell phone and not go to the gym. It's the same type of, what are we doing? What are we doing?
rich. Some people need government help. You know, the elderly, handicapped people.
Well, why do they need the government?
Well, who else is gonna help them, right? Well, I mean, if they don't have the community support, family, you know, it has to come, the support and the help has to come from someplace. And
Hold on. Imagine a world in which the federal government, the state government, the local government didn't have to vote on the throats of all of their citizens. Just imagine what they might be able to do with their money.
right, but I'm saying like for those who, I'm speaking about like the elderly and handicapped, disabled people specifically. They're not more vulnerable than us able-bodied folks who can get up and go to work and earn a living, right?
Yes, so let me ask you both a question. Why is it that the generation in the middle, because again, the older generation was well prepared for their retirement, they were well prepared for their spending. It's the generation in the middle, okay, that sit up on social media, they go and get liberal arts degrees into the tune of $70,000, $80,000 a year, and then bled that generation dry. And take, and giving nothing back. That's why we're in this situation.
No, I agree. Yeah, the liberal arts and the gender studies people, 100%.
Yeah, not to mention they're going to keep their hands off the drugs, right? How many of this generation, their siblings, their cousins, and all of them, their parents have spent thousands of dollars in resources to send them to rehab? Let's talk about how many of them have to put up their grandmother's house to bail them out of jail. Let's talk about the generation that, you know, the grandparents are having to raise the kids because the kids still want to live their best life. They still want to party and they still want to bullshit. Screw your parents' retirement. Screw their abilities for them to be able to provide for themselves. So screw that. You know, it's the entitlement. You know, instead of saving, living in an apartment, and maybe buying something modest, mommy and daddy, I want to live in a modern TikTok house. You used to spank me when I was younger, and you didn't raise me like Jimmy Jones's parents on the street. Guilt, manipulation. This is how that generation bled our grandparents' generation, our parents' generation dry. And it's still happening. And instead of doing something about it, getting a second job, and I do appreciate Rich for actually being a man and holding down multiple jobs on social media. But unlike his counterparts, they do just that. Complain about it on fucking social media. That is exactly why we're in the situation that we're in.
Talking about the drugs issue, did we forget the crack babies in the era that generation came from?
But yeah, but this
Right, that was also the generation of tough love, and you did not see grandmother putting her house up on the market and because she was guilty. She was guilty because her child was a latchkey kid and yelled at her for not doing what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, she was crying because today they cry because her grandkids got a gender studies degree. In the 80s, they cried because her grandkids were cracked out dying on the street.
But you know the thing about those crack babies, so they got their asses beat. They can get switches. She was
Yeah, they got their asses beat on the overdoses, that's for sure.
So I got a question. Would you agree that we should not be subsidizing healthcare?
Anybody else?
Should we not be subsidizing healthcare?
You don't argue in good faith.
Adams, you sit up here and bitch about how your mom died because she couldn't get the healthcare coverage.
Goodbye. Yes, because you're making it a personal attack.
This is all I'm asking. So.
Thank you. So it is what it is.
I mean, doesn't
See, the personal attack is you know, Roger, I cannot understand why you sit down earlier this morning for that bullshit. This is not a good faith actor that wants to have a mature conversation. This man wants to lose all of his arguments and then start attacking people to find these uncommon ways of trying to win his failed argument. So you can do it in the group, Roger. If you want to bring it back up, it's your room, but I'm not going to listen to you going back and forth outside of the topic and just using it as an opportunity to attack me.
I heard him last night when he was talking about killing pit bulls.
That's amazing that you went after his mother. I really want you to
think about that, Rich? That you had to lash out like that to somebody's personal stuff.
Don't you think it's weird that we have to borrow $2 trillion a year to fund Medicare, Medicaid? Like, why we're not asking our government or our representatives to borrow all this money? I mean, why can't we just spend what we take in revenue and begin to cut and begin to pay down the debt? Why aren't Congress people and senators even discussing? It's like 2 out of everybody, 2 out of 600 people. I mean, what the fuck, America? Hello.
How much are they borrowing in Chicago to pay their pensions? Isn't it 80 cents on the dollar?
Yeah, it's 80 cents on the dollar. They have to borrow. They have to pay out the pensions. They're broke. Every major city is broke. The federal government is broke. We have spent ourselves off a cliff since 9/11. 25 years of war, 25 years of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now we're paying $1 trillion a year, or about $100 billion a month in interest payments on all the borrowed money. The system can't handle this. It's broke beyond belief. We have to, like Mojo said, either fix it or break it. But this ship has to be decommissioned and brought back to port. And we need a relaxation period. We need austerity. We need no more new wars. And we don't need to create fake pandemics to poison our population and scam us out of trillions of dollars.
Those wars, let's be real, those are all these politicians. And these are never wars. You want to end a war, you go back to, there was somebody who was talking to me with Bill O'Reilly, would tell me about where we were going. It was Afghanistan, I think it was. Bill O'Reilly told that we could win that war, and Bill was we could win any war we wanted. And that's the guy who's clearly Asian, with Japan or Japanese. And he said that his uncle, he asked his uncle when they're going to stop and killing him, because he was him and his uncle were the only 2 survivors in the family. And the guy said his uncle told him when they kill us all. And that's why they surrendered. He goes, America no longer has that, the gall to do that. And it's true. Nobody fears the big footprint, putting a big freaking boot in their ass. Nobody does, right? And so what's happened is we get in these forever wars. These politicians love it. They invest in, all of the national defense companies. They make tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, and we just keep spending and spending and spending. The other thing is we don't look at systems that might actually fix things. Okay, unemployment. Somebody goes and gets a job. Okay, they've got medical assistance or medical for their kids, their family, everybody. They got their rental assistance. They got all this, and all of a sudden they get a job. And as soon as they start making some money, they got everything off, meaning that they can no longer afford to work. I know. I did the homework with one of my employees, and I was like, no, dude, I wouldn't do it if I were you. You're working 70 some hours a week. I didn't figure out with overtime, but straight up at 72 hours a week, he was making, bringing home like $2.5 an hour. It was hard work, and I was just like, nah, dude, I'll take you 2 weeks. He didn't want to quit. We don't give them a ladder. We cut the legs off the ladder to bring them back down. We would be better to wean them off the system, let them keep that, have a commitment to going in and understanding finances, saving money, building an emergency fund, and slowly working them off of the system. And no. We force them to have to quit so they stay fully on the system. Which ones will cost us more in the long run? We don't want to change the system. The system works great for those people that it works great for. And I'm telling you, these forever wars, you're going to only end up, you start putting giant boot in somebody's ass. I saw this raise the tax on the poor. Everybody says, oh, pay their fair share. And the only people not paying their fair share are the people at the very bottom, unfortunately. Encourage them to get up, get going, give them a reason. I don't know, we got to do something different. Why not use people in prisons to take care of the parks, to take care of the street? Well, that takes jobs away. Well, it's not the government's job to create jobs. Okay? But yet, we want to make sure they have government jobs. And how much, and maybe one of you guys knows how many jobs in the last 20 years, how much has the federal government grown? Exponentially. They would just keep doing it.
Hey, Corey, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you say the only people that's not paying their fair share of when you talk about those people that's not working, you talk about like the working poor.
Not working, the working poor, and I kind of.
Yeah.
they paying their fair share? That's what I'm asking. How much is the burden to the system to pay off your kids? And they're paying it because if you.
It's not working, not paying no tax. I get that. I'm saying, but are you saying people that's like working for? You think that, are you saying if they're not paying taxes or they're not paying their fair share? How do you know that? You said it's not paying fair share.
That depends on how much. That depends on how much they're making, whether they're paying taxes or not. Doesn't. So I mean, now I'm not telling you. Let me finish. I'll let you go until you finish. Are those people getting a rebate?
Do tax credits or child tax credits and other things, say we're like the rich got loopholes, tax credits or everything, the makes or whatever, they're bringing the tax rate, the poor homes and everything. So when they are still, without anything, they are still getting money taken out. They'll check every week. When they end of the year, they may get something back, but that don't change the fact that the government is taking their money and the government is using that money.
So what do you guys
When you guys are referring to taxes, like what can you guys be a little bit more specific? Okay, so you're talking about income taxes. We're just talking about income taxes. Is that correct, Akima? Because if you look at it,
You could expand it to other things, but that's so far, that's what we're talking.
okay, so you understand the point that I was trying to make with that, Roger, because even if you do look at lower earning people, they're still handing back their contribution to the tax base in another way by continuing to be consumers in a way that's very different from a person's individual consumer tax liability, especially when you ascend into higher tax brackets. Shout out to a lot of people that, buy things and pay taxes, sales taxes under their corporations and do on the back end to get income tax benefits behind that versus somebody who's having to, go to Walmart and, pay taxes for their kids' clothes for back to school shopping. It's just a little bit different in the way that people structure their finances. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Roger?
I mean, there's definitely other ways that the poor are taxed. I mean, sales tax is one that people would argue is regressive, but I think the point of the grooming though is just to highlight the fact and the absurdity of believing that rich people don't pay enough tax. Like that narrative has always been bogus. That narrative, it's not rooted in fact. Are there loopholes in the tax code that are there provisions in the tax code that allow people to claim more deductions? Sure. If you hire a tax professional and you have a lot of income in different various income streams, can you get deductions? Of course you can. But the truth of the matter is, even when those deductions are taken into consideration, rich people are paying disproportionately higher amounts of tax than the poor people. And we need to start talking about that honestly, because people just lie about it, and then nobody challenges it because it's like, you don't want to say, well, hey, how come these fucking deadbeats aren't paying their shit? And everybody's afraid to say anything about why people are poor and how the poor are a burden on society. They have no problem making up lies about the rich.
So, would you be willing to offer the submission that less educated people, pay more in taxes than, more highly educated people? Because, you do have lower earning people that are educated in the sense that they've managed to connect themselves with resources to be able to exploit certain type of tools that are still available to poor people, that are also available to wealthy people to lower their tax burden. Would you be willing to hear that argument?
Sure. And make theirs.
So,
Paxton, for example, I mean, she makes millions and millions and millions of dollars, but, you know, I mean, would you feel that she may have paid more in taxes because of the way that she handled her tax situation, and she didn't necessarily get in front of it the way that she should have? I mean, it's not to say that somebody, I mean, there's many different ways to look at it. I mean, just because somebody's wealthy doesn't mean that they don't run into tax issues and could otherwise have access to less of their income than an otherwise poor person.
Okay, well, you mentioned an educated person, so there's a lot of educated people that have zero idea about the tax, how to serve taxes, right? And we have people who never went to college that are freaking geniuses at it. So, I mean, education is a matter of what you're educated in. People that get into real estate start to really understand it because they start to communicate with people. They get told, hey, go see this tax account, you know, and all of a sudden they start to learn that. So, stay educated. I mean, it's different than something you might think because it's not nothing to do with a college education, right?
I'm not specifically referring to just formal education.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because there's some people out here that went to college and they do very, very well in the tax systems, you know. But, you know, the thing is now, you know, like Oregon, like, you're going to know this here in Miami, you're Florida, you're in California, anywhere along the coast, you start to see this more. There's people who have multiple homes, 10, 15, $20 million homes. It's their second or third home. There's people here that have $10 million condos and they have 6 condos in 3 different buildings here. Not even exaggerating. We're talking $10 million. You're talking almost $200,000 in taxes here. One of them I know, 2 of his units never even been lived in. He renovated them, spent $200,000 a month, never lived in it. Put in plastic underneath 2 years later. He's paying now it was about a $6 million deal, so it's been $120,000 in taxes, right? He doesn't have any kids in the system. You know, everything is here. And so you look at what he's paying in taxes, he might be not paying as much in income taxes, but everything else that he owns, he's paying some massive numbers. And that's why when you think of that, people say the rich are paying a fair share. They're paying more in 1 year, despite not paying as much in income tax. And most people are paying a lifetime. You know, with the subject of the room, you know, we always hear paying a fair share. That's the big dog on the wealthy. But those guys are paying more in 1 year, even with all their tax rates, than most of us will earn in a lifetime. You know, so it's a skewed thing. I understand that. I'm not one to say that we should sort of raise their taxes or whatever. Just hey, everybody's screwed. You gotta. Hey, I'm compassionate, but we also have to have a system that helps people to climb the ladder. We encourage them to climb the ladder instead of saying when I get to the next level, oh hey wait, I know this happens to people. I went to 47 hours and I made less on my paycheck because I jumped into the next tax bracket. That sucks for those people. You know, those are the things that we need to look at. How can we change? But I was just kind of more throwing it out there over here. Don't pay their fair share thing is what I'm telling you is the wealthy pay and astronomical amount of taxes. It's just not the way people see the taxes.
So do you feel like maybe your friend, and you know, not to go too much into your friend's personal business, but do you feel like that could be a result of them parking money somewhere where they otherwise putting it into an avenue of investments and they were otherwise taxed for what they made on that investment? It's easier for them to park their money somewhere, pay the neighborhood association fees, you know, pay the property taxes, but then your equity continues to grow in a way that's different from your portfolio growing and you continuing to get taxed every time it does grow.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the real estate industry here is amazing. They bought parking spots for $60,000 a piece, and then they're about $280,000 a piece. That's growth, right?
You see my point?
Yeah.
So even with him paying property taxes on those units that are empty, and with him being with a condo association, paying those association fees, he may be saving money than if he weren't paying taxes, investing his money in the stock market. And then on top of that is, you know, if you look at the money that he's making in his equity, what the home is worth, you know, against what he paid for it, I mean, and why financially it makes sense for him to be doing that?
Right. You have to understand that there's risk involved with everything you're saying. There's real estate, there's real, there's a huge market issue. You get condos right next to the collapse over here. Those people lost their ass. Nobody wanted to be in that condo. It sucks. It wasn't nothing to do with the building next to it. It was how they maintain that one building. You know, right now we're seeing prices of condos dropping again. There's risk in that. You know.
situation, if they were to have a devastated property and they were to get an insurance payout, as long as they invested that right back into real estate, I don't think that they have a tax liability for that to a certain degree, right?
Right, yeah. You know, I mean, it really, well, here's the problem. Some people bought a long time ago for insurance based on the value that was. We have a problem with people. And you guys, I think you had it happen in California as well with wildfire. The insurance policies were based on old values. The land loans were 10 times what the home was being insured for. They can't fix the home the way it was supposed to be because it was insured. Same thing happened with a lot of people here in that situation. They bought these things in the 70s, and you know, they went down. Insurance, now they're going to get somebody, lawsuits and stuff like that, like something happened, but you're going to get $78,000 or $85,000 for this, replace a $400,000 condo, then you got to go buy, there's some people that deal with that in the short term and stuff, but, you know what I mean? You guys are dead on when you look at taxes, what we're paying consumers, what most people don't realize is, look into your state and just see what you're paying per gallon of gas on taxes. They make more per gallon. The state does, the government does, per gallon of gas than the oil companies do. They're killing it, and that's why Calvin Warren is like, we might have to start taxing you guys for driving electric cars per mile, they make so much money on gas, on taxes, and look what that is to the average. Of course, the rich pay that too, but it's a larger portion of the income of someone that's lower, so it's a significant burden on the tax, and people really understood how much tax they pay, it would scare them. Now, Roger or Adam, if you guys, either of you looked at the fair tax and read that,
What did you say about the fair tax?
have you read that, the fair tax, have you read through the thing? Look at
Yes,
it, 30.
I've been promoting that for 2 decades.
Right, I remember, yeah, because when I came out with Congressman, I always said, whoever runs on that, I'll vote for. And the only person I've heard so far to do it was Huckabee, and every time he brought it up on the debate stage, they literally cut his mic.
Well, it's all, you should talk about it all the time.
Was he one of the first ones? Yeah. Whenever he had a different thing, I just didn't know that he was the fair tax at that point. But, yeah, the fair tax.
I think he's gotten far more radical since then. I think it's a legit idea. And even if people rejected it, I think it's important to just have a conversation about acknowledging that the way that we tax people today is ridiculous. But more importantly, why we tax people what we tax them is because of the ridiculous runaway spending. And so having an honest conversation about spending and taxation, if we reined in spending, it'd be a much easier conversation to have about taxation.
That's what I'm saying. That's definitely the benefit of the whole spending. I mean, when we talk about tax, there's much more on this than spending don't change. Like, that's your
That's exactly true. You look at like where they found out a lot of these NGOs. I mean, you look at now since a lot of them have been cut, they just put the numbers out for what the two parties have for money. And the Democrats are very, very, very low. I mean, I think like 15 to 25 million is on their coffers right now. And I'm not saying it's just Democrats. Trust me, I'm the first one to say both of them are getting money back in those channels. That's why both of them do this. I believe that they fight in public, they shut the door, and they give each other what they want. Trey Gowdy talked about it one time. He was asked why he left Congress. He said he wanted to leave after 2 terms, but Tim Scott came in and made a mistake because he wanted to have somebody he thought he could trust in there. And then Gowdy left, and they asked him why did he leave. He says, we gotta have 2 things. You gotta like it and be good at it. And everybody knows Trey's, he's good, he's damn good. But what he meant was, when you listen to him talk, he said it, because I can no longer represent South Carolina in their best interest because I am not going to give
they're not gonna exercise it. They're gonna pick for vice versa. And that's one argument why they continue spending for this disaster when this reason and not there's nowhere where they're actually not spending. And I'm spending on to fight each other over these small issues. Spending the insurance over it. That's all they that's what they control. They will never back.
Exactly. If it's not the rich versus the poor, they have the poor versus the poor. When I say the poor, not a 1%. The rest of us, they have us fighting against each other. They literally pick a little section and they pit against each other. You go and listen to your investment of he explains exactly when he presented to KGB, he was talking about that, saying, hey, this is what they're doing. They're pitting. You get little segments to fight amongst each other. Look what they do. And so there's a big story that they come up with that creates a big draw. They don't want the spotlight on them. They're going to turn it every chance they can, but they want to keep us fighting. They're telling us to go in the streets and fight right now. The politicians are. I mean,
Judge, I'm sorry, let me know when I can respond to Corey. I respect Corey, I won't respond to him. Now is the time. Okay, so I agree with Corey completely. Here in America, half the stupidest people are MAGA, and half the stupidest people are leftists. And the MAGA idiots and the leftists battle each other. And I actually say that it's good for America that our political system is divided, the morons, equally in two halves, and here's why. In any country where the morons get together to set policy, the policy sucks. They vote for retarded things, like all the morons got together in Germany and they shut down all the nuclear power plants. Now Germany's economy is collapsing. In France, all the morons got together and they made it illegal for businesses to fire workers under any circumstances. So obviously businesses are leaving. In other countries, the morons got together and confiscated the wealth of the rich. And of course, we all know that turns your country into a shithole. So the genius of the American system, the beauty, the reason America is the most successful country in the world by far, is precisely because Corey is right. The angry loser shitheads in America, the morons, the retards, the jealous, angry, bitter schmucks are divided half into MAGA, half into leftists. What that does is it allows the centrists to keep a reasonable policy, a capitalist policy. And as a result of the centrists running America, we have the highest GDP of any country. And in fact, standard of living is growing. We have automation. We have robots rolling out quickly. We have AI rolling out quickly. We have housing abundance in cities and capitalist cities like Boston and Minneapolis. We're today implementing housing abundance and rents are falling dramatically. And finally, we are implementing self-driving cars very quickly. Now, the one thing that unifies retards, the MAGA retards and leftist retards are unified in hating self-driving cars. I don't know why they're against self-driving cars, but they're against it. And if those retards were in charge of America, self-driving cars would be banned and 40,000 people would die. But because the retards have been defeated, we have self-driving cars in Phoenix, in Boston, San Francisco. We are going to save 40,000 lives because the retards are divided between two groups, and we can safely tell them to fuck off, and I'm done speaking.
Yeah, I would just like to mention use of bringing up retard.
See, I'm just curious. You know, we're spending $20 billion. The federal government spends $20 billion a day. About $13 billion of that is taxed and generated by the IRS. We are spending $7 billion a day that we have to borrow. How much is too much? And have the American people voted to spend on the $7 billion that they have to borrow daily? I mean, well, how do we cut the spending? Thank you, Dr. T.
Well, it was interesting when they talked to the people who put the fair tax together. They, and it was tweaked over the years because there's some things that they were going to do. Well, we got to help people that live below the poverty line. We'll figure out who's at the poverty line. Well, that costs too much money. It's 6% of everybody a check or whatever it is, right? No, people didn't like that because the person gets a check for $128. It's cheaper to give them a check than it is to have a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. and every state trying to figure out who's their
okay, to sharecropping pipelines. Okay, all those people get them sober, and instead of them spazzing out on the sidewalks of Los Angeles, put up affordable housing and share the neighborhoods and put them to work pick up tomatoes. You think that these are all decrepit men that are living in those tents? Some of them are able-bodied 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds, get them sober. They can't go into the military, but they can definitely pick tomatoes. So I mean, I feel like this is Corey, have you ever saw some of the buildings I had to go and audit when I was working conventional housing? And seeing what the city is paying for these units, what people's individual contribution are, and what they're collecting from the actual the person living in it, the occupant, what the landlord is actually charging, for somebody to live there. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, people's kids in America are going to dorms where they're like sardine cans. You have affordable housing in city Los Angeles with moss on the walls, faux Carrera marble freaking, barbecue grills in common areas, rooftop pools that look to freaking Beverly Hills. Like, it's absolutely disgusting, and the city is paying $3,100 a month per person. The people only have to go in there and pay $200 to. It's disgusting. We're subsidizing this shit.
Absolutely. I mean, you're too, like, you're when you have, if you're looking at buying people out of contracts in the Carolinas, rental contracts, so that they can in turn rent them out to the insurance companies to put people that were displaced in 4 times the rate. I know because people were reaching out because I wanted to, jump in on some things up there. It's a great money maker. However, in the end, when they're doing that, it's just costing us because our insurance rates are going through the roof. So when you say this, yeah, everything is doing this. It's just constant. None of it makes any sense. There's no logic to it, and that's the thing. Until we start figuring out ways to make it more logical, people are always going to screw the system in our government. Dude, the same way you're saying, I believe it. The bonds are more interested in thinking out here, but this is on private help getting affordable housing. There's ways to do it. And I think they should do a hell of a lot better job with it. I'm with you 100% on getting people off the streets and putting them to work. There's a lot of people.
That's all I'm saying. Get them out of the tents, okay? Get them sober. Relocate them to the sections of California that are more agricultural, okay? They don't have liquor stores everywhere, right? They don't have laundry marks and bodegas and all this other bullshit. Get them sober, get them to work, get them on a program, put them through distance online education, getting their high school diplomas, and then doing distance education towards the community college. That to me is good money spent. But putting them in a $70 million building and subsidizing their rent while we continue to put needles in their hearts, that is not something that I'm willing to subsidize.
So if I part just listen to the mental illness program, like most of people are not functional. It's not just a drug.
The majority is it's drug induced. It's substance abuse induced.
No. The mental illness gap. You're missing the point.
I'm speaking specifically for Los Angeles. For somebody who lives here, is because his kids don't have any damn home. A lot of things that come from freaking other places and think they're going to get famous. They run out of places to surf. They end up getting strung out and drunk and high in the streets. That's how the average young person is homeless in California. Okay, so I mean, maybe the causation and the is different where you are, but there's an issue here in California, which speaks for the majority of the issue of homelessness in America, because California has the most homeless people in freaking America.
Right, because people migrate there from there because they're not severe to the name of California.
And that's my point.
Another thing, like you see them in this Boston, like when you see people acting crazy, it's not because of drugs, it's because of the mental illness. Like drugs don't like you smoking crack, it don't make you just go act fucking crazy. No, if you have mental illness, then yeah. But so you're definitely missing that part. So the people are not gonna get everything that's so get cleaned up and don't work their job. They are mentally ill. They are mentally ill.
So again, I say a pipeline program to where you get people off the streets, you get them institutionalized, you get them medicated, get them sober, okay, and reintroduce them into society through an agricultural program. So I mean, I
sound so close to slavery. It's like another word for slavery. Agricultural program.
Somebody got vegetables and fruits that came up.
Was this any different than the job board that people were screaming and complaining about that got defunded on your side aisle? How is this business model any different than the job board?
They're saying the same thing about the NFL. So when do we stop this? I mean, what he's talking about is creating a program. It's no different than the electricians. They got job anything. You literally have a system that you go through. If you want to be a journeyman electrician and eventually be able to start your own business, you're going to go through this whole program, and there's a reason for it. Because if you don't do it right, people die, right? So now, not all things require as strict as the electrician's program. Plumbing, there's other things out there. There's a lot of different things that they can do, that they can have, literally, like he's saying, programs for. I'm telling you, it would be real simple, and I know they did this back where I used to live. They had people in the community that were accountants that would literally go and, like, one night a week for a month, they would teach a course, and they had a different one. But they did this to teach people in the community different things, finances, investing, mortgages, different things. So they're learning it in this, and it was free. All you had to do is show up. And they're getting a tax break for doing it. What's that?
We need landscapers. I mean, that's one thing that I don't think that California exploits enough. We don't have enough freaking landscapers. Okay, everybody is complaining about the fire brush and clearing brush and all that. Who's gonna do this? So I mean, at the end of the day, we need to utilize the resources that we have. We have a lot of able-bodied people, okay, that yes, need to go through a program and be able to become sufficient enough to hold down a job. But we have a lot of able-bodied people to be able to assist in this effort as a society. Sorry, everybody cannot go to ITT Tech and get a job, make $100,000 a year working computers. Yes, that's the American dream, and maybe this is one step out of the 10 for a lot of these people to where they can hold down one job in agriculture, save up money, use those community college programs, and get themselves into the tech field and grow and scale. So it's not enough for our grandparents' generation or our great-grandparents' generation to do the same thing that I'm explaining. It should be good enough for us.
Hey, the quick question, who's gonna pay these people? What's gonna be their wages? What's gonna be minimum wage? Are they gonna get something like $10, $12 an hour? Because the farmers can't pay these people. So once these people get rehabilitated and the ones that essentially fit to work, what's gonna be their salary? It's not gonna be the same salary that the legal immigrants getting. I'm sure not $2, $3 an hour. It's gonna be at least $10, $12. That's gonna raise food prices for everyone. Right? Everybody complaining about food prices. So really, what do we want? What do Americans really want? Because right now, it's kind of like.
Yes, they should. Hold on. For one, they should pay the minimum wage, and they should build housing to scale to support for these agricultural places where the need is there. Okay, they should return these luxury properties in the city limit to the conventional market. Okay, allow those people to work at minimum wage jobs to benefit from the housing subsidies, away from the danger of returning to drug use and alcoholism, because remember, we're not putting liquor stores out there on every corner, right? And continue for them to benefit from the same programs that are being utilized in the city where the cost of living is higher. So you actually have the potential to provide more housing. It's cheaper to build. It's a place supposed to be luxury designated housing and supporting people to basically fail in place.
So that's a big thing. So right now, I can tell you, they're in rural areas. Sold a lot of buildings in rural areas. Contractor was bragging that he had the same guys for 17 years, and all of a sudden one day, none of them were there. I'm bringing a product down. I can't leave until I get the other one. I'm taking it back with me. Sorry, but nobody there could talk to me. Okay, and I asked him, called him, left him a message. He called me back, and I asked him, I said, dude, what's up? Where's your guys? He goes, I had to let them all go. I was like, what do you mean? His guys have been working for 17 years to build the sustain with their good wage. Living in a rural area, they had a good wage for what they were doing, paying for their houses. But what came in, we had illegal immigration come in, suppress the wages down to $12 an hour. Okay, those guys, what he said, will work from sunup to sundown, Monday through Sunday. But we fight for, we've got to have laws to say they can't make us work that long. Well,
six figures? No, but you're not living in a place you need to. You can buy a house up where that was for, at that point, like 7 years ago, $80,000 to $120,000. Now, it's not a big, beautiful house, but it's a house that's decent. So, but to say that they can't survive on a wage there and that's going to drive everything up, that's not the case. They're already paying really good at some of these places. You know, in the manufacturing segment, it was $12 to $13 an hour, $14 an hour. Jumped it up to probably 17, 18 now, 7, 8 years later. But when you have a large population coming in and saying, well, we'll work for less, you're suppressing these wages that everybody was watching naturally go up, right? So what happens is people have this false assumption that, ag industry, whether they, you kind of call it slave labor or whatever, I don't know. It's only that way if you're not getting paid enough to really satisfy your needs. And not everybody can work in the tech industry because guess what's coming? AI. They might be the people who went to school for tech might be the ones from the outside looking in pretty soon.
Why is it everybody keeps belaboring these points about agriculture when it comes to paying people less? But then these are the same people where every time you go out of town, you stay home, right? I mean, you go to a restaurant, right? You don't think that those industries have been notorious for exploiting people and paying them, pennies on the dollar? So why is it agriculture is always the exit escape route for the employment exploitation? I just don't get it.
It's because it's an easy attack. Oh, we need food, right? I mean, I know this. I know the farmers very, very, very well. They had people working on their farm, and they weren't getting paid pennies. Now, they were driving a new truck. Now, let's be real, trucks aren't cheap. But they didn't go have some big fancy house. They lived a modest life, and that's a lot of what it is in rural living. It's a modest life. But those people were making a good wage. I never heard them complain about it. Knew them, talked with them. Sure, everybody liked to make more money, but they also know when the losses come. Guess who eats that? That farmer. So he's got to make money because there's going to be years where he takes a loss. But ag is the easy thing, Adam said. They want to attack it because they always want to bring it up as, the food prices. It's going to cost you more.
Good. Let me tell you something, Corey. I've been saying this since. Hold on. Let me just say this really.
I gotta run this story quick. I just find it fascinating that people who do good for themselves, telling but complaining about the government and how much things cost and taxes and all that, trying to give jobs to crazy people and poor people and telling them to work for minimum wage and figuring out how they can make it work. Y'all got it all figured out how they can make it work off minimum wage, but y'all making $30, $40, $50, $60, $70 an hour, but y'all complain. Think about that. Think about you telling people in the same world to figure out how to live off minimum wage while you making 50 times that amount. It's fascinating.
All right, I'm going to help him out here. What do you do when you're making lower wages? Most of the time, that's an entry-level position. You should thrive in your position. Get there early, do your job, ask what else can be done. There's a book called QBQ. It's worth the reading. Everybody should read it. It talks about a guy. He was a busboy. This guy didn't care. A busboy. That guy needs a drink. What do you need, sir? I'm going to get it. Oh, hey, what do you need? Oh, let me get your refill. This kid was running around like a maniac, helping everybody. The guy comes back a few months later and asks to talk to the busboy. He's not here. Long story short, he's the manager of the place now. How did that kid go from busboy to manager in a matter of 6 months or whatever it was? Worked his ass off. Okay? And it's proof that all you have to do is show up, do your job, and you're going to crawl up the platform. I literally heard 2 people talking at Walmart about it. One, she started crawling up the ladder. She's telling her friend, I'm listening to this, telling her friend what you have to do. You gotta be proactive. You gotta come in. You gotta, hey, what can I do? Her friend was like, I don't want to do that. That's the difference. It's what you want. It's being a little uncomfortable maybe, but you
let's find out how many jobs we cut. You want to know who the number one? They said number one demographic that's most affected when they raise the minimum wage on fast food. Black single mothers. Look it up. They're out there working their asses off, working 2 jobs. They get their hours cut. They get cut loose. You can't just raise it up blindly. Go look and see what fast food costs now. When they do that, the cost of fast food goes through the roof. Okay, great. People are eating, they're paying. That's what happens is we want to pay more people more money. It's going to cost all of us more. Suck it up and have
Do you think some of that cost, Corey? Like I hear you, yeah, start entry level. And of course, there's very limited growth for everybody to get a piece, but I guess it's fit us. What about? Do you think part of enabling minimum wage to go up would be potentially trying to address CEOs that are making 100 times the salary of their lowest earner in their company?
I think it could be some of that, but you also have to look at the guy who's at the top is there for a reason because he's damn good at it. He's turned a company, and I don't know McDonald's numbers, but he's still out there. And all of a sudden, what did he take them from? 100.
There's different sacrifice and risk. You like people as in an entry level position. Being a CEO of a certain company, you could end up having to fly to Washington to testify in front of Congress. To go to New York Southern District, and have to go into federal court and answer ultimately for, a network of what people entry level did in terms of exposing the company to liability. So I mean, there's just the stakes are just simply higher. I think that CEOs should be paid what they're paid. I mean, like, what are we talking about? People get caught up in just the everyday and the discomfort of what they have to go through as opposed to the stakes of what their position means, the overall sacrifice behind it, and the overall liability in holding that type of position.
Yeah, and you know this happens too. I mean, as the general manager of a company, my job didn't stop at 5 o'clock. It never stopped. I was just specifically told, you represent the company 24/7, 365. That's it. Everywhere you go, always remember that. You're the face of the company. So I didn't get to go up at 5 o'clock and just go hit the freaking bar, get drunk, and act in a big deal, right? No, my job was done. Cut. Whole play. Guy just gets caught with what? Some other chick. It's not his wife. Lost his job. I mean, would you be okay with the average worker losing his job because he cheated on his wife? Most people would say no. The CEO did. Nobody cares though, right? Because he's a CEO, he made plenty of money. There's multiple different versions to that one.
Business, you raise the prices incorrectly in certain type of industries or in certain type of areas, and you go to jail. You know what I mean? Like it's very different in the level of exposure behind your decision making that is different from a CEO than that of an entry level employee. I'm sorry. Yeah, in certain industries it may be a little bit different, but for the most part, that's why the expectation is that CEOs are just simply more.
That was maybe you or Roger know this. They always tout this one as having a higher minimum wage than America. But the reality is when you dig into it, there actually is no minimum wage. The government doesn't set a standard minimum wage there. Which, what does that do? Now you literally have the companies vying for the best workers, so they pay more and a little bit more. Oh, I gotta outdo them, so they